more shot when the camera's up. But this one you gon' have to duck. Tell me about your lifestyle, really. We've been on the road to the tank go empty. I'ma keep going to the Lord, come give me. If you wanted me to stop, then you can't come with me. Think you do the best? Silly. We about to put it in your chest, really. And I don't think you really want problems. Think you know the outcome when you come around, dog. You thinking you getting me? Is you kidding me? Ripping everything that was again in the vicinity.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise! Can he come around the corner in time? And you bet he will! 1 more second! There is something about this stadium, Capsidal, and that's going to be 5 in a row. Oh, well, 6! And Drazah!
Shotzzy winning the game.
That's what we wanted! You have got to be kidding me!
We only have 2 teams remaining.
What a devastating performance. This is the most sublime Vanguard we've seen yet. Toronto Ultra, your kickoff classic champion.
Let's get into the Call of Duty League. Let's go.
Hello and welcome to the CDL opening weekend, the long-awaited first look at the COD League. It's going to be amazing. We're going to have a lot of fun. We're live from snowy Columbus, Ohio. aLLeY, how's it going? Welcome to the city.
I love it. Honestly, I love the snow. I love the cold. I know not many people feel that way, but man, do I miss Belly on the desk. Unfortunately, he is snowed in like a lot of us are.
He'll be here later today, and he'll be on broadcast tomorrow. We're going to have a lot of fun. But it's not just us. We also have Miles and Chance. Bring the boys on in. Let's talk to them a little bit, and let's talk about a couple of matches we have going on today. What's going on, Miles? How you doing, buddy?
Man, I'm doing great. It's good to be back. I mean, I may not be snowed in Columbus. It's like 60-something here in LA. Not gloating, not trying to brag, but I'm just saying it's a little too hot for my liking. But, mate, we are ready to rock and roll. This is going to be an amazing season. Kickoff Classic was ridiculous in every way, shape, and form. And now we get to really start the season with a bang. I can't wait.
Absolutely. Now let's check out the schedule and see what we have in store for you guys. Also, Chance is here as well. We'll say hi to him here in a bit. But we have Florida Mutineers versus the London Royal Ravens to kick things off, followed up by the Los Angeles Guerrillas and the Boston Breach. We get to see the rookies, see if they can go hard once again. We have the Seattle Surge versus the New York Subliners, our rematch from the Kickoff Classic, where Seattle Surge was able to take it. We'll see if they can keep up that momentum going forward. That's sure to be a spicy one. But let's talk a little bit more about LAG versus Boston Breach. Now, Boston Breach, they had a great showing in their first match. Capsidal really set into that series at the midway point. Chance, talk to me a little bit about what you saw at Boston Breach.
Like, they had some good looks, and they had enough, like, flashes of brilliance. Obviously, the Capsidal play would be, like, the highlight, but they certainly showed their potential. That being said, this is the most competitive league that we have ever had, so those flashes need to turn into consistency. Like, they need to have more and more dominant performances. I absolutely think that, like, getting that LAN experience under their belt is going to be massive for them long-term to hopefully translate that into the online gameplay, but it's moments like these that they are going to have to just force and just have so many more of, because as good as they looked in those brief moments, I mean, still took an L at the end of the day, right? You need to start getting some of these series wins. So they look good, but obviously have a long way to go.
Yeah, you know, a lot of teams, or a lot of coaches and players in the community, they had them ranked pretty high, like top 4, top 5. And, you know, it was a good series, but he struggled in the beginning. He really set in when it came to that map for aLLeY. Is he going to be the superstar on this team?
The thing with Cap is that he does so well in hardpoint, and I wish that KD would translate across the board in S&D and control as well, because as you can see, his stats, although that A piece was incredibly impressive, his stats not so much. So it's definitely about consistency when it comes down to this team. I was thinking maybe it was just going to be with TJHaly and his consistency, but it looks like it might be all individual players' problem.
Well, we'll get to see a little bit of Capsidal later to see if he can step it up and become a little bit more consistent, like aLLeY said. But talking about SMG stars, well, he's going up against a world champion one, and that's going to be Hook. Now, Hook is coming off of a couple seasons where he's gotten benched. It's been tough for him, but can they build the system around him, Miles? Talk to me about this guy.
We've talked about this a little bit. I mean, it comes as like a hit and miss. Like sometimes, like Hook is absolutely outstanding. If you build a roster around him, I mean, looking at the teammates, the team, Gunless and Slasher, we've got world champions here as well. We've got seasoned vets. They know exactly what they're doing. Hook's been going through what I can only describe as a tough couple of years. You know, he's had ups and downs. It's been like at times you think like, all right, the godlike Hook is back. And then after a while, like, yeah, he seems a little lost on the map. It's his season, man. He's got to turn this one around. He's got to find some way to, you know, get his reputation back to what it once was. Because Hook truly is one of the most gifted mechanical players we may have ever seen. People call him a generational talent, a phenom. Rightfully so.
I'll tell you what, playing against Hook is no fun. The guy, he has crazy movement. He's super cracked on the map. I'm excited to see if he can get back to superstardom this year. But we also have another match today that is a rematch from the Kickoff Classic. That's Seattle versus New York. Seattle was able to take that one. They lost that first map. Hydra made a big play towards the end, and then Seattle run away with the next 3 maps in that series. Chance, what did you make of this series? Because this was like the first time we saw we're like, Seattle is actually the real deal.
Well, this is why I'm like super excited about the fact that we get the rematch, because what happened is like New York came into the Kickoff Classic, like, you know, Paco had to go back to France. They had like a 3-week break. So I don't think we got to see New York at full force. Yeah. And I don't know if that's Seattle at full force, but obviously they were fantastic. But a ton of teams are going to be playing catch up. Like I think Seattle right now, obviously top 4, they just got second if you want to give it to them. But can they hold all of these other top teams back and retain their spot? I mean, we just immediately get to find out whether or not they can replicate that same level of success, because you know for a fact New York is going to level up their game coming into stage 1.
Oh, absolutely. I think we all know what they're capable of, especially, you know, with those veterans on that team. But some of the rookies that went off at the Kickoff Classic, aLLeY, Sib and Pred, will they continue that?
Absolutely, especially on the side of Sib. He has always been a consistent player across the board for the past couple of years. He's been in the talks of being one of the best players, of being one of the up-and-coming rookies. And now that he's on the starting roster, he's not in that Atlanta FaZe hub spot. He plays incredibly like Cellium. To me, that's what I see in this player. And now having the likes of Pred running in front of him, who we saw at Kickoff Classic, once he fell into groove, he was slaying out on main stage for his debut. And I think everybody should be scared of this CL Surge roster. I don't think putting them in top placings is arguably a bad place to put them. I don't think like this is a consistency issue when it comes to this roster. I think they will consistently be pushing their ceiling and continue to get better.
I agree. I mean, what we saw to them was fantastic. This game seems to fit their play styles very well. Sib got into it, like second series, he started to pop off, and what we saw to Pred was just unbelievable. But those are the rookies. Let's talk a little bit about the sophomores, okay? Hydra and Neptune is who they're going to be going up against, and, you know, Neptune didn't have the best start to the Kickoff Classic, Chance, so do you think that he's the guy that needs to step up for this roster going forward?
I think he is very much like sort of the odd man out on the team, the guy with the target on his back. Is it is just an SMG dominant league. If you're SMG duo fries, your team is going to have a great deal of success, and we have seen that there is an absurd level of competition this year. So we've seen enough flashes from Neptune. We know the skill cap is absolutely there. If he can start matching with this team, I mean, these guys absolutely have the potential to be what? I mean, a top 3 SMG duo we have in the league. So like the potential's there, but we do need to see it, because I think there's only a few moments from the New York squad. And again, they took 3 weeks off. That's obviously going to make things much more difficult. I want to see them leveled up coming into this week.
Definitely going to be a nasty sub duo going forward. But let's check out a moment from the last event where Neptune was on the stage and the crowd had some choice words for him.
Hey, nice, nice, nice. And with that being said, the crowd is going, they're wild today. All right.
All right, Miles, what was going on in this clip, brother? You got to tell me what was happening.
Look, Neptune's just trying to get through his post-match interview with GuyBlaze, trying to revel in the glory of the victory. But at the end of the day, when OpTic Texas comes out on the stage, the fans let you know. Like, they were so excited to see them come out. I mean, even if it was just them coming to do their settings pre-match, everyone went wild. No disrespect to Nep, it's just the way it is. You don't want to be sitting around on stage waiting for those players to get things going. It add like 3 hours to the broadcast, friends. We're happy to be here. I will say though about Neptune though, I think he has a very, very bright future. He's had a rocky start this season. He's just like Shotzzy for me last year. Mechanically gifted, surrounded by goats. He's going to level up fast and he's going to be dangerous by the end of the season. Mark my words.
Absolutely. And for you crazy OpTic Texas fans out there, they will be playing at 4:30 p.m. tomorrow, so make sure you guys tune in all weekend. We're going to bring you some fantastic matches. But for now, we're going to go to a quick break. Check out the top 5 plays from the Kickoff Classic. And when we return, we'll be closer to that first match.
That's what we wanted! Be aware of MajorManiak's positioning. In fact, Hydra is. The pinch is successful. And you see Hydra's instant awareness, thinking somebody has to be inside of that middle building, which will be the case. They'll look to wrap the bomb. Priestahh gets dropped, and also there's Standy there as well. How about the clutch?
Here we go. 2 bomb sites. First to 6. This is going to be a lot of fun, and I'm hoping to see some snippet snipes all game long. Here we go. Map number 2.
Oh, we're on that. POV! That's what we wanted! That's what I'm talking about! He don't miss!
Here we go. Octane versus John. And there you have it.
How much small talk is from every single player. They're consistently calling out everything that they need to do as Cellium is hitting shots like that. 24-15 on a 4, make it a 5. Had the potential to go for the 6 on some bread. He's not missing any shots right now. Almost up 100 points are going to be Atlanta.
MCB takes down accuracy. It's all up to Sib and Pred, the young guns. In round 11, can they go big? And Simp takes down 2. It's all on. Now to the 1v1. Arcitys hops on the defuse. Sib, is he going to try to challenge? Can he come around the corner in time? And you bet he will! It's now 16-9 and forcing the issue on the flank. He's inside of their face. And that's going to be 5 in a row. Oh, 6! It's 6 for Capsidal. He is woken up and erupting right now on the Subliners. Making 8 in a row.
Man, that video gets me hyped. Vanguard's fun to watch on LAN, aLLeY. Who would have thought?
Oh my gosh, the crowd in the background, hearing it over the clip is like the cherry on top of hearing everybody scream every time he just continues to get kills. Like, okay, we got 3. Oh, now we have 4. Oh, now we have 5 and 6 and 7 and 8. What a debut out of Cap.
Absolutely. Now let's bring Miles and Chance back in and let's talk a little bit about our first match that we have going on today. We have Florida versus the London Royal Ravens. Welcome back, gentlemen. And I want to ask you, Chance, off the rip, Florida Mutineers. Now, they won their first match. A lot of people were writing them off a bit, but they come out guns blazing, and they look pretty good. What'd you make of that?
Well, I mean, I think the biggest questions I had for the team, right, is they had like 3 ARs on their team. We have to see Big Awakening run that second sub. He did fantastic. Another concern we had for the team is their communication was not the best last year. Patty, the guy that they brought in, is a rookie, came from Challengers. Is he going to have that great of communications? Yes, he did. So I think like 2 of the biggest questions they had to answer, they answered in a positive fashion. That being said, I mean, this was like the ultimate middle of the pack team last year. They beat all the teams at the bottom. They very rarely got any wins against any of the teams in the top 4. They're just trying to step their game up, like start to try to go back to that MW form and start winning tournaments again. And that's really the question I have to see. So against the Ravens today, I think they need a dominant win to sort of like establish themselves as towards the top.
I agree. And one player that's going to have to go off in order to do so is going to be Awakening, Miles. Now, we used to gas this guy up, but somewhere at the midpoint of last season, he started to take a plunge in performance. So talk to me about the keys to victory today for the Florida Mutineers.
I mean, I'm a gargantuan Wake fan, 100%, man. He did drop off a little bit, but I've got hope, mate. I've got a lot of hope coming into this season. But if we go for the Mutineers, I mean, to really boil it down, S&D good, Respawn bad. Look out for those lives in control. Keep an eye on holding on to hard points. I mean, their hold rate is 10th overall. That is not good enough. That means they're losing control of those hard points more often than not. And of course, that top one, look how good those offensive rounds were. That is all from the Kickoff Classic. Yes, it's a small sample size, but it's definitely a lot to go off today. S&D good, Respawn bad. Can Florida turn it around?
Yeah, and in Search and Destroy, it was really just Berlin where they kept rushing towards that A bomb site over and over and over again. It was working. So I'm curious to see if they come with some different looks today. But, you know, what we saw to Skies, aLLeY, is he was lighting it up as that flex player.
I'm going to keep saying it. It's like a beast had been released off of the leash that he was kept on. I did not like that rhyme. That was gross, guys. But seriously, Skies popped off in that flex role, not having to play that main AR anymore. And the fact that Dave Patty was able to fall into that role and perform as well as he did, especially at the Kickoff Classic against these top teams, I think that speaks a lot to what their ceiling could possibly be.
Absolutely. Now they're going up against the London Royal Ravens, and they prepared a video for us. So let's check that one out.
Just a legion of players here. Peekaboo, I've been here the whole time.
and the game fuel keys to victory for the London Royal Ravens. aLLeY, what are they going to be?
Well, they got to convert their first bloods in S&D. Florida's been winning 41% of their first bloods, but have been able to win 68% of their 3v4. So even when they're down a man, they've been coming back. So they need to convert those first bloods in S&D on top of Florida Mutineers and play loose. You know, they got those first land jitters out of the way. 0.92 KD overall, and that's not so bad, even though they got swept versus Seattle.
Yeah.
And they need to get Zero going after a long year. He had a 0.79 KD versus Seattle, and overall team is 0.92. So really, it's just him kind of bringing it down. Again, he's coming off of a year of sitting on the bench. So we can only put so much expectation on his head, but he's got to step it up for this team.
Chance, is Zero stepping up today?
I think he absolutely is going to step up today, yes. I mean, this is one of the greatest European players of all time. He has, like, a dent in his career, but, like, because of, like, visa issues, right? Because of COVID, like, screwing him over in a sense. Yes, It was a tough first series, but against Seattle, who goes on to get second overall at the event, I don't think we're going to see Zero have a series like this, potentially for the rest of the year, man. Again, one of the best European, if not the best European player of all time. Zero can absolutely be the fry man, be a flex, he can be main AR, and he's an incredibly smart player. He is literally Mr. Do-It-All.
He is.
Not expecting the 0.79, but he also needs to be there because that's the back of his chair.
I've got to say, man,
And Miles.
I got to say, like, if he's the weakest link on the team statistically, like, that is not a bad sign for the Ravens whatsoever all season. I'm like, I'm going to be as biased as hell right now because we're not quite in the game yet. If that's the problem we're facing right now, when you got 3 hot rookies and Afro, he's the beast. He's the best the West Midlands has got, man. He really is the real deal. London are in a good spot. I want to see some Raven fans honestly popping off. And your social media has been non-stop all for the last, like, 2 years. I expect this year to be T1. Padman, I'm looking at you. There's a lot of wins under your belt, mate. We want to go deep into that meme folder. Give us the goods.
Yeah, and they finally have a roster now that they're comfortable with, right? And for a lot of the newer CDL fans, if you don't know who Zero is, this guy was one of the best European players for a few years in a row. So for sitting out for a year and coming back, he's trying to be a leader for these guys and pop off, and that's what we're looking for today. Now let's talk a little bit about pick'ems, and I'm going to start with the pick'em goddess herself, who gets most of them right. Who do you got in this series?
Miles, I love you so much, and I love the European players so much coming up from challengers, but a 0.79, you should absolutely be worried about that. If that's the lowest statistic on your team, I'm going with Florida Mutineers.
Okay, fair enough. Miles, who do you have?
But you know who I'm going with. I'm going with the Ravens. Now, I know that Tim's watching, and I know that Tim has utterly destroyed the hopes of many, many fans across the entire weekends because he's put his picks out there. But Tim, we love you. Just nothing but hatred for the Ravens, please, mate, for as long as you go. Don't even say their name. How about that? We'll roll with that one, I think. I'm taking the Ravens.
Chance, who are you picking?
Florida 3-1. I'm not a believer until the Ravens, until I see it.
I'm going with Florida 3-1 as well, but the match is starting, so Miles and Chance kick things off, gentlemen.
Well, here we go, mate. We're not wasting any time getting the first match of the 2022 Vanguard season underway, Chance, and here we go, my friend. The maps and modes, we'll get a look at those a little bit later on, but as you can tell, it's a Kuavo to start things off, and my mate, a good map for the Mutineers, it has to be said, but who knows what the hell this season has in store for us.
Well, I mean, look, it's early enough in the year. We don't know what's going to be a good map, what's going to be a bad map for any of these teams. Like something you were talking about for the keys to victory, Florida, their S&D was on point, rated all 2 maps, but the respawn, a little bit hit or miss, a little bit more of a struggle. This is a map they lost to Toronto by 67 points. That being said, that's Toronto. Like, that's going to happen. So they have a little bit of experience on this map, but for the moment, right now, it is Ravens in the hill, locking up all of this time and potentially going to be set up on the rotation as well, right? You got Afro pushed out for some spawn kills. He's looking for a couple. Can't take Vivid down, and that's the opening Florida needs.
And we'll take all those kills, but that's going to be the hard point now moving over towards Boat. That's the second. And it's Awakening. We gave him the Big Wake moniker because, quite frankly, he is a big man in and out of game. Let's see if he can bring the goods today. 3-man all across the point now for Florida. Across this top position on Boat, as you can see, Awakening has eyes on a lot. He can cover so much of the map right now, and the Ravens are taking a bit of time now, winding up for the punch, looking to make this first break. And it's going to be Afro. Here he goes flying forward. Dave Paddy finds himself 2 more in the kill feed. Gizmo up next, finds a small pick. Not much more to be had here. Can he get Awakening out of that top tower? No, he cannot. And Chance, the Mutineers continue to hold the line.
This is very much a map where pretty much any hill you could turn into a money hill and lock down for a significant amount of time. And right now, Florida, I mean, you get the power positions, you get someone at the top of the boat, you get someone pushed out P1, you have all your bases covered. And for London, this is somewhat of a delicate situation because you don't actually have pressure towards that next hard point. So now you got Awakening on a 7 spree, streaked out, going on flanks, and he's calling him in straight away. They want to make this break early.
Glide bomb in. That's right, baby. That got patched. Gizmo is gone. He is now dust in the beach here of Gavutu. Trying to make that close play, though. Dave Paddy in the hard point. Afro looking to hit the flank. It's number 5 on the minimap. It's 0. He's getting the shots in. And a nice wallbang. That 3 dead is going to buy the Ravens some space now. Purchasing a little bit of movement on the beach. They're now in the hard point. Time just start ticking their way. Look out now for the assault rifle players. This is a long-range gunfight. You want to see them get big. But as you can see, the Mutineers are already in. Afro up next. Looking to find some kills. Gizmo on the flank. Nice plays out of him. Good shots. And the Ravens are still winning the frontline fight. So chance so far, we're balancing this sort of spinning play act right now for the Ravens. They've got the lead again, and 25 seconds could be theirs.
And now this is all about, like, take your time and just find some of these kills. You have so much time to start worrying about this rotation. The Afro just has to play his life in this situation or just gun skies the bed. That'll be the headshot coming through, but you see why he's waiting and being patient. His teammates working on the bottom side of the minimap. They're trying to make sure that when they go for this, try to make that clean break on the first try, because if you mess it up, well, things get problematic and awaiting 2 massive kills down low. Gonna make his teammates' live that much easier.
Awakening looking great so far, 11 and 5. He's back to big weight form. Brand new hardpoint, radio tower now. Afro with a slow and steady approach from behind. Got to watch those spawns on the top left-hand side of the minimap for the defenders. That's going to be the play for now. Is an Afro on this 5. Can he find any more? Stuns up. Here comes the hit. That's going to be number 5. Into the hardpoint. Skies, reads it, gets the kill. He's going to try to find a few more. 0, though, as the Ravens players keep flooding through. The kills are there. The break is good. Mutineers spawn out. London has the hardpoint.
Oh, beautifully done, dude. Love the patience at Afro, too, right? He's at, like, the front of the hill waiting for his teammates and all of that just for 0 to deliver the 2-piece for the actual break. But that is clean and efficient work. And, well, for the Ravens after this hill, they're going to have, what, a 30-second lead.
A 30-second lead indeed. Well, chance we gave Florida Mutineers a lot of love when it came to the communication. Now it's time to go back in and have a listen in with the Florida Mutineers.
Stay down, have your front green. Have your front.
I'm watching your mid pinch. Don't hold your mid pinch.
I have front green.
Top third, Gizmo, top third.
I'll shoot my front,
No one figure out.
I shoot too.
Top third. Paint hill. Yeah, they're going bottom cages. Stay alive. Just stay down.
Cages, Afro. Dead.
Anything? One more on the other.
I'm Nero. I'm staying on a hill.
I need top boat.
What's going on?
Back green above me.
Top green pre-fired me.
Yeah,
He's
above
top
me.
green right now.
Yeah, he's above me
Top green
now.
fly.
I got naded. I hit him on hill. He's top green, just maintaining hill.
Top green still.
Hit hill.
I'm
trying to get ring. I'm trying to get ring.
Gizmo's our side there already.
Alright.
Gizmo, ring
We're
heavy.
on the rock, okay.
Try to sneak me.
When you close line
We
there.
can fuck Gizmo. You can chow him.
Yeah, one's winning both cutting us.
He's thinking the heady. Gizmo's thinking the heady.
One of my pinch shots, C1 got it. I'm one behind him.
I stun him.
You hit the race, I'm behind him on their side. They're meeting
Outer
the
Gizmo.
I'm behind him, wait, we might flood.
I'm waiting.
Got on you, dude.
I don't see him out here. No, he went hill, Gizmo. He's inside the ring, I think.
I'm hard watching.
Got a whole pinch.
Outer, they double watch outer.
Yeah, there's like 3 of them.
Blind spot.
Ankle bun.
Let's just stay out.
Outer down, C dead.
Yeah, that's all.
He shot me on
I'm got hitting.
Ravens starting to soar forward, the lead working out, kills all going their way, and chance again, all things considered, I think the comms were fine out the Mutineers, but they are not able to capitalize on the kills here.
Yeah, you know, comms are fine. The small talk is good. The problem is they cannot step foot inside the hill. They cannot successfully flip the spawn. They weren't able to do anything. Awakening now working through the middle. You see his teammates still trying to fight inside the point. No one's winning the gunfights except for Big Wake, or maybe Skies actually had his help. Now for the 1v1 inside the hill. Afro is here. This is his home. And this is where he's meant to be, but turns out just a bunch of contest time. And even after all the gunfights come through, it is still London inside alive. And I think this has honestly just been P1 outright domination. And now Afro going, he's a cutoff man. He can find all of this information. Couple kills. There's number 5. He's thinking about some score streak.
Oh, Dave was up next, and he was going to eat him alive if not for those shots. Good work out of the Ravens, and once again, you've got Afro going on a tear. Watch those player cams as well. You get a live look at the player faces. I'm telling you, Afro is living in the game right now. The man is on fire. Second hard point now in our second set. Back to the boat we go. P1 was a bit of a bloodbath. And look at that scoreline, friends. It is 200 to 94. The Mutineers have got a little bit of work to do because currently they're looking a little lost at sea. Over to 0. Lying down bottom side of the hard point will be taken out. And again, the kills keep on flowing. Chance it's a clean and easy break as the Mutineers, they've managed to capsize London's ship.
Well, this is deja vu all over again, right? He had London the first go around P1. They outright dominated it. The only hill that Florida has really had any sort of success on has been this P2 hill. It's the similar situation from the first go around. They're locking it down once again. You get the player's top boat, but even still, this time's a little bit different because London, they have that rotation just nice and secure. They got the P1 control. Awakening, though, maybe he's found this opening to try to cause a bit of a ruckus. And well, you see all the spawns, his teammates right on top of him. Just like that, Vanguard, they have given Florida a gift.
Yeah, they've given it to him. Here comes Zero from behind, though. Finds one. Tags into the second. Sky's decent shots, but here comes the pinch from the Ravens. They are flooding forward. Gizmo will be the last man up, no problem. Now turns his eyes to the spawns. But that's going to be the Mutineers still low right. They're able to contest this point of the Ravens. They gambled on the other side of the map. Not this game, friends. They're spawning much closer than you think. Ravens' defensive hold now looking a little difficult. 3-man in ring. They're trying to find the wallbang, but Dave Paddy, he does not have walls. We can confirm it. He cannot identify the corner Afro's in, and that play is keeping the Ravens in this one. Covering fire from Gizmo. It's 2 from him. The Ravens still soaring forward. Here comes Vivid. Pistol in hand. Not able to get the kill. 10 seconds now for the win. This could be it. Who's that? It was Awakening on point. Can't quite find the kills either. The Ravens are 5 seconds away from the victory. Here comes the last minute contest. Florida's got to go. You got to fly. Get on the point. Get involved. Not a chance. Not a hope in hell. The Ravens smash map 1.
Smash indeed. That is an outright stomping of a Gavutu. They even got gifted some spawns. It did not make a single bit of difference. And I mean, that's a nice way to start stage 1 for the Ravens. Again, 0-3 in map count at the kickoff, but a dominant win there for map number 1. And I think Gizmo especially just had an absolute field day. 24-14, 2,500 damage. I mean, that's as good as it gets. And even Zero, well, minute and 45 in the hill. I mean, that's a nearly perfect game number 1 for Ravens. Best way they could kick off stage 1.
Yeah, nice look at the stats there again. Big Wake, 16 untraded kills. Non-traded kills, that's him basically playing the island role alone. But look at Ravens across the board. Teamwork was there, kills were on point. And again, everyone's like, oh, Zero's only going, 14-14. They're winning games by that measure. The stats certainly don't mean everything again. Trey Morris has been around the blocks a few times. He's got himself wins, MVP performances. All that matters, friends, is the W. And the Ravens walk over that first one here as we look across the highlights.
And you know, what was the stat that I think we had for the keys to victory? Florida, they were like 10th overall in the kickoff of actually holding hard points. Yeah. Again, this is a map where you can lock down almost every single hill, pretty much all of them. Like even P1, Ravens had a feast, but Florida's inability to hold, it showed up here on this hill where Ravens break through and strip away 30 seconds. In those 30 seconds, I mean, that's a swing point of the game, maybe where Florida could actually build a lead, but instead they can't hold the hill. It got broken down. And even on the P5, just a few hills later, it was the exact same thing. Florida got there first. They utilized streaks to get that early time. Did not make a single bit of difference. They could not hold it to save their lives. They can just break on through and blow the game out of the waters. That is just a clean and efficient first hard point from London.
Yeah, not a bad look whatsoever. And again, we give AR players a lot of love on this map. Again, longer lines of sight, especially towards that beach side of the map. You know, when it comes to holding down boat, you cut that one right down the center of the map. Those AR players are having a good time. Perfect example here, these clips from Gizmo. A lot of these kills are up close, but the space he's buying his teammates, that is exactly what you want to see out of an AR player here in Vanguard. And on a map like Gavutu, Case and Point, great start from the Ravens. But here we go, maps and modes, friends. This is the rest of the series. Desert Siege, S&D, second map here. Going to be fun looking at that one. Again, we saw a lot of snipes at the kickoff classic, or snippety snaps, as we will hopefully be seeing all season long. Gavutu control for map number 3, and of course that Tuscan Pavilion, should we need to get there. Berlin chance, quite frankly, I think for, of course, the Florida fans, you do want to go to Berlin S&D. They were not bad on the map site whatsoever. Pretty pumped to see how that one goes down, but hey, the first map of the 2022 season chance, it's in the books, and it's a Ravens win. The bias is through, and I'm doing my best to not let it happen.
No, that's fair enough. I was just going to say, I think one interesting thing is like breakingpoint.gg, they'll put out power rankings that are like voted on by the coaches. And even after what I would call like a mildly successful kickoff event for Florida, they basically didn't change the spots. Like all the coaches saw the performance and you're like, no, that's fine. Florida, I think they were in 10th overall for the coaches ranking. So there still hasn't been high expectations. And again, that's a map number 1 where Ravens sort of turned their game around. And, you know, this could potentially be the best London team that we've seen from this organization. We know that the Challengers players are disgusting. We're expecting Zero to bounce back. Again, as good of a map 1 as you're going to see, now we got to see them convert it in the search and destroy.
We'll see if they can keep it going. I'm quite enjoying the you in a chair position, by the way. This sort of like mastermind vibe we've got going on.
Yeah, I'll figure that one out.
No, it's fine, mate. I'm really enjoying it. But we have some fun tweets, though, friends, because, of course, the Twit sphere is always popping. And the Florida Mutineers and the Ravens have had a wonderful back and forth, a bit of a love-hate, and I think at times a true budding romance between the two social media managers. And for now, for the Mutineers, this one's a goodie. How many matches are London going to win this weekend? 0. I see what you've done there. And so far, for the Ravens, they're managing to turn that one around slowly but surely. One map down in this series, Mutineers expecting to see a bit of a comeback here when it comes to that search and destroy. But Chance, Desert Siege, talk to me about it, mate. We saw Snipes, the Kickoff Classic. Smokes won't be in play for the moment. I think they have been taken care of. But until that comes back into play, this is going to look real different, right?
Yes and no. I think the smokes are certainly utilized like originally, especially over towards the B site, but it is very much the outer lanes of the map. I mean, almost like by requirement, you need a sniper from like either side, depending on what you want to do. But fairly balanced map, you can hit either site. You definitely have like a ton of post-plant positioning, like plays that you're allowed to make. So I'd say a fairly diverse amount of strats that you are going to see. And funnily enough, like again, we talked about how good Florida has been. Won 7 out of their 8 offensive rounds. They've been on point, but that's only on Berlin. We have not seen them on any of these other maps at all. So very curious as whether or not their domination in the game mode will actually continue, or if maybe Siege won't be the answer. And by the way, we've talked about Zero a bunch. I'm expecting him to be the sniper on the other side.
He's been a sniper for many, many years, but Sky's up first. Can't catch a Gizmo out and about, and we don't have to worry about anyone giving anything away because, of course, we're online. No crowds. Slow, steady comb across the trench side of the map yields no results there from Sky. As B looks clear, he's going to be passing that information over towards the boys. Now look towards the A-bomb site, and again it is 0 on the other side of the board. Vivid with the inside covered, tight angles now made safe with that MP40, but it does seem like this could be the play, and it is going to be 0. Snipes up. Ooh. Nice tags out of Dave Paddy, but Chance still a little bit of a stalemate as the A-bomb does get pumped.
I think just the sniper presence, by the way, actually works out because you're able to get that bomb down, and Afro should be able to get out with his life. He makes it to safety, so bomb planted, first blood for the Ravens. This is exactly what they want, and they dealt with the flanker.
Yeah, Snipe's taken care of as well. That Sky's out of the map now. They're trying to watch center. Eyes on Nasty, sees at least one. Nice shots out of Nasty. It's Ravens now with a life advantage. It's a 4v1, Awakening, last player up. We have seen this time and time again here on Desert Siege. You gotta find a kill or two. Will the Ravens let it happen, or will they have a clean sweep here in the first round? There's 15 seconds to play with for Awakening, and that is a delightful start for the Ravens.
I mean, that's exactly what you want, right? I think just a very standard round, taking their time, waiting for Florida to use all their nades, all their tacks, and as soon as you feel like it's empty enough that you can make your approach, go get that bomb down, post up in, you're good to go, right? Skies wasn't able to find a first blood with the snipe. He gets picked off when he's trying to flank, and I think Gizmo, or no, Nasty, I think it was, that delivered on 2 kills, but just not a crazy first round in the slightest.
Too wild, nothing too nutty, but that's all right. We can live with that for now. We do want to see some more action with the old snippety snipes all year long, I do hope. Here's Skies. Over towards B now we go. Ravens with a deep cross covered, and that's going to be number 8. It's going to be Afro watching that one. Nasty with eyes on the bomb. Here comes the kill. Great comms. Ravens, they strike first. They strike decisively. The bomb is down, and now you know the play is up. Mutineers got to get on board that bomb site. Got to go try and recover. Nasty with a covering fire. The shots are all good. We do find a snipe from 0, but Dave Paddy, last player up, and it is an absolute clinic from the Ravens. Chance start to finish, no problem.
Oh, yeah, that was a rough-looking round from Florida, gotta say. I love the idea, right? You get the sniper to watch over your 2 teammates to push like through that outer trench, but the entire point of that outer trench position is you can just have the coverage for your guy on bomb, and it didn't make a difference. Afro just slid straight into it and kills the guy off the plant, and then the guys in the trenches are just like left holding each other's hands, and there's really nothing they can do, so you need to cover the bomb planter just a little bit better. Whoever had it for Florida pretty much got left out to dry.
Sneaky Afro manages to slip in. Will we see any more sort of fun plays now going into the 3rd round? Opening kills for Afro once again as the Ravens continue to find success. Awakening now. Backing on up, trying to find any form of opening, but it is a horror house on the inside of that minimap. Lots of angles, lots of covers to work with, and a corner for pretty much every engagement. Bomb down at A chance. An exchange over towards B, and here we go. It's a 4v2 Ravens on defense.
And this is already just serious. Yeah,
oh
Skies.
My God.
Oh my God. Yeah, Skies misses the shot. He gets beamed. Ravens feeling good. I mean, almost 3 clinical rounds by these guys on top of the Gabutu they just had for map number 1. But again, nothing crazy. Just getting the first bloods. And funnily enough, I mean, again, I think this is another stat. The keys to victory we saw for Ravens. Carson's doing a fantastic job. Florida had like the 2nd worst first blood rate from the Kickoff Classic. I mean, never finding the opening kills, but what they were able to do on Berlin is clutch up almost every single 3v4 that they had. But now the case is they're not clutching up. They're just getting picked apart. Can't find a first blood. Ravens he's just making the smart plays. Now, keep in mind, we do actually have silent plant and diffuse turned on, so you can't actually hear it. It's all about getting the information. They have it, first blood again, going to the Ravens.
Sweet nade from Nasty. And it's almost a full box of donuts across the board across the Mutineers. I think DavePaddy's the only player with a kill. Everyone else currently sitting on it. Vivid over towards the bomb site. It's tight defense is going to keep anyone from the Ravens off it for now. Sky's up. Shots from Nasty on a 6 right now. But here comes Skies. Yet to find the success here with that snipe. Awakening now on the flank. Good job. Mutineers now. Surely this is their round. Nasty on a 6. He may play his life here, but he does have those full streaks already. So again, run for it. Maybe don't let anything crazy happen here. Do not feed the Mutineers, but they've done a great job chancing getting back on the board.
Yeah, I kind of want to see if you can actually find a kill in these final few seconds. Number 4, Awakening might overcommit, and maybe a small moment, but Florida finally able to get on the board, able to get that bomb down. No one able to slide out and kill the planter in that situation. So Florida sort of making amends for the offensive round that they had just briefly before. I'm still concerned about the first bloods. I think it's like 4-0 for the Ravens. And again, they've been super clean on offense. They have leaned towards this A side every time, but they've taken their time to let the first bloods come through. Florida, again, just needs some sort of adjustment.
That adjustment came in that last round, but again, it just allows those little moments where you don't let the Ravens see that you've managed to cross over towards bomb and get the plant. Vivid now, downstairs in the central house. Bags are up.
Oh, yeah.
It's Afro and Gizmo finding those kills. The MP40s ring out. They find them. They put the team at a massive advantage. 4v2 now. 0 with eyes over towards the A bomb site. Nasty playing this one slow with bomb chance, but again, with the life count as it is, no problem for the Ravens.
I mean, they're just patient. They're not in a hurry right now. 0 can have the responsibility of maybe dealing with the flank a little bit more. Skies is almost just useless in this position. You see the glit right there. DavePaddy has to be very careful, but either way, it's a 4v2. Ravens have taken their time to not make any mistakes, and honestly, Nasty, just go plant the bomb. And they're actually wrapping this over. They are making as mistake-free as you possibly can to rotate around this map. And Florida may be a bit too late on this rotation, but still 4 versus 2. You get the bomb down at B. You're feeling great.
And despite the scoreline, Ravens showing a huge amount of respect towards the Mutineers here, checking every corner possible. Sky's now on the approach. DavePaddy shot lands 1. It's a big tag from 0. That's the head of Skies clean gone. DavePaddy 1v3, looking towards the bomb. Here comes DavePaddy forward, rips Nasty. 1v2. 0 still with that long line of sight over towards the bomb. In and out of cover, DavePaddy goes. Doesn't look like a Stark out here, not running in a straight line. And he's made it a 1v1. 0's last play left up. Got to stay alive for a few more seconds. I don't think he's got the time to get back to bomb either. 0 will be able to. He might do something horrible to him here. He's on the chase. Oh my God. Get it with 0. Where is he? Is he going for the assassination? I think he might have been. Ravens, they play it safe. They play it smart. They get the round.
Oh, yeah, no, I don't know about the assassination. I think just making sure you can line up the kill with the pistol. But, I mean, either way, again, clinical round. They just have their number when it comes to the first blood. I think Afro and Gizmo both got the kills at the exact same time. You're 5 for 5 with first bloods. I mean, you're pretty much going to have just a cake day on a map like Desert Siege if you're finding those opening picks. So, Florida right now, I mean, they're just in the middle of getting picked apart. Someone's got to step up. Maybe Dave can be that guy. 4 and 5, the only player with any sort of success for the team. But to another round we go. And again, Gizmo's able to find that first blood.
Gizmo finds the first blood and a gut shot from Skies through the roof of the train car there. Oh my word, this angle from 0. Look at that. A bomb site, safe for now. Over to the B bomb site. Vivid with bomb in hand, waiting for the move. Ian Afro. Oh, wait a minute. What is 0's face made of? Skies lands the shot. Not quite able to get the full kill, as again the cover must have helped out there. With DavePaddy being, well, there we go. I was going to say, the only player down and out. Now it's a 3v3. The bomb teetering through middle chance, and no one quite yet able to make a move.
Afro, though, he's thinking about it. He's actually found this opening. It depends on where he peeks from. He catches Skies, drops the sniper, and now he's getting hunted down. But there's only 30 seconds left on the clock to actually get this bomb planted. Afro is just going to cause them to turn the attention. Vivid feels forced to make a play, and he can't make a good move. Ravens, again, picking them apart, getting the first bloods, making the plays when you need. And it certainly helps that 0, I don't know, maybe in his time off, put some adamantium in his skull, because I mean, I don't know. I was told snipers are OP. Apparently, headshots don't even take him down.
That must have been a pixel or 2 of the train cart there, or that like iron girder that just stops it and allows that bullet penetration to save his life. But But we pick apart pixels here on Vanguard. The Ravens are certainly picking apart the Mutineers. 5-1 now. This is Matt Point to put them at 2-0. And Nasty's had one hell of a game. 7-1 over to 0 once again. He's been looking very strong against Skies in the snipe-offs. B-bomb plant now for a fast one. Skies saw something, and the nade might help out. Awakening cut down on the flank. Here comes the pressure from the front. Afro's found another one. 2 players now left from the Mutineers. Skies on the approach forwards. Got to check the trenches, and it is trench warfare indeed. 0. The tags are in. Dave, Paddy, not a chance. The Ravens have stunned us all again. That is 2-0 in the series, and a truly clinical performance there on Desert Siege.
I am very happy London woke up today and came prepared to play. I cannot say the same for Florida. I mean, I think that's literally 7 for 7 for First Bloods. None of them even seemed overly complicated. I think Florida had one round where they were even trading any kills out. But, I mean, again, a clinical map 1, an absolute clinical map number 2. And there you go for Gizmo, right? The First Bloods obviously are not correct on the data view, but he still had 7 non-traded kills out of 8, like almost across the board. Just no trades from Florida coming through in any sense of the word. And again, 6-1, you know, how much more dominant of a performance could you really ask for? Maybe young Thatcher could show it off.
250-119, Gavutu hardpoint goes to the Ravens. 6-1, Desert Siege goes to the Ravens. Now Gavutu Control. This is where things get a little wild and crazy. Again, Control's a game mode that was so heavily dominated by the guys from Seattle Surge when it came to the Kickoff Classic. Everyone else was playing catch-up. Have they managed to do that catching up? Plenty of homework hopefully being done in between Kickoff Classic and now at season start. And chance, lo and behold, the Ravens have managed to do a ton of that homework, proving to be a formidable force so far here in this matchup.
And something I made a mistake early in the broadcast when we were doing like our picks and who we thought was going to win. Then I was like, Florida's definitely going to win. I forgot Tim picked Florida to win, which means obviously Ravens are going to dominate them. So like, how am I not just making the opposite reads? That's on me. My mistakes. I will learn for the next series. But yeah, this is Ravens again, at least compared to Florida, on another level.
Yeah, well, indeed. We're going to take a very quick commercial break. During that break, if you're a Ravens fan, you may as well flood Tim's mention and give him a thanks so far because it's working. That's all we know. Let's do a very quick commercial break. We come back. Map number 3.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
And so far as have started off the 2022 season with a bang, but can they keep it going? Control on Kuavo coming up in just a moment. A chance we do this every sort of season. When it comes to the start, we have to talk about those rookies. And so far for the Ravens, these rookies are looking fantastic so far. Top EU challengers, proving it here in the big leagues.
And I think bringing up the EU challenges is like the perfect segue, because like Nasty and Gizmo, they've been playing on Team Vortex for however many of these like past 2 years, and they've basically dominated EU challengers, right? We have guys like Insight, when he was talking about Toronto and going to Europe and scrimming these guys, where they're like top 6, he said some of these teams would be in the league. So I think they have the pressure of EU challengers on their back just to justify all the trash talk that they've had and being like, yes, we're this good. We need more of the European guys in the league. And even when they like flew over to America just to run the challenger scene in Modern Warfare, they only sent like one UT, but they were winning the North American tournaments as well. So like EU, at least as far as challengers go, might actually be greater than NA. I mean, granted, NA still is like a greater talent pool overall, but these guys have been disgusting. Nasty and Gizmo have been lighting up for the past 2 years on top of guys like Vortex, and if they could come into the Pro League and fry, then maybe all that chatter was correct.
Well, we'll find out if they can continue the frying, because so far, so good. Ravens now 1 map away from walking over to 3-0, which honestly ruins my pick'ems. I had this as the 3-1. But let's see what happens for the Florida Mutineers now. Kuavo control, they will be on offense first, so it is first to kill 30 players, or first to capture 2 zones, adding a minute if you do manage to capture that zone. So there we go. Off the rip, nice kills going the way of the Mutineers chance. They managed to get themselves onto A, stop the clock, keep finding those kills.
And look, if we learned anything about Kuavo from the Kickoff Classic, it is genuinely in control. Difficult to capture either point, let alone getting 2 of them. So you need to make sure you're winning the defensive rounds. And for both teams, whether on offense or defense, you are looking for dominance, you're looking for kills. Because if you go to that round 5, you need to make sure that you have defense as well. But as it stands now, so far so good for both teams. But obviously London being on defense, a little bit of map control, they're in a much better spot.
Yeah, this is looking great so far. Starting to flood on through. Defender's now on point, trying to overwhelm the ship. Vivid cut down. You've got Awakening up next. Here he comes. Footstep after footstep inside that zone. Shots are on. Gonna find a couple more here. Waiting for the teammates to push on up. Watch out for Afro on the flank though. He's already dealing some damage. He's found those kills. Skies is now going to pick up the pieces. And Ravens, it's a clean sweep. They cut them all down. That's a lot of kills. It's 15 in the life count. It's 10 seconds on the game clock. Mutineers have got to go. But it's your boy Nasty on a 4 spree. Cut down finally, but he bought enough time. Here comes the last minute contest. There's the kill. You've got to get on point. 0.8 seconds. And it's only 1 member of the Mutineers on it. Skies has got to stay alive on his own. Gizmo kills him, ends the round.
And that is tough as well, because it's not even like the life count was too close. Like, they were keeping it close early on, but at a certain point, you end up in the blender. I think that was about a +7 in the kill category for the Ravens. So they're on point. Maybe they don't get any actual kill streaks coming through just yet, because a couple players got shut down. But either way, wheeling and dealing on offense, they have not lost a single step from the past 2 maps. And again, at this point, it feels like it's almost the expectation that the Ravens have the edge. The question for me, though, can they actually find a way to win an offensive round? You need a strong offensive break. Honestly, probably need a nade kill or 2 as well.
Well, you heard the nades get cooked. They're out and about now. Ravens have already managed to get themselves onto A. First blood from Zero is going to help out as the trades now come through. But again, the priority here, capture that A zone. 3 segments on it. Getting players on the point will get that far. More players on point equals a faster capture. So far, it's all relatively quiet. Sky is trying to push those players in spawn. In a spot like this, he can find a lot of kills chance. He can buy his team some time, but he doesn't manage to get anything, and the Ravens are still capturing A.
That's Afro again, by the way. Just a fantastic example of him being patient and making sure he can work with his team. He had a moment like that in the hard point as well, but just credit where credit is due. But Nasty, he has converted this into a 10-3 start. He's been on point, and this is how you capture it. You cannot really afford to actually stack it. You still need to get the power positions. You need someone push past, and Nasty trying to be that guy. Eventually he gets caught, but that is 2 ticks of regression through. Zero wins the one-on-one inside and does get traded out, but London, they still have a ton of pressure on the point.
Yeah, pressure's still good. It's going to be Afro once again. They get off point for a moment. 2 segments are A gone. There's only 1 remaining. Here comes the hits from Paddy. Shots are in from, once again, the spawns of London, starting to wear a little thin, but they have a 2-life lead for now. Back over towards the boat. The battle still raging there. It's Paddy brought down. Opens up the field now. You can see those reinforcements from the Ravens making their way into the point, and it's Vivid up next. V0 cuts them to pieces. Onto the point we go now for the Ravens. It could be a 2-man stack, but it's going to take a little bit of time to capture this one. They get an extra minute if they do manage to finish the capture. 0 can't win the fight, but A's gone.
Well, that is step number 1 and step number 2. And keep in mind, if you're up in the kills column on offense, you're having a blast. And they're going to keep that kill life lead. +5 advantage, minute and 20 seconds to work with. And they even have someone that's snuck through. Gizmo is behind enemy lines. But frankly, he's going to have to take down at least 2 with them to open things up for his teammates, because everyone else from London, they are stuck in their spawn.
This is Vivid, the front man. What the Mutineers can't get anything done. Nasty just brought him down. An easy kill indeed. Gizmo's still on the flank, so trying to relay that information. 1 minute now left to work with. Here comes the play. Gizmo gets it started with a big kill. Now, Nasty from the front. Here comes the pinch. Ravens, they're flying across Gavutu with such ease. Kills all over the place. Vivid last up. He's going to get 1 with him. But here comes the push right onto the B zone. You're going to stop the clock in a moment, and you have a great looking setup right now for the Ravens. You just have to stay alive, and it's Big Wake with the 2 kills. That nade gets the player off point, keeps the clock flowing. Less than 40 now to work with.
And Florida needs to slow things down. They can't let anybody actually stop the clock, but they are so heavily down on lives. They need to be very careful about the gunfights they take. 0 is waiting for a kill to fall in his lap, but the pressure is on London to actually push forward. They got 4 players grouped up. They're starting to make their move.
Comes 1 more hit, 20 seconds to go. Got to get it happening now, friends. Awakening now on a 3 spree, holding them down. Paddy as well. As Big Wake holds the line, a steady hand indeed. Sky's now on the pinch, and it is perfection from the Florida Mutineers towards the end here. A great turnaround. They're going to net themselves that defensive win. The life count is not a great thing for them at this point in time. You still have the advantage going towards the Ravens. But coming into this one now, 1-1 here in the rounds. Not a bad look whatsoever.
I mean, yeah, you give the round to Florida for sure, but in my mind, that is absolutely a win for London, right? They keep that life lead. They actually expand it. I think they go up now like +9 or +10 in kills overall. They actually had success on offense, so they're certainly putting in the work. And if it wasn't for Florida being able to actually take care of Gizmo in their back spawns, you'd take an L on a round on offense from Gavutu. You were feeling terrible about yourselves, so Florida maybe able to find some success. Awakening ends that round on a 4 spree. Again, the opening break on offense. You need to have success if there's any hope of winning the round. And for Florida, they still need to make up for that life disparity.
Oh, that was a classic Big Wake opener right in through the middle. Cut you down, can't quite get it. I was going to say, we've seen a lot of kills either side for both teams, but no streaks yet. Streaks on Gavutu, very, very effective indeed. Life count now, sitting in the favor of Mutineers for possibly the first time in this entire map. Capturing the A zone, starting to get a little bit aggressive. You love to see this. 2 players going over towards B now. Oh dear, Afro. Can't get both of them. Cuts down Big Wake for now. To the other side, back onto the A side for the attack. This is the defender here. Gizmo can't quite land the hook. Vivid's going to cut him down once again. And Nasty's doing everything he can here on the point. But you've got players for the Mutineers quite literally everywhere. That A zone, it should be captured relatively quickly here. They've got all the map control in the world.
Well, they just lost it. They might have had a bit of map control for a moment, but Skies ends up by himself. He's not even towards the top of the boat, and he's going to be spotted. So he might get hunted down. There's a lot of pressure up top. Skies can't find the first. Afro's there. London up top. Get 2-pieced. Vivid right now, the hero potentially for the team, as he's been their metric for success in this round. But, I mean, Florida, again, just struggling to try to have any semblance of success. Awakening gets chopped. Anytime someone's able to push past the 50-yard line, Florida still gets cut down. 35 seconds left on the clock. Trades are just back and forth for both of these teams, but even still, that second tick of progression has not come through. Florida still have the pressure on him.
Paddy staying alive as best he possibly could, but it's time for his teammates to get forward. Have to get on that A zone and stop it. 20 seconds on the dot. Now the Ravens starting to look towards that defense. Now they go over towards B. They're going to give up on A. This is going to net you an entire minute for the Florida Mutineers. Time to work with. And the life count this round has changed immensely. 19 to the 11 of the Ravens. Florida, this should be huge for them. An additional minute, plenty of lives to work with. Here we go towards B.
Yeah, and this is Dave. Dave just can't afford to die, right? If Afro actually gets this kill up P1, that's going to make Florida's lives that much more difficult because all the pressure's coming on the flank. Vivid, he is now sitting inside their spawn. Zero is going to be trying to hunt him down, but these are big gunfights to win. The patience on point. Zero takes care of at least that first flanker. Still that 6 live difference. Maybe Skies will be thinking about putting the pressure. I mean, London right now, they are forced to turtle, but the turtle might not be a big deal because they still have the map control. They still have P1, and even the team kills come through with a stun grenade. Florida, it is still so difficult to win these rounds.
They're a snapping turtle right now, chances. They snap their way forward as Gizmo finds the beatdown finally in exactly the same position we saw him last. 30 seconds remaining. But one of our teams here on that point. Afro cut down through mid. Ravens' numbers starting to dwindle, but you've got yourselves still a bit of map presence to work with. Zero loses one on the other side. The trades are still good. Nasty on the inside of the middle. If he wins this fight, that's going to be huge for his team. Again, buying the time with Skies. The rest of the Mutineers now making their way through mid. Here we go, 10 seconds. If you kill Zero, you got to get Gizmo next and get on the point and try to stop it. 5 seconds now remaining, and it looks like Big Wait last up. They're going to try to play for the kills, and the Ravens, they're being well fed. Life count changed hands again that round, and this is it. Match point Ravens.
Again, though, similar to what we saw the round before, not the worst round from Florida. You have a round on offense. You don't go down massively on lives, and I think they were up by 1 towards the end. So overall, they still have their work cut out for them. Florida, they need to have a dominant round on defense. They need to go up like, what, +8, +9 in the kills column to try to draw defense for that round 5. But either way, not a terrible swing of momentum. Awakening is starting to wake up just a little bit. He's got 20 kills to his name, so Florida, the gun's starting to heat up just a little bit, but again, in this round, they need dominance, and I think Afro, he's just found the opening for a free first kill.
Oh, he's in. There's the first. A wonderful opener. Stun grenade's going to slow him down, but certainly not going to kill him. Still holding that line, trying to bring the time now for his teammates to get up map. Afro continues the spree. It was 3 before being brought down, and again, straight away now from Zero. Oh, he got on the beat for a second there. Different look now out of the Ravens in what could be the last round of the map. Mutineers are going to hold this one for as long as they possibly can. Florida dig deep, baby. Gizmo from top boat, finding those kills again. Time and time again, chance. We're finding those Raven kills, but you haven't really got anywhere on the zone progression right now. And we've got just about 40 seconds to play with. Mutineers are doing a good job.
And keep in mind, kill streaks actually kill now. We didn't have it at kickoff, but now Gizmo, he's going to be able to rack them up. He's got both at his disposal. And again, London are very much in the situation where as long as they have a decent job in the slaying category and don't get massively outslayed, they're good to go. So Gizmo, you do not need to leave. You can stay up there for as long as you want, or maybe he wants to be the objective player as well. You see his teammates, they got a body out in B. They got 2 players pushed up to P5. They have all the map control in the world.
They capturing both points at the same time for a moment there. Life count is getting out of control. 24 to 17 now. Bear in mind, you still have full streaks to work with for Gizmo. A is about to be captured at 36 seconds remaining. We have to see a decisive hit from the Mutineers. Try not to let any of their players drop out, and that's going to be a big problem. Dave Paddy brought down. A is going to be captured now, and here we go. The approach onto B. Gizmo, full streaks. Surely, a glide bomb to start the party with a bang. And it could well be what we see. We're waiting for it. He's teasing us. He's truly teasing us as the approach to B continues, Chance.
And he's got through as well. Right now, Florida, they have no idea that there's an extra man behind enemy lines. So again, this is a situation where if he just gets 1 or 2 kills, that is just the opening for his team. But Florida actually do have a ton of map pressure. On the flip side, Vivid is all the way pushed up on the beachside spawn. They're dealing with the pressure up towards P1, and they're able to get both of those kills. So the next players from London, they're just in the back, and now we're just in a spot where spawns are going to get real weird.
Yep, weird indeed. Gizmo's still alive. He's still being a distraction. Guy's up next. Good shots, not enough to get it done. Ravens now coming through the dock side of the map, looking to reinforce Gizmo. He's been here a long time. It's saving Private Gizmo. That's the operation right now for the Ravens. Forget B for the time being. Gizmo flies forward. He drops on the beach. Now to 0, 6, almost to make it a 7. He's got himself a strafe run as well. So you've got streaks for days right now for the Ravens. 10 lives for the Mutineers. 17 for London. 30 seconds on the clock.
That's another kill their way. Dave, you got number 5. You got 0 in the back. He just picked up a glide bomb and a couple more kills. Dave, he needs to fly to find this kill to take care of 0. And he's able to at least get him, but the glide bomb getting called in. You got pressure on the point. 2 bodies in the hill for the Ravens. And more importantly, it is a 9-life lead. They're running out of time, but at least it's frozen. 23 on the clock. Ravens, they might be able to get this done.
Afro staying alive in the zone, alone right now. 0 now calling in the strafing run right behind them. It's going to hit the spawners there of the members of the Mutineers as they come on out. Shots from 0, tags up from Nasty. It's all down to Awakening. Can he get him off the point? He cannot. It is a 3-0 to start the season for the Ravens, and in what an emphatic fashion as well. I don't want to say it. Tim might have cursed him.
I mean, there is no might about it. That is as cursed as you could possibly get. Losing rounds of Gavutu when you're on defense. But I gotta say, I mean, that is how you win on offense. That is get inside their spawn, L trigger, and just post up and play for kills and just slow the game down as much as you can. It is a battle for positioning, and you just never want to let it go. But either way, that is 4 players for Ravens all the way across the board going positive. The damage on point as well. Ravens, that is the best possible start to stage 1 they could have had.
Well, welcome back, guys. First of all, fantastic cast, Miles and Chance. That was an epic series. And aLLeY, you were not expecting London to come out and look like that. Miles was, but you certainly weren't.
I'm mind blown. I mean, the fact that London came out so hot. I mean, a 3-0 to start off the season on the official boards. And the fact that I saw every single player step up their game from what we initially saw from them, it was a complete turnaround. My pick'ems are destroyed. I had Florida 3-0, and it's like completely flopped. It was London 3-0ing Florida.
Yeah, it's kind of scary for the Florida fans because it seems like it's starting off sort of how their last season was. If you remember last season, they won their first big series at kickoff, and then after that, they sort of fell off a little bit. Miles, talk to me about the London boys, my friend. Like, how are you feeling after seeing them catch the first W?
It was exciting. It was really good to watch. You know, again, all the concerns that I think Ravens fans have had. I mean, this is an exciting team. There's a lot of young talent here, and you've got a good leader in the form of Zero. And, I mean, that just, it paid off in a great, great way for them. That's a nice start indeed. I mean, I want to give a lot of props to Gizmo as well. I mean, we saw him, especially on that Gavutu control. He was on the flank time and time and time again. The same thing could be said there when it came to the hard point as well. I mean, Gizmo's map awareness on this map and Gavutu in general just seems to be on point. You know, they've certainly done their homework. I mean, it wasn't the best showing at Kickoff Classic for the Ravens, and I think a lot of the fans really felt that one. And again, you know, Reddit was on fire. Everyone's saying their piece. I know that, you know, everyone's got an opinion these days, as they should. But at the end of the day, that was a great performance from the Ravens, a wonderful bit of homework being done. And at kickoff, I mean, they played Seattle, who, you know, took
they were on fire
to task in that finals. They were on fire, so not a bad way to start the series.
Yeah, and you know, you look at this London Royal Ravens team, and it's a bunch of young guys, right? Playing with Zero, who's coming off of a year where he was on the bench, right? He wasn't playing against some of the pro teams, so it's really nice to see them come out and get a W versus this Florida Mutineers roster, and a roster that is stacked with AR players. And how do they get the win, aLLeY? They win in 2 Gavutus, 2 AR maps, where we're getting to see Nasty go off. We got to see Gizmo go off. I mean, look at that map spread. Chance, do we have you still? You still there? I know we saw a picture of you.
I'm absolutely still here. What do you want to know, Namo?
Dude, they dominated all 3 maps. Do you think that this team is going to be strong on the AR maps going forward?
I mean, it's kind of hard to say no. I mean, again, like them versus Florida, I think in a lot of people's power rankings, they were still towards the bottom, so we don't know exactly how London will match up against the top teams, but that is pretty much a mistake-free series, right? That is a couple money hills on Gavutu that they're able to get the breaks. They're winning offensive rounds. I think they were 7 for 7 in First Bloods on Desert Siege, so that is as perfect of a series as you could possibly ask London to be able to put together, so incredibly successful in that regard. I mean, what more do you want?
Yeah, I mean, and then to talk about Florida a little bit, obviously that was a bit of a struggle of a series. For Awakening on that first map, I mean, he was playing pretty good, but that's sort of the story with this team is Awakening sometimes he pops off, but they don't get the win. What did you see out of Florida that you think they need to improve on going forward, aLLeY?
It just felt like they weren't waiting for each other. It felt like we'd see 1 or 2 players about to make a big play, and he wouldn't play his life well enough, and he would just get picked off, and it would amount to nothing. And I saw a lot of that in the control. And just like the stat from our Game Fuel Keys to Victory in the beginning, where it said that Florida needed to work on holding their hills. Once they have it, they had a 61% where they would always get broken out of. We really saw that in the hardpoint when it came to London. They just busted straight through, and Florida never really had a good hold on any of the hills.
Yeah. And even in that search and destroy as well, Chance, there were multiple times where Florida had opportunities to get that bomb down. They just weren't able to get away with the win. What'd you make of the search out of Florida?
I mean, it's honestly tough to tell how much of that was like London being dominant versus Florida dropping the ball. Like, especially the first round we saw from Florida when they were on offense. I like the idea that they had where they're like triple hitting like trenches effectively, but then someone just drops the ball and just lets Afro slip in and kills the guy with bomb. So just a little bit disjointed, the teamwork, not quite there from Florida. And obviously a 3-0 loss like that is not a good look. I mean, hopefully they'll bounce back, but that is definitely going to be a tough series to swallow.
So I'm going to ask you guys a question of who you thought impressed you the most throughout that series. Because I got to say, we have a space here in the office where we can see every single player's perspective. And me and aLLeY were watching Nasty, and he was just popping off. So for me, I got to say, I think he impressed me the most throughout that series, just the plays that he was making. Miles, do you have somebody who stood out to you on the side of the Royal Ravens?
Nasty in the Search and Destroy was amazing. I think you finished that one 7-1 or 8-1, something like that. Had a great spree. He was really frying that one. I got love for the Zero. I think he really led the troops well. I mean, again, we talk about stats not mattering too much when it comes to these KDs. Perfect example of that, man. Like, he didn't get a lot of kills in the Search and Destroy. The snipes he get are very influential. His even presence on the map at those A-bomb sites looking down that train line allows his boys to get in there, allows Afro to get in and plant their bomb. He's playing it smart. He's playing himself. He's staying alive in great situations. Nothing but love for Trey Morris. Gizmo as well. Great debut, you know, here in the CDL, especially in an official match now. Points are on the board for the Ravens. I think everyone handled themselves really well. Afro, I'm not even surprised, mate. He's an absolute unit. He really is. But for Gizmo, I was super impressed by his performance today. This was a wonderful starting point to work from.
Yeah, he looks like he's ready for action. He's ready to square up in that picture. aLLeY, talk to me about Gizmo. Was he the guy who stood out for you?
Yeah, actually he was. I was going to take a point to Nasty as well, being coming up from the EU Challenger side. He's up for argument of Rookie of the Year, but Gizmo, man, in my little special book of notes here, every single map in the series he was popping off. You know, map 1, it was Afro and Gizmo popping off in the Gavutu. In the Search and Destroy, it was Gizmo and Nasty popping off. And in the Control, it was Gizmo and Afro once again, with Zero getting behind enemy lines. So Gizmo, we don't talk about him too much, and obviously he's trying to make some noise with this stat line.
Yeah, Gizmo definitely popped off. Excited to see more of him as he was racking up those streaks on Gavutu Control. Well, let's take a look at Zero's stats. And, you know, Miles, you're saying like stats don't matter too much when you're a leader and you're doing the dirty work in game. But as a Maniac, I mean, he did exactly what he needed to do. There was really no sweat throughout this series for him, and played damn good.
Yeah, if you're submachine gun players are popping off and finding kills all over the place, like, I mean, there's not much more you can do. Like, you've enabled them to get in position. You're allowing them to really spread their wings and let it rip. But that 4-1, if you go back and watch that Desert Siege S&D, I don't think Zero made too many mistakes ever. You know, he landed a couple of sweet shots, which is all you can ask for the sniper, and he dies once. That is a tremendous stat line for a player who's sitting in that kind of position. Yeah, sure, if he gets like 7 snipes, we'll be freaking out and, you know, putting a montage together. But at that point in time, he's done everything right.
Yeah, and aLLeY has a stat for us. What does that say in your paper?
Well, it's the one on our screen. 86% non-traded kills for Zero in Gavutu Control. I think that's insane, because when I was watching him, he was just getting behind people. So that means every single time he went on a flank, he succeeded with maybe 2 or 3 kills under his belt. So that's insane to me.
Well, let's say hello to Zero. We actually have him here for our Game Fuel Victory Spotlight. Let's bring him on in and talk to him a little bit. My boy Trey, man, how you been, buddy?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, man. I want to talk to you a little bit about your team. You guys get that first W. I know that feels good. How's it feel to be playing with sort of 3 young players on the rise in Call of Duty?
I mean, it's just what I wanted, really. Like, when I got benched last year, well, you know, forcefully, like, benched because of COVID, I said to Dom this year, like, you know, let's go after some talent. Especially Dom, like, he hit me up. He wanted to play. Marcus was obviously getting re-signed. He's unbelievable. And then, you know, it come to who do we want, and we got Byron in, and then it come down to the last person. We all, you know, Marcus and Byron vouched for Gizmo a lot, and I teamed with Gizmo in challenges a fair bit. Like last year, I teamed with all of them bar Nasty. So, you know, we still had a bit of chem coming into this year, bar me and Nasty, and you know, I couldn't ask for a better group of people, because you know, it's fun, it's exciting. Plus, you know, they got a lot of respect for me being like a veteran, so it's really good to just, you know, play with this team.
The respect is huge, especially with such a high IQ player like yourself. And coming off a Kickoff Classic, obviously, it wasn't the matchup that you wanted. But what did you guys do to take away from it as the first LAN match of the season?
I mean, there just wasn't much to the Kickoff Classic for us. You know, it was just going there and seeing how we were. You know, after that event, I had screams to get benched, and I think we all know I'm not that bad. You know, you know, we just came back and just started working a bit harder, and you know, we trolled a bit, and you know, we just try and have fun whilst taking it serious. And, you know, what I said about me being a veteran, like, it's hard to keep them under control sometimes, but, you know, they're a great group of people with some, like, the ceiling on this team is crazy. And, you know, this is not even part of it. Like, I'm excited.
So, Zero, I mean, you know, your name sort of has been getting dragged through the mud a little bit. It seems like people forgot, you know, who you are, right? Like, you were playing great, and then you had to go sit on the bench for a bit. So, for you, where do you feel like you stand personally amongst the main ARs in the league?
I mean, come on, Ant, you played against me. Like, you know, I was away for a year and a half, and people thought I was a Warzone pro. You know, it's a joke. I've said it before. You know, I've won an event MVP. Like that just doesn't leave you. You know, I got the passion to compete, and you know, I've been on a top 4 team at the end of every year. Like for like, you know, I'm always been there. So you know, it's kind of I don't care about other people's opinions, but you know, just
absolutely
don't need to say anything about me. You know.
Absolutely, man. Well, good luck to you. Good luck to the squad going forward. It's nice to see you guys get that first W. I'm excited for the future. But that's going to do it for our Game Field Victory Spotlight. Everybody say goodbye to Zero. And we got to talk a little bit about our next match coming up here in a bit. We're going to have LAG and Boston Breach. We get to see the Boston boys go at it once again. Are you excited to watch the rookies go in?
I'm so excited. Boston Breach is probably one of the most hyped up teams thus far in our league. So to finally see them in their new official match as we head into kickoff, excuse me, not kickoff, so we head into our HQ in our first weekend here, Boston's definitely a team to look out for.
Yeah, I'm super excited. I want to see if TJ and Methodz can sort of step up and go off here as well, because we talk a lot about Capsidal and how he needs to be the superstar on this roster, but it's really TJ and Methodz as well. Like, Methodz has to be that great main AR who's popping off, but TJ, the guy who's prone to the bad game, he's one that we're expecting to be consistent finally for a squad where he's got to be a leader and teach these guys. So for TJ, what are you expecting going into the series?
Consistency, but I don't even want to look just at TJ anymore when it comes to consistency. I think it comes to this entire roster. We saw Cap, he had that crazy 8-piece at Kickoff Classic, but he started out really slow in the series. TJ, we kind of are known to see a little bit of inconsistency with him, and just from scrims overall, watching this team, it seems it's thing that goes across every single player. So I'm wondering if maybe it's just a team chem issue or if they're still just kind of finding pace with each other. But I definitely think it's going to be consistency issue.
Yeah, it's going to take some time. And I don't really want to jump the gun and rate them a little bit too high yet, because from scrims alone, people had them top 4, top 5. I think we need to see a little bit more. But for Los Angeles Guerrillas, they didn't have a great showing at the Kickoff Classic. And this is a team I personally thought was going to be top 6 all year long. What did you attribute most of that to? Because you're somebody who doesn't really fancy the Los Angeles Guerrillas. Why is that? My brain
is sitting here like, no, no, no. Again, it's nothing against the players. I think every single player is so individually talented. I just think together, this team doesn't make sense to me. Okay, Asim and Kyler, I have yet to see them find their chemistry as a sub duo. And I just don't know if they'd be able to match up against the likes of aBeZy and Simp, you know? And that's kind of the FaZe meta that we're heading into here into this season. And with a full veteran roster, with all these challenger players coming up, I just don't see them hanging.
Well, wonderful. We'll see if LAG can prove aLLeY wrong. But for now, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, you can see that match, Los Angeles Guerrillas versus the Boston Breach. You get to see some world champions go up against some rookies. Let's have some fun. We'll see you guys on the other side.
That was rough.
You good?
Is my mic still hot?
In the name of all things sacred. That's what I'm talking about. He don't miss.
Kickoff Classic started our 2022 season off with a bang. How exciting and refreshing were those top 4 teams, and I'm looking at you, Seattle.
You have got to be kidding me!
We're still hyped, but now we turn our gaze to opening weekend. With so many fresh faces and new places, we're highlighting 3 AR players we're pumped to see play all season long. Here's our preseason ARs to watch for 2022.
Heard you and your crew got a problem with me. I gotta be honest, it ain't bothering me. You all want to see to follow me.
Starting our list is the one bright spot from OpTic Texas's weekend, Dashy. It wasn't the tournament result OpTic Texas wanted, but it was also a preseason exhibition. So let's keep our takeaways in the proper perspective. One thing that's clear, Dashy is back to slay out the league.
Big Bruce, the biggest of Bruce's, finds 2. A 3rd kill from Dashy. That is obscene.
In his one series versus the LA Thieves, Dashy was the only player on either team to net a positive KD on all 4 maps. He also had the highest overall KD for the series, going 88 and 70 for an impressive 1.26. We know KD isn't everything, especially in this current title, but it should still instill hope for Greenwald fans seeing Bruce playing in top form as a main AR. We're excited to see the adjustments OpTic Texas makes for Major 1, and if Dashy can get his first chip in over 3 years.
Little bit of magic from Dashy still flowing through the veins.
Up next, after a fantastic LAN debut for the LA Thieves, we have to highlight the human turret, Octane. What a weekend it was for Sam LaRue, filled with smiles, snipes, and a top 4 finish. All things we've missed associating with Octane. Here's hoping this becomes a pattern this season, because watching Octane snipe was a real treat.
And Octane, that is not an AR! What is going on? Octane, it is a shooting gallery here.
It should be mentioned the entire LA Thieves team had their moments over the weekend, but it was Octane's semifinals performance versus Toronto we'd like to focus on. In both hardpoints, Octane really stepped up for his team. During a map 1 victory on Bocage, he led the lobby going 34 and 23, a KD of 1.48. The next map was a heartbreaking 2-point loss on Tuscan Hardpoint, but Octane still turned in a tippable performance of 25-22. In the semifinals, Octane led all players on both teams with a series KD of 1.21.
Oh, we're on the POV! That's what we wanted!
The vibes are high for this LA Thieves squad after this great top 4 showing, and we can't wait to watch the evolution of this roster. Our last player to feature goes to the man that's tasted nothing but success since his CDL debut, Toronto Ultra's Insight. The Ultra have formally announced their 2022 Revenge Tour and set the tone for the rest of the league, emerging as our kickoff classic champions. Before diving into Insight's weekend performance, let's take a look at his placing since coming into the CDL last year. Insight started his career with a major victory, then never finished below 3rd the rest of the way, capping his year by taking 2nd at Champs. Now, with Kickoff Classic, Insight starts his year off a winner again. Talk about a way to start your pro career, huh? Jumping back to the Kickoff Classic, the Ultra showed up all tournament long, but it was Insight that really shined in the finals versus Seattle. He was quiet the first 2 maps for Insight standards, but on maps 3 and 4, he took over.
Insight on a 5. Insight's living inside the hill. Here, there's one, there's 2. The flank again from Insight.
On map 3, Tuscan controlled, Insight led the way with a highly tippable 1.5 KD. He followed that up 1 map later on Berlin Hardpoint with a massive 2.44 KD, barely trailing his teammate Vance's insane 2.45. As you might have guessed, Insight led the way for finals overall KD, dominating with a 1.25. It's exciting and a bit scary to think Insight has achieved this level of play without having completed a full pro season yet. The question now is, who can stop the Toronto Ultra from not only being the kings of the North, but the kings of the whole league?
Dashy, lightning strikes twice. That's going to be 9 in a row for Octane.
Your Kickoff Classic champion.
Got no competition. This shit just a game of me. In the kitchen whipping. All your sounding lame to me. How you gon' bite when I knock your teeth out? How you gon' fight when I push your lights out?
There you have it, our 3 AR players to watch heading into the 2022 season. How'd we do with our picks? Is there any player we missed that you think deserves a spot? Let us know in the comments below. Also, stay tuned for our SMG players to watch in the upcoming days. Subscribe and we'll keep you up to date for the season launch.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny Gaming. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
And he'll have some words for Crimsix.
Forcing the issue on the flank. He's inside the paint, and that's going to be 5 in a row.
There's 2, there's 3.
Live from Columbus, Ohio, we're snowed in with plenty of Call of Duty left to go. I'm Nameless, joined alongside aLLeY, and we got plenty of matches. Let's bring in Lando and Studdy and talk a little bit about our matches coming up. The boys are geared up, they're ready to go, and they're actually in the basement right now, if you couldn't tell. So welcome, boys.
We are. We actually, you guys up there somewhere? Maybe if I start knocking on the ceiling, you guys could hear us. But hey, Jay, we're happy to be here. I'm really snowed in as well. I couldn't leave, but of course I want to be here because of obvious reasons. We've got Call of Duty to cast.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm in New York, so snow is exactly what happens here. But I'm excited for the season to actually start. We saw an insane first matchup between the last 2 rosters. Ravens were able to walk away in a clean 3-0. And now we have a great matchup between 2 teams that took an early exit in the kickoff. This one's going to be a good one.
Absolutely. We got LAG versus Boston. They both faced instant defeat at the kickoff. Boston looked pretty good. LAG not so much. Now, Jay, talking about Los Angeles Guerrillas a little bit, coming into the season, do you think they were overrated, underrated? Like, what do you think about this roster?
I think it was overrated because you have a bunch of talented veteran kind of players, but like aLLeY said, it just doesn't gel well together with their teamwork, as we saw at kickoff. Like their SMGs, they look like they've never played Call of Duty before, and that's hard to say when you talk about players like aBeZy and Røkkr. These guys are world champions in Røkkr, and in aBeZy, he was doing a lot of the success stories for NYSL last year, but just based off the kickoff, they were both sitting at bottom of the list, and when it came to the players that got the KDs in hardpoint, they were like 45th and 47th.
That's not good.
That's just unacceptable with just a veteran roster that they have here.
Yeah, so talk to me a little bit about the Mountain Dew Game Fuel keys to victory for LAG, aLLeY.
So someone needs to get a trade. 22% of the team's death resulted in a trade. 12th overall in hardpoint versus Florida. Again, we have to go easy on them. It was just a kickoff classic in their first series we've seen of them on the main stage for the year, but seriously. And get the SMG duo going. His team has a .87, Røkkr has a .83. I don't think I would ever be saying that. One match. We have to keep that in mind. But versus Florida, who we saw just get smoked by London, who is in everybody's bottom 4 of power rankings. So looking for LAG to come out hot.
Yeah, absolutely. Lando, talk to me about aBeZy and Røkkr as an SMG duo. It's kind of an interesting one. I don't think we'd ever think we would have seen these two come together as a unit, but what did you make of them, or what do you think about them going forward?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I really like the pairing of the two. You know, I think when we talk about a player like aBeZy specifically, and what he was able to do last year with the New York Subliners, being a guy who wasn't originally on the team, and then I think it's fair to say it was kind of the glue to that roster throughout the entirety of the season. And then you have somebody like Røkkr, who, you know, granted didn't have a great last season, going from Dallas to LA Thieves, and then obviously know what we know what ended up happening there. But I mean, the talent is undeniable. I think, like Jay said, and as aLLeY has brought up it as well, it's a matter of if you can get these 4 players, but specifically that SMG duo, to really level up or to perform the way that we know that they can. I mean, the ceiling for this team is unbelievable. It's just a matter of actually getting them to work, which will be the biggest talking point around the team.
No, I totally agree. I think really it's like Røkkr, he's the superstar on the team, and you need him to be feeling comfortable on the map. I think, you know, on top of the show we talked about, do they build the system around him? And I'm more on the side of, yeah, you do. I think you build the system around him, let him go out and slay, and then aBeZy goes out there and does the dirty work. I mean, aBeZy's coming off of the best year of his entire career, right? So he's sort of a leader on these when they have issues and problems in the game, he can help them get through it. So I'm excited for the future of that duo. And then talking about Boston a little bit, I think the AR battle here is really what we need to be looking out for, Jay. When we look at TJ, we look at Methodz running those ARs up against Slasher and Gunless. Talk to me about what you're expecting out of these two, because 2 guys that you would expect to not be able to go up against the likes of Gunless and Slasher, traditionally.
Yeah, so Methodz and TJ, based off what we saw at the kickoff, it wasn't their strongest performance. And I feel like for this team to have success, they need to be consistent, especially TJ. Since he's going to be that player that's running that flex, running that 3rd submachine gun, or the 3rd AR, he needs to be the guy that's stepping up to a whole different level. He's no longer a young gun. Now he has to be teaching these young players how to step up and be that player for this team. And on the opposite side for Methodz, you just have to continue to be the leader for this roster.
Yep, and now Jay, I'm gonna come right back at you, kid. Tell me what the game fuel keys to victory are for the Boston Breach.
Yeah, so right off the rip, you have to buy your life more in hardpoint. 62% of kills were non-traded. That's 12th overall. And they played 2 hardpoints versus NYSL. Someone's got to go out there and get a trade. And then they also have to rotate. They won 44% of their rotations versus NYSL. Just not really good. It's 10th overall. Hardpoint is the thing that needs to improve for this Boston team. Yeah. And then TJ, like we said, man, he needs to be the consistent X factor for this team. You can no longer be the young gun. You have to always be putting up at least a 1.1 to 1.2 to be able to slay with the best teams in the game.
Absolutely, man. They have a great roster with some young guys. Nero as well. We haven't talked too much about him, but I don't think that'll be for too long. I think he's going to end up starting to pop off. Yeah. We'll be talking about him as well. And they also have fantastic coaching staff. You have Zed. You also have Dens over there. Both those guys have been competing for a long time. aLLeY, I know you showed some love to them at the Kickoff Classic. What do you think about the team overall with the coaching staff? It's fantastic.
Absolutely. And I mean, you look at these stats overall. Methodz with a .98, Capsidal with a .95, following and trailing closely is Nero. Actually, when we talked about Nero, it felt like he wasn't doing as much as we were expecting for him to do at Kickoff Classic, but stat-wise, he's still hanging out with the rest of his teammates. So heading into this, I'm looking at him to really elevate his gameplay, and he plays very methodical, right? He plays very slow. He gets behind enemy lines, and I think if he can match that pacing up with the likes of Cap, it could be a very scary duo.
Yeah, team has a high ceiling. excited for it. You can see TJ, he's getting some coffee and he's ready to get absolutely twisted and turn up for this match. And I talked with Methodz a little bit after their first showing, and he was like, we didn't expect to win. Like, we came here just hoping to get some reps in, make these guys comfortable on land, and when the season begins, we'll be prepared. So they've been putting in a ton of work, and I think they will come out and show us something today. But you know what time it is, Lando? We have the two best pick'ems here. We have aLLeY and Lando. They're the best at picking the win. So CDL pick'em time. Lando, who are you taking in this series, brother?
Well, I'll be honest with you. Coming into this match, I had a prediction, and then I was taking a look at the good old YouTubes, and I saw that Tim actually had the same prediction as me. So I love you, Tim, but I might be changing it up a little bit. I was originally going to be going with the Boston Breach, but now I might be thinking LA Guerrillas. I don't know. My pick'ems are already destroyed. We've only had one match, and mine was totally opposite. But aLLeY, on your end, I know you were talking about pick'ems, and obviously your predictions are amazing. What are your thoughts? Are you changing alongside myself, given the Tim curse that we have?
Nope. I'm gonna go with no on that one, but I will say mine are destroyed too. Y'all gotta stop looking at me, man. I predicted Florida 3-0 and London sweep them under the floor, but Boston, I hope this is not a jinx. Knock on any wood that's near me. I'm taking Boston winning this.
Okay, fair enough. Jay, who do you got?
I think I'm actually going to go opposite of both of them. I think I'm going to take LAG 3-1 in this series. Really? I feel like what we saw out of aSim and what we saw out of Hook at the Kickoff Classic is not the players that they are, not the team that they want to be, and I feel like they're going to improve here today in their hardpoint game drastically to take the series 3-1.
Yep, I'm going to go ahead and pick the Boston Breach. I think they're going to take this one 3-2. What would Miles say? It's going to be a humdinger, and we're going to go all the way to the very end, and it's going to be around 11. I think we have the maps and modes. If we can, let's pull those ones up and see what we're working with throughout this series. All right, never mind. Producer saying we're getting right into it. So Lando and Study, take it away, have some fun, and kill it.
Thank you so much, my friends. Yes, indeed, Jay. We know this map quite well. The viewers, if you played public matches in any form, you know this map quite well also. It is time for Bocage, whatever you want to call it. LA Guerrillas versus Boston Breach. And Jay, we actually got to watch both of these teams play this at kickoff.
Yeah, we saw Boston Breach play this versus NYSL, and this is the map where they started off the series with, where they basically lost like 140 points. And it was a majority comes down to just the inconsistency of slaying. So as long as they're able to keep up their slaying here into this map number one, they should be able to keep themselves a lot closer than they were versus New York.
Yeah, and that's really the big conversation in regards to this series. I think it's fair to say, Jay, it's really going to be a matter of that consistency. We talked about it with the Guerrillas. Not a great performance from the SMGs, as much as we loved seeing Big Cap go off for the Boston Breach at the Kickoff Classic as well. It was all about that consistency. So again, a huge series for both of these teams, considering the schedule that they have coming up in their next few weeks. So a win here would mean a lot. And like we said, Bocage is a great opportunity for your shot to get warm. As we go from P1 now to P2, considered one of the money hills on this map. Gunless trying to make his way around the back, but for the time, it is going to be Boston Breach with control.
Yeah, Boston are going to have control of the spawns as Capsidal is going to be pushing out towards Kitchen on a 5-3 before he gets taken down, but so much pressure from Boston coming in towards the middle of the map. Nero's able to find another 2 on a 3 spree. They're just consistently forcing all of LAG to spawn out towards back tank, not giving them any breathing room to try to get close towards this P2.
How about the plays from Nero, up to a 7-3 start, and maybe aSim halfway through this money hill could have maybe found some sort of a lane, looking everywhere he possibly can, but chooses the wrong corner. Methodz there to gun him down. 20 seconds left. Breach still in a great position. Why? Because TJ happens to be on the flank as well. Make it 2 on the flank. That's 4 in a row now for TJ. And how about the spree that only appears to continue? Nearly takes down Gunless, but they are continuing to apply the pressure now toward the back as they've got spawns for next as well.
And that was just beautiful work from TJ and Capsidal. As TJ was picking up all those kills in towards bottom grandmas, Capsidal was able to sneak his way through P4 and flip those spawns for his team. So now Boston have control of P3. But you see number 1 on your minimap, which is going to be Hook. He's influencing these spawns for Boston to start spawning out towards stable. These gunfights in this hill with 40 seconds left are going to be huge for the spawns influential.
He may not be the player that you want to necessarily go for the spawns. You want to have your kind of main AR players doing that a majority of the time, but Gunless showing us why he's been labeled as a flex throughout his career. We'll be able to make that much more of a dent. Again, nice plays from Hook to focus in and allow for this team to finally put up some points on the board. As Hook finally does get found out, we know how the chaos can be on Bocage, specifically in this hill inside of the house, as the Breach managed to break on in from the front. TJ, he gets found out as well. 8 seconds left, and that score looks that much better for LAG now.
Yeah, now if you're the Breach, you do not want to die and start flipping these spawns, as you can see 2 players starting to spawn out towards that back tank. As number 1 and Hook is going to spawn back stable, who should be able to pick up this kill right in front of him. As spawns flips are going to come in for LAG, down 30 points, trying to break in towards this barn hill. You see the pressure already coming in from both teams. At least LAG able to come out on the trades on top for the time being, but eventually they still have the spawns. They're able to get right back in with 40 seconds left.
35 still on the clock. LAG, a much better performance throughout these final few hills. Again, a team that is going to have to turn things around. Jay, like we said, man, their schedule, it does not get easier after this game. We're talking about New York. We're talking about Toronto left in week 1 and week 2. I mean, a win here, we talked about it, is necessary for a team that's been called a ticking time bomb. You don't want to go down 0-3, and as we labeled it, this map, that much more important. A win here versus Breach is almost considered a necessity, right?
Yeah, it definitely is, man, because for the organization of LAG, they haven't really had a lot of success for these last 2 years. So going into this major one, when you're playing these regular season matches, the schedule gets tougher as you go. So matches like this, where you're playing not one of those top 4 teams, you need to try to come out and win these ones, because it can, obviously all 12 teams make it to the major, but you can definitely get a better seeding.
Yeah, and we'll see what LAG can do with it. As we said, every game, every map now, especially with the format that we've got, makes it that much more fun to watch, and that much more stressful, I guess you could say, if you're a player, given how talented the league right now stacks up. 35 more seconds left in our first set of rotations, and the big story continues to remain that way. Boston Breach doubling the score of LAG for the moment. aBeZy able to touch his way inside of the hill, and it looks like his teammates are also slaying out somewhat effectively. The Breach, a solid showing off the first set of rotations. Last few seconds are in, and aBeZy, a nice kill for him to solidify those seconds.
And this is good for LAG to get back into this game, because at least based off the first rotations, not either one of these teams on that P1 hardpoint were able to get a majority of that time. So it was all about just focusing on the spawns. Even though right now Boston have control, they are going to be able to set up for this P1 hardpoint early. 24 seconds leading for Boston. Going into the second rotation, the hardpoint, you see LAG though, their main focus is just for these spawns. Not a majority of time going to either one of these teams.
Yep, Methodz trying to secure these spawns for new, as LAG, specifically Gunless, may have snuck through to potentially swing how this next rotation will go, trying to stay alive for as long as he can. A big gunfight really just in front of our screens as TJ is able to walk away with it. Let's go and step aside now and see how the comms are sounding for the Boston Breach.
Top. Top on top. Bottom team Z. Back by River. Pierce, nice. He's dead. Look at Cal. He one shot.
I was watching back roof. He's back P2. He's by P2 tank.
Low bar. Top bar.
1v10. Yeah, 1v10. Looking for cover.
Give me a second. I'll kill the guys. We got a back.
Nice.
Give a pinch.
Come on.
I'll see him.
Back roof. I got time.
Back 10, stable. Go River nut.
Okay. Starting back River.
Look at River cross. I'm on 10 right now.
Be in barn.
I roll left right now.
Barn. Hey, we'll give you top.
Barn, one shot, Kyle, you win.
The back.
One shot. Nate over. Got it.
Listen, pitch in front here.
No,
in bottom barn.
He went trigger. Take it on the back.
One more trigger.
Deep back, Pierce, got it.
I'm gonna go with time.
One shot back, guys.
Two door. Nice. In the back.
Back Pierce, deep back. I'm going your guys' tank. I got it. Back tank.
I don't see him.
Pick up left.
Oh, well. Go in bottom barn, I think.
Back where you teach.
Top barn.
I'm left.
Hey, three door, or truck door.
I'm gonna tank.
Tank,
kill me. Top dead.
I spawned here, so.
Weak back up.
I'm trying to push him.
Go back tank. I still back there. You stun him?
No, I didn't. Oh, he's still back tank.
Yeah, two. Back tank, guys. Top of the tank. Back.
We flip. I'm getting your kitchen.
Hey, my back. Window. Ivy right. I'm a window. One shot back. Window. I don't see him back window. One shot. I'm nading him. Yes,
back window.
And there you hear it, the nice little listening there with the Boston Breach, and jamming a team that's obviously a lot younger. We're talking about 2 players who are making their official debut. I know the Kickoff Classic obviously just went down, but 2 players who are making their debut, and it's great to hear, obviously, them getting as vocal as they were, but overall, you expect to see Zen, the captain of this roster, and arguably the face of this new Boston franchise, leading the way in the comms as well.
Yeah, he definitely was, but the only thing that really scared me right there was the fact that even though they were calming a lot on that P2 hardpoint, they still allowed for LAG to eventually flip those spawns for P2 to get right back into this game. There's only going to be 10 seconds remaining on this P3 hardpoint, as Boston were able to hold at least a good 20 to 25 seconds here to grow this lead even more. But still, it just comes down to those little situations where a little bit more experience, because they picked up a couple kills in towards spawn, but once they let Gunless flip from the backside, that's what eventually flipped those spawns. They cannot allow those little mistakes to happen, even though they still have the lead right now.
Yeah, you got to tighten up the little things, especially on a map like Mokaj. We know it can be crazy, and as we said, so many little situations going on in pretty much every single second of the game. We saw a nice little spree there for TJ as he tried to secure spawns for our current Barn Hill, but LAG quick on the rotation as they'll be good to lock this one up for the moment. Back and forth affair so far throughout this game, but aBeZy lingering toward the bottom side, has 2 in his sights, but he'll get beamed down as well. Gunless will pick up right from where he left off, finds 2 of his own, and with that, it will be a wipe of the breach. LAG now less than within 10 seconds of tying up this game.
And they're right back into this one. So now if you're Boston, your main focus is to not allow these spawns to flip. You see number 2, which is going to be Gunless, slowly working his way up towards tank side. With the help of Asim, he's going to have the crossfire set up to take down Capsidal. Once they drop down TJ, they should be able to push out towards this back tank. But still, a great hold coming in from Boston. They know that they have to secure these back spawns, tie game for the time being. But the kills going back and forth. Gunless able to find 2 from bottom tunnel. And then TJ finds 2 of his own to eventually win the hardpoint for Boston.
Oh my goodness, a back and forth affair as it continues to swing. The pendulum going back and forth right now as Cap from the top side of the gate is able to beam one down himself. Also having a few long-range shots for Gunless. He is feeling himself and has a good reason to right now, since at 4 in a row, nearly makes it 5, but clearing the way right now for Boston.
And now Boston, they have not been able to break in towards this P5 hardpoint the entire time. So this is going to force them to start thinking about that rotation or eventually hit that junk time. You see number 8 on the minimap, which is going to be Nero, already thinking ahead, trying to get those spawns flipped for that P2 if it does get there. This has just been great work from Boston, man. Now they have to focus on this player in Slasher, trying to flip these spawns. Methodz is going to get that information when he comes off that spawn. But now Boston only being 37 points away from closing out this map number 1. If they can get a good chunk of time off of this P1 hardpoint, they can do it here.
Yeah, that's when the managing game really comes in for LAG. You've got the time to think about, you've got the spawns to think about, also trying to keep these players off of P1, trying to flip for the next one. So many things right now developing inside of their minds, but player 4 now becomes the focus. So you have to keep in mind, right, Slasher toward the top side lingers inside of 10. Boston still with the spawns, but LAG with the current seconds on the board. Slasher finds that kill, and meanwhile, he's at least bought some time for Gunless to remain back here. Current hill remains vacant as LAG pop right in, but Big P pierced toward the back as Nero's able to shut him down. That will be spawns for next, but at least you like the aggression being shown from LAG. Back and forth we go. It will be the breach over at Fields to start off.
And so far, this has been Breach's money hill. Every single time off the P2 rotation, they've had the spawns. So you see what LAG are trying to accomplish. They're trying to push this through the middle of the map, trying to push through low waters. As you see, number 5 in Capsidal is just going to be super aggressive out towards Plat. He's going to spawn all of LAG out towards back tower. But kills going back and forth. Number 1, which is going to be that one player. He's going to try to stay alive, which is going to be Hook. Eventually, he's going to get taken down. But Boston, once again, control spawns.
Boston continuing to put themselves in the driver's seat. Cap, meanwhile, has been lingering through the middle of the map. The problem for him is that pretty much everybody from LAG has been in that one-by-one focus toward the tank side as he finally gets ripped apart. Meanwhile, it's Gunless still hanging out toward the tanks. aBeZy waits for the call, seizes the opportunity, takes one player off of the tank, that being Methodz. Now Nero decides to push on up as well. An unfortunate challenge at the time as LAG look to claim the final few seconds in breach. Their focus, Jay, it's going to be on the spawns. It's TJ versus aBeZy, and TJ makes the kill happen. 38 and 30 right now for TJHaly as he gets dropped, but it's breach with the current spawns. LAG quickly on the contest.
Yeah, LAG 230 to 225. They have control of the hard point. All of breach are starting to spawn in towards the back. You see Hook, he's able to flank one, able to take him down. He spots Nero in towards the back, gonna win that gunfight as well. So now the spawns are gonna be able to flip for LAG, and they keep control.
They keep control indeed. Breach still spawning out toward P2. Gunless aware of that. trying to do everything he can. Meanwhile, it's Nuke still inside of the hill. Not the weapon of choice, but he's still putting it to good use. Breach, they managed to break their way on in. It's a 9-point game. LAG with preferred spawns, but you can still get spawn trap back here if you're not careful. Back and forth we go. Breach so close to reclaiming the lead, but it's LAG who break in at the perfect time possible. TJ throwing a detonate in as he'll fall as well. 5 more points. LAG, can they claim this map? A slasher, a snap of a finger, say goodbye to half the lobby, and LAG walking away with another crazy hard point. They lost this Bocage at the kickoff classic, but they have changed the game plan up. Now coming in to Major 1, and what a victory it was, Jay.
What a victory indeed, my friend. Boston, they were able to get to that P2 hardpoint nice and early every single time. But LAG, they fixed their mistakes off the first 2 rotations. Once they got to that 3rd rotation of that P2 hardpoint, they didn't really focus on breaking the spawns. They weren't trying to focus on attacking back stables. They were holding it from the front. Once they won a majority of those gunfights there, that allowed them to set up easily off the rotation towards that P3, get them those back spawns early to eventually close down that game. Slasher with a huge 3-piece to win his team the map.
Yeah, I mean, just big plays right there from the Litigoat himself. And I know we talked about a number of different plays, Jay, but I mean, ultimately on a map like Bocage, there's only so many things that you can focus on. But really at the end of that game, just the plays that were being made. We talked about Hook's performance. He instantly levels up. Gunless, I mean, everybody was just aware. And that was the biggest thing that we talked about for this team was, you know what? We know the amount of talent that this roster has. It's just a matter of bringing it together. It's the intangibles. It's the out-of-game things almost that have to bring this roster together. And while it was a very close map versus Boston Breach, very, very well executed toward the later stages, my friend.
Yeah, and it wasn't even the fact that they were like outslaying them by a lot.
Right,
like LAG, they were just doing the right things at the right times. Like even when Boston was set up early off of rotations, even when they got towards back P3, back P4, LAG, they were just setting up the proper pinch, and that's eventually what got them back into this game. Not either one of these teams did not get a majority of their time off P1. It literally came down to the rotation to P2, the way that you can hold at that hard point, and a majority of the gunfights that went down in P3 this game.
And it was just a number of different little clutch plays as well. I know we were talking about the constant balance between that field to bottom grandma's rotation, where it wasn't LAG with the preferred side off the rip, but they were still making the little plays. I thought TJ's turn on the fight for spawns versus aSim was going to do it, but hey, Guerrillas, they rebound, they return, and they walk away with our first map in this series, a Bocage hardpoint, which, as we said, you know, made them have some nightmares coming in from the kickoff classic, but they rebound. And we'll see how things look to change up now in that search and destroy. But Jay, another little focus here. We know what Bocage is like. Madness in the bottom side of grandma's, but walk us through this final hill.
Yeah, so right here, LAG, they were able to get it clean for dead. Now all of Boston, it's make or break right now. You have to try to instantly go in, get a kill, or the game's basically going to be over. Right there, LAG basically had everything cut off properly. And then even though a majority of the gunfights went in favor of the Breach, this is what makes Slasher a world champion. Able to close it out, get the 3-piece to win the game for his team.
Yeah, and I noticed in that scoreboard as well, Gunless leading the way with 41 total kills throughout this. You know, I think it's fair to say, man, we like I said, we all know the talent that not just this roster has, but specifically a guy like Gunless has. You and I had plenty of those surge casts last year, and while it wasn't until they got to LAN where we really saw them perform, I mean, it was Gunless who had a solid season all the way throughout. And like I said, if when we talk about the talent that this team has, Gunless is just one of the many pieces that you know has the potential to take over a map, and we saw it on full display right there.
Exactly, man. When you talk about players that LAG have on their team, they have world champions. Slasher has obviously got it done. Hook's got it done. aSim is a great SMG in-game leader. And then Gunless, he, like you said, can take over the game at any given moment. Him and Slasher have a lot of chemistry together. They've won multiple championships together. So it's all about just clicking at the right time, making sure everyone's on the same page, because with such big players on your team, with such crazy minds, they're always going to clash. Right. You just have to make sure that everybody's on the same page for this roster to succeed.
Yeah, and that really is the biggest story. And as we said, a huge victory, talked about the schedule, talked about all of the out-of-game things as well. Already people talked about, hey, this roster, it's not going to work. This team, it's not going to succeed. Granted, we are only one map into this series, but that has to make you feel good, especially if you're walking away with the map that really was the biggest problem for them in their loss at kickoff versus the Florida Mutineers. So they get the job done here in the hardpoint. And now, what, my friend? We focus our attention toward the search destroys, and I believe we've got a Tuscan up next.
Yeah, Tuscan is going to be a great map for both of these teams. We actually saw Boston. They were able to take down New York at the kickoff in a 6-5 fashion. And I feel like a majority of that came down to the playmaker in Nero. Like, the guy was not afraid to take risks or to not hesitate on any single play call that was being called at the time. The guy, they were clutching up 2v4s left and right. You just have to make sure that you're not going out and just trying to play untradeable kills, because we saw how that came back to bite them in the series versus NYSL in that game 5. There's just certain situations where you don't always have to play that trade. And as these new SMG players for this Boston team continue to develop as they go on, they have to keep that in the back of their mind that playing your life is such a value in Search and Destroy.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And I mean, I know you talked about it, right? They get the job done versus NYSL when they played this very map at kickoff. Keeping things in mind, right? That was not a pretty start for the Boston Breach. It was a 3-1 advantage for New York. We talked about the crazy 2v1 that Clay has, where we argue that TJ shouldn't have challenged out. Capsidal, obviously the rookie in that situation versus a true veteran in somebody like Clay. He hops off the defuse. Then what? It was also the amount of first bloods as well that we saw coming through from somebody like Crimsix. The names, the weapon was firing off the rip. This team showed some real class and clutchness when it came down to that particular Search and Destroy. So we'll see if they can level things up and get back in a good position when we talk about this series, as they'll be in a much needed spot to try and regain. But I think it's fair to say, my friend, Breach, you know, when we talk about this team, when we talk about the organization, when you've heard the players talk about the way that this roster composition works, they're confident not just in their team, but also in their development in a mode like Search and Destroy.
Hey man, when you have such a young roster, these are two players from Nero and Capsidal who came up from that scene. And then also TJHaly came up from that scene as well. So this is their backbone game mode. This is where they need to make sure that they're on point, because this is one that can allow them to compete with the best teams in the game. Now, it all comes down to just those situational plays. Like you said, developing your young SMG players. But it also, I feel like a lot of it falls on the play calling from Methodz, as he's going to be the leader for this team. Okay. You have to make sure you're setting up your young SMGs for success, allowing them to be in the positions where they're able to pick up a kill, at least get away with their life, but allow them to use their teamwork to make the dream work.
I like that. I like it a lot. And we know the Methodz has truly embraced that role. He stepped into this position, and obviously he's been the face of this team. We've all been in Methodz streams, right? Yeah. We've seen how crazy that it can be, and obviously following his development as a player, seeing his rise from from the ashes, if you will, the Toronto Ultra last season. We'll forget about that, but you have to talk about it. He has really embraced this role, and he's leading the charge. He is leading this new franchise and really showing the young guns how to play this game, how to really improve as players. But as you said, that Search and Destroy is where it's going to be almost a game of give and trade, where it's Methodz who's going to be giving out the call outs, and really the young guns are going to have to perform and really show off the talent that they have been showing in that challenger side and throughout Search and Destroy tournaments over the past few seasons.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolute battle between both of these teams. I feel like on the side of LAG, Slasher, being the guy that he is, he's going to be the play caller for that team. He's going to make sure he's allowing aSim, allowing Hoop to really set up. And with aSim on their team, this is also huge, because as that SMG, he's going to be playing super aggressive on the map. He's going to be that in-game leader as well, calling adjustments round, because he's going to be their bomb carrier. And that's one thing from aSim that I definitely need to see improvement here, because pretty sure at the kickoff, he was the only player to drop a donut.
I wasn't trying to say
he's 48. He's like 48th out of every single player in the CDL in this game mode. So I'm looking at him to have a strong bounce back here.
I can't lie, right? Me and you were going over some prep last night. We were talking about LAG specifically, and you're like, oh, aSim, he's got a 0 KD right now in Search and Destroy. That's not okay. You have to see somebody like aSim, and we know, like I said, could be that end-game leader, who could be the difference maker. You can talk about X Factors all you want. He absolutely has that potential in a mode like Search and Destroy, but he's probably full from that donut. He's looking to really change things up. But I believe, folks, we've got that Tuscan Search Destroy here and ready to go. Round number 1. It's LAG on attack.
Okay, and you see what LAG are gonna do. Take control of the map gunless. Unfortunately, gets some bad timing there as Capsidal opens up with the first, but that's going to be an early 2 kills coming in from Boston as they attack to the middle of the map. Hoop with the trade makes it a 3v2, but my God, this round is going so fast.
It is. Boston are already inside of the spawn, it feels like, of LAG off the rip, and now it's all up to Slasher, a 1 versus 3. And for him, it's really just a matter of damage control. Okay, like what kills went down where? How did my teammates get taken out as quickly as they did? Prioritizing where TJ happens to be located, but how about that round from the Breach?
And that all comes down from Breach just setting the tone right off the rip. You're not allowing mid-map control to go down on your very first defense. This is going to make LAG a little bit more stagnant on their offensive pushes that they're like, going to slow down in towards top fire, going to slow down in towards middle alley, because they know that Breach are setting the tone with the aggression so far.
And we'll see if they show that same aggression now on the attacking side. I know our stats team has been hard at work. Offense winning 72% of the time on Tuscan Search and Destroy. So LAG, not the greatest showing that you could ask for, but Gunless a little bit slow in that first round. Unfortunately had like a clay pot go in front of his perspective, but he has rejoined us now over toward the field as he'll take down TJ for that first blood.
And now in the 3v4, you see what Boston are trying to do. They're just trying to work a pick. They know the positioning of Slasher. But eventually, if you're Nero, it's all about working this bomb plant, because they are going to be able to get this down. Now it's all about holding this initial push. This is going to be a huge gunfight coming in from Nero, because he knows that Gunless at least has a sniper on that side of the map.
A big power position for Methodz as well. So Zinni is out. It's all up to the rookies, Cap and Nero. Is Gunless aware that at least somebody's going to be pushing him? But no, it doesn't look both ways before challenging Nero and Cap. They find two themselves, a 2 versus 2. As they continue to toss utility over toward that bomb, it's going to make LAG's life that much more difficult. All up to aBeZy. 10 seconds left, and he's going hunting, but he's not going to find a single soul. Finally gets the chance. And how about the Breach? How about the Young Guns? A 2v4.
They just get the job done, man. Nero knew the positioning of at least one player. So once he gets that bomb down, once his teammate drops, you know that the attack from LAG is starting to come in from the middle of the map. So both of these players, they know they have one-on-ones that they need to win. Nero wins his huge one-on-one across the map, and at the same time, Capsidal picks up another one, forces it to a 2v2 with about 20 seconds left. And if you're LAG, you have to pick up this kill onto Capsidal at Fountain, because he can take you off that bomb site at any given moment. It's just right there, Boston. They were just heads up on the play. Great 2v4 clutch out of the young men.
As we said, this team, they've talked about it. They've got some unbelievable talent in this mode, and they are showing out already in that second round. But wipe of a page, LAG. Now on their attack again in a much different story, as they'll be able to get that bomb down unscathed. Breach continuing to linger through the middle side of the map as Nero will open things up with the first blood on aBeZy. Hoop there with the return and get some information for his team. As 28 seconds left, but Cap goes for the turn. Gunless instantly met with some fire out of TJ as he'll take down 2. They'll put big Cap on the defuse. 3 quick and solid rounds out of our Boston boys.
And right there, LAG, they had every position that they possibly could have wanted. Like, Hoop was able to get himself in towards bottom church, but then you allow players to jump out from top church, and eventually TJHaly, it looked like he was gonna die to Hoop from top church. He turns on him and eventually finds a kill on the Gunless right there to close out the round. If you're LAG, you just gotta focus on those kills right there. TJ, there's no way he should have been able to put on a human highlight reel to close out that round for his team. Now 3-0 Boston.
And you saw it too, like they all looked at each other like, what did we just do? Like, TJ, okay, nice plays, my man. 4-1 out of TJHaly. Meanwhile, Cap, he has yet to die. Flawless through our first 3. Gunless v TJ, is it gonna happen? The snippy snipes are out, as good old Miles Ross likes to say. But a gunfight that may have to wait a little bit longer, as that plant is gonna go down there from player number 8, that one being Nero. And once this plant goes down, it's only gonna make Gunless that much more itchy to want to try to challenge around the corner, but it's a hit marker from Pierce.
And now if you're LAG, you have to try to find a pick. aBeZy's trying to work his way through the middle of the map. He's going to get taken down by Capsidal. But number 1, which is going to be Hoop, trying to flank through that P5 hard point. He is the playmaker right here to try to make a play. Slasher does find one. 3v3, 20 seconds left.
A solid setup right now toward the field as Nero does get traded out. 15 more seconds as Hoop quickly remains as the final player. About to be picked apart, and the setup will work out solidly for the Boston Breach. 4 up and 4 down, Jay.
They are just making this look easy, man. Offenses, defenses, they have the game plan, and so far it's working. Yeah, I'm pretty sure,
He's not died yet.
He's got the glide bomb to work with, and those actually kill people now, so that's going to be really useful as we get into these later stages of this search and destroy. But Boston coming out with a statement in this game number 2 to try to bounce back into this series and tie it up 1 apiece. Capsidal leading the way at 8-0, man. Got to try to stop this guy if you want to get back to this if you're LAG.
Methodz is like, cool. This is awesome. I don't have to do anything, and my teammates are going off. Cap An 8-0 start for the man. This will potentially look to go ahead and call in that streak. And the problem is that aSim and co, they got to find somewhere to cover their heads. It's about to be rainy here on Tuscan as there goes Slasher. Luke at the very least is able to drop one on to Nero, but again, it is TJ through the middle side of the map. Now on a 3 spree himself. The bomb is dropped in LAG. Not having that man advantage is Hook. He's going to get met with some fire, all up to Gunless. Best of luck, Pierce. Best of luck.
Yeah, this was not going to be easy, but Gunless does find the first. He spots the second as well and makes it into an immediate 1v1. The bomb is still going to be down in towards bottom church. But now Capsidal having himself a flawless game, trying to clutch it up for his team.
Is he going to remain flawless? I mean, what a round this it would be for LAG off of a 1v3 from Gunless. I'm sorry, Big Pierce. My bad. I know that you had it in you, but oh, Capsidal, he just turns around, and there we have it, a 1v3 out of Gunless. Unfortunately for Big Cap, the flawless streak will end, but a sigh of relief out of the LAG camp. But that's what it takes, Jay. That's what it takes to get around versus Boston. Just a casual 1v3 clutch.
Yeah, casual 1v3 out of Gunless made it look easy, but if I'm Boston right there, I'm looking at Methodz. Like, we cannot commit to that second gunfight. A 2v1 is way better than the 1v1, especially if your first teammate doesn't really hit with any bullets. So Gunless, he made the perfect heads-up play, read both of those players, and then played beautiful timing on Capsidal to clutch up the 1v3, now get at least 1 round on the board, as he's going to continue on that hot streak, open up with that first blood on the Nero.
He is feeling himself right now. By the way, aSim, I hate to call it out, still yet to find a kill. So 0-12 to start off Vanguard. Not the greatest of performances, but there we go. Cap once more. Able to even the score now at a 3 versus 3. And Hook opening up that door at P5. His position, I believe, was known. I'm pretty sure the Methodz did have that information out. And TJ will look for the re-challenge. A 2 versus 3 for LAG. All up to Gunless and aSim. And as we said, aSim, he has got to show up. Dropped again.
And that's unfortunate. Now it's Gunless left in a 1v3 on a 4 spree. That player's going to drop down right on bomb, but there's also a player right around the corner. He takes him down. He should get immediately traded as Capsidal is in a great position to close out the round for the Breach. As the Breach are going to go up 5-1 right there. LAG, they try to make a play. You try to get Hugh and aSim to work through P5, but once Hugh committed to that gunfight top 5, loses that. It leaves aSim basically by himself. Got caught with his pants down trying to backpedal to that B bomb site. And unfortunately still has not picked up his first kill on the map. Boston Breach at game point.
This surely is not going to happen. We can't have 2 donuts in a row.
Come on,
this isn't happening. aSim, you got this. I have confidence in you. I know that you're going to do this. At least you're going to win the round because aSim's about to destroy. I have confidence. The observers are backing me up on this. Shout out to the Hot Hands Lounge. But here we go, into the fights. It's going to be up to his SMG brother and Hook. They're trying to level the score. Unfortunately, he's met with the nade as he'll go flying. Meanwhile, Cap, who's been sitting on these streaks, decides to go ahead and rock out the strafing run. Boston Breach with numbers, and that looks to only continue. There we go. aSim with the kill. I'm not sure if it's going to change everything up, but we're about to find out. Slasher shuts down Methodz, or rather, excuse me, shuts down Nero, and it's all going to be up to Methodz. A 1v2, 24 seconds left. A big job for Big Zenny. Big Cap, Big Zenny. Yep, it's a thing now. It's Boston Breach. Everybody's going massive. Runs out of a few shots, but he takes down aSim anyway. Slasher will stay up. No time for a defuse. And despite Methodz finding that kill, it will be LAG surviving.
Well, that's not really good of LAG to just give up 2 free kills like that to Methodz, because I'm pretty sure he was able to pick up the ace on the round. So now he's potentially working towards some kill streaks. But at least LAG would have been able to win that round. aSim picks up that kill, the very first kill of the map, to not give him the donut. But now down 5-2 if you're LAG. On the defensive side, you've seen the way that Boston have been playing this. They have been consistently just working that A plant as fast as they possibly can. So if I'm LAG here, I'm trying to make a play on the flank or just full out attacking towards middle to try to slow down this pressure from Breach.
So they look to play it. Again, Gunless issuing out the sniper toward the field as he'll be stunned off the rip. TJ backing in, and we'll say goodnight to him, but it's a good return with the nade. It's all up to Cap off the rip. A totally different looking round out of LAG, but what can the rookie provide us with?
And as we said, he did utilize that strafing run in that last round despite walking away with it. So no streaks to worry about, at least for now. But what a round it could be for Big Cap if he was able to walk away with this. Like we said, 50 seconds left, a lot of time, but still not anywhere near that bomb.
I'm pretty sure Hook was able to at least spot him in towards top church. So you see everyone's just basically watching each other's back as Hook has all control of the middle of the map. The nade's going to come in, but Hook, great shots, able to take down Capsidal. And LAG find themselves 2 back-to-back rounds to get back into this game. Now down 5-3. They were able to dominate that defensive round. But now going into the offense, so far it's been an early first blood coming in from Gullens. He has to try to keep up that pace for his teammates to continue to win on these rounds.
Yeah, like I said, it was Pierce who went huge in that first hard point. Well, I think, like you said, dropped like 41, 42 kills on the Bocage, and now called upon once again to continue to be the difference maker in this search and destroy. LAG, we know, we've seen the scoreline before. They're, the CDL has something to do with 5-3 comebacks. Can LAG provide us with another one? As aSim, some words for Cap in the middle side, as that'll be the first blood, and a big one for LAG, as Hook quickly on the reply. Shuts down Methodz, as it's going to be up to TJ and Nero now in a 2v3 as TJ shuts down Slasher.
And now in the 2v2. Bomb's still going to be down towards a bit of a map, but you see Hook able to work his way into a bottom church. He's going to be set up perfectly for this, but Gullens, he's actually going to drop. And Hook, he actually slowed down. He could have been potentially been able to come up behind both of those players, but now left in the 1v2. Gets it to the gunfight, and TJ's able to walk away with it. Boston making the adjustments mid-game. They started off early dominating into this one. They allowed LG to slowly climb back, but then that very last round, they were able to just hold on their defensive rounds to eventually tie the series up at 1 apiece.
Yeah, and a great response out of this Boston team, who again has been highlighted a lot, Jay, in these hard points, in these preseason scrimmages, even coming into Major 1. A lot of talk about their hard point game, but when we talk about teams who are going to see success in this league, it's about consistency. It's about that game mode consistency. The fact that they come out and look as good as they did, at least off the rip in this search and destroy. Big Cap, who was flawless through his first 9 or 10 engagements. Incredible stuff from this team. I know we talked about it. They let LAG through the back door a few moments here or there, but you've got to be proud of Boston for replying the way that they do. It was not only Cap, by the way. TJ, most kills in the entire lobby, finishes off with 12 of his own.
Yeah, they dominated, man. I'm pretty sure they went early up into this game, up 5-1, and that was just clean work coming in from Capsidal. We saw TJ, he was able to work his way through the middle of the map, win 2 insane gunfights versus Hook and Gunless. But then as the game started to develop, you see LAG, they were starting to match that pressure. They were starting to take control of the middle of the map. But towards the very end right there, in the 2v2, right there, Gunless is set up properly. Like, Hook is giving the call up that both of these players are coming towards that A bomb, but he just plays it so slow. He doesn't allow himself to set up for that pinch, potentially find an easy 2-piece and win the round. But Boston, once they're able to find that first kill, forcing into a 2v1, use the buddy system to close out the round, and that's exactly what they did to tie the series up.
And I want to ask you too, Jay, like, is there any level of concern? And like I said, I know that we are super early into the season, but I mean, one round goes differently. We talk about a 6-1 search and destroy, and LAG already struggled with retakes. They already struggled on Berlin versus that Florida Mutineers team with those A executes on a map like Tuscan, where offense seems to be the key to success. Is there a level of concern given the fact that we've got veterans on this team and given how these early 2 search and destroys have gone for them?
Yes, it definitely concerns me a lot, because when you have a core roster full of veterans, they've been playing search and destroy for a really long time. Search and destroy has changed up multiple different years. It's either decide if you want to sit back, play for a pick, play super aggressive towards the middle map, 4-man push out one way. But when you have a full veteran roster, at least early into games, it's all about playing a pick. And right there, what Boston were able to do, they just matched the aggression. They put the aggression on them early into the game, and that's why it allowed for eventually Boston able to walk away with that, as LAG, it was just slow on their offensive pushes, which allowed Boston to eventually capitalize.
Yeah, absolutely. Boston Breach, they come out, they set the tone early in that search and destroy. Big Cap with another big performance. He and TJ are able to elevate this team now to a 1-1 score line, as we've got ourselves a great series already. There's a lot of people talking about how this is absolutely going to go forward. There's a lot of people saying it could go 5, and so far it is looking like that could definitely be the case. As like we said, we are 1-1, and when we come back after this quick little break, folks, it is time for some good old Gavu2 control. Make sure to stay with us.
Alrighty, friends, welcome back. It is CDL opening weekend. The matches have been wonderful so far. Granted, we are only through one of them, but we're in the midst of a true banger. LA Guerrillas versus Boston Breach. If you're just joining us, it was LAG coming out of the gates hot with a Bocage win. We just got done with Tuscan Search and Destroy. And what, my friend Jay? It was TJ. It was Capsidal wiping their hands with the LA Guerrillas. They won that one 6-3. And now we've got a good old Gavutu control in our hands. And what I tell you what, we got to cast Boston versus New York on this map. And if we didn't have a restart in that round number 5, Boston looked primed to walk away with this one.
Yeah, they definitely did, man, especially when they started early into that game. I remember they started off on an offense pushing B. Didn't really work out in their favor, but they were able to bounce back the following 2 rounds. Then the game reset happens. Eventually, New York were able to walk away with the win. But Breach, they are prepared for this map. So now, if you're LAG on the offensive attack, you want to make sure you take control of this 8 points. You see a lot of pressure coming in towards this side of the map. aBeZy able to win a huge one-on-one onto TJ, which is going to open up that B point and allow his teammates to eventually take control of this ring, as he's going to lose that gunfight, but the trade should be here shortly.
Yeah, big gunfight already there for Slasher. So Slasher takes down Nero, and he somewhat debates on if he wants to go for B or rather apply some pressure toward the boat. He'll look for the latter. As LAG looking to establish some control toward the boat side. If you're unfamiliar with Gavutu, it somewhat plays similar to a few of our maps last year in control. Heavily favored toward the defense, at least so far throughout the year. I think what offensive teams only have like a 0.88 KD so far at the Kickoff Classic. So you're looking for those definite defensive wins, but it's all about that early pressure toward the boat, as that's exactly what LAG looks to walk away with. 1 point already going to be grabbed there from the Guerrillas, as Gunless toward the top side, making quick work of the Breach and pushing up toward their green building as well. Some great plays off the rip from LAG, as there goes Cap. They'll make it 2 in a row for Big P.
And this is a great game mode for LAG, specifically aBeZy. He hasn't really been having a hot start in the hardpoint or search and destroy, but at the kickoff, he was sitting at a 1.29 in this game mode. And on your Gavutu, he is going to be running that 3rd AR. So right now, sitting at 3-3, his teammates are going to be able to complete that 8 point. Huge gunfighting towards ring. He's going to lose it. But now this allows LAG with a 5-kill lead to start pushing up through green and potentially set up this pinch.
And you can just see right now, based off the minimap in the bottom left corner of your screen, Boston Breach fully spread out right now. They're having a great time. They're yelling callouts across the entire beach for you. As LAG look to make the attack, of course, toward the flank. In through green they go, and Nero, great crossfire set up between both of your dedicated ARs out of the Guerrillas. Hook as well, able to shut down Methodz. So good start from the Guerrillas. Like we said, a very spread out setup for the Breach. A solid one in terms of communication, but the issue is that once they start to crumble, it allows for LAG to instantly hop on in toward the point. Nobody yet to drop, as there goes aBeZy from the top side of the boat. Breach look to try and reposition, as they've got somebody coming in from the tower. Meanwhile, it's TJ outskirts of the beach side. His teammates doing a great job, as that's going to be 4 down. A moment where LAG looked primed and ready to grab that early objective, but Breach a solid retake of their own.
Yeah, right there, LAG did great work of just setting up the spawn kills in the back of their spawn. But TJ, he was the playmaker to make that play happen, as he was able to pinch through bottom beach side and get all these players down. Now with 50 seconds left, LAG still have a 5-lab advantage. They basically only have 1 or 2 more good pushes at this, because you see the positioning of all of Boston. They have ring control. They're pushed up deep to force them all to spawn out towards back cliff and allow them to just try to set up on this flank, as aBeZy and Gunless are able to find 2. This could be the break that they're looking for, but Methodz finds the trade.
Oh, and Methodz again, not only taking down Hook, but Gunless as well. There goes aBeZy, and with 25 seconds left, LAG, they invested so much in trying to make the long route. Now it's going to have to be an all-out push toward that P1 position, with Methodz holding as well as he is. Going to make the lives that much more difficult, as Cap takes himself down. He'll be off of spawn with 8 seconds left for LAG. Not a great start, all things considered, specifically from Hook. He's only been in 3 engagements, for God's sake. And with that, they will look to play the lines, as that will be what decides who gets defense for round number 5. LAG, solid off the rip inside a boat, but really outside of that 1 engagement, Jay, that they had toward the beach side, never got anything going after that.
Yeah, Boston, they just had the beautiful setup right there to close out that defensive round. Once they have full control of ring, they have full control of their back spawn. You're all the way pushed out towards their spawn, allowing all of the opposite team to spawn out towards Cliff to make them overextend through that shift side. That's exactly how you want to set up. And it almost got scary there as LAG were able to break in, but TJ was able to clutch up. So now, going into the offensive round, Methodz is going to be on a 5 spree, potentially some kill streaks to work with, but you see the all-out pressure coming in towards that 8 point.
And I'm not, like, I'm not crazy, right, Jay? That doesn't say 7-2 from Hook. That says 1-2, right?
Yeah, it says 1 and 2. The guy is playing really
I just had
slow.
to make sure. I had to double check.
Yeah.
Asim falls. Nice shots coming in from TJ, but as we said, looking at Hook to get involved maybe a little bit more in the engagements. I'll be honest with you, I wasn't looking specifically at his number on the mini-map throughout a majority of it, but just still, only a few engagements through that first round as LAG will instantly have to change that up, especially coming in toward the bottom side of the boat. Breach with some solid progression off the start, but it's Asim already recognizing what could be a fold in the setup. Nice too, coming in toward the cliff side as the only straggler will be player number 7. TJ drops, and with that, Boston potentially thinking about making a play for B. Well, Hook's gonna be there, but he falls off the rip, and now the pressure instantly focused toward a few of the farthest players up right now for LAG. We've got Asim in a big spot. We've also got Slasher as he gets taken down. It'll be a 1v1 over at that B point, and it's Nero that's able to grab it.
That's a huge win from Nero, because now this at least stops the clock for the time being. It should allow your teammates to eventually open up with a couple kills on that 8 point. As you see, TJ finds the first, finds a second. But now if your Methodz, this is when you invest these streaks, you can potentially do a good chunk of time, do a good chunk of work on this B point as 2 ticks of projection are going to come in for both points. They still have control of B. They still have a 3 live advantage as well. This can get scary for LAG if they don't stop the bleeding.
Oh, Nero's got to be careful. Sitting on that 4 spree. Slasher doing everything he can to try to apply the utility toward the top. Somebody from Guerrillas has to get in here and stop the time from ticking away. And it looks like they will at just the right time. They will jump in and deny the full capture. You're still somewhat okay with it if you're the Breach, as long as you'll be able to capture the point over at A, but a big return out of the Guerrillas. They hop on in due to that contesting time and now apply the pressure toward the Breach end once more. Asim gets picked apart over at P1 as the Breach look to stack the point over at A. They'll be able to grab it. It's like we said, while they were only just mere seconds away from capturing the point over at B, they've still got a lot of work done off the rip, and they've got 1 minute and 18 seconds left to do it.
So the exact same setup that we saw Boston have on their defensive side is exactly what LAG are starting to do, as one player in TJ trying to sneak his way through the back. Asim not gonna be able to spot him, so TJ's gonna be able to work his way through. Actually, Asim does spot him, takes him down, so that's gonna be a clean 3 dead in the feed as Methodz gets taken down as well. 55 seconds left, LAG up by 3 lives.
And we'll see what Breach look to do off the attack. Again, you have some great players set up in power positions right now for your LAG, specifically Slasher. Over toward the beach, just hope to try to get some sort of a trade, but no, it's Methodz who tosses the nade on over. Meanwhile, Asim and co are trying to clear out the boat side. And with 30 seconds left, Breach only sitting on 1 life apiece for everybody. As we say goodnight to TJ, there goes Nero as well, up to Capsidal and Methodz. Is Cap's at least able to take 1, but a 2v6, 15 seconds. Cap, can he make the play? He was great in the search and destroy, but unfortunately, it's respawn time. Methodz, last player up. He'll look to play his life. LAG, solid, holding things down here on the defense.
And that's great work from LAG. More specifically, getting Methodz to invest that glide bomb was huge, because now going into your offensive round, he does not have that in the back pocket to try to take you guys off of that B point. Still does have the strafing run to work with, but just good work out of LAG to close out the defense and get the invested streak out of Methodz to tie this game up at 1 apiece. So now if I'm LAG, they were able to win a majority of those gunfights, at least off the initial push on their offense. We saw Asim, he was going huge on the left side towards ring. They won a majority of those trades. But they basically set a 2-2 split on both sides. So I would like to see them complete this 8 point early enough to where they could just put a lot of their focus on B, because the way that Boston were able to push out on their defense, you cannot allow that to happen here again if you're LAG.
Yeah, a very split up setup once more out of the Guerrillas. As like you said, they'll send 2 at least teasing toward the B side. Well, we got Hook and Gumless over at the ship. As Slasher extends his streak to 5, was really just moments away from earning that strafing run as he gets picked apart. But a minute down, and aBeZy realizing, hey, guys, we got to get on the point. We need to get something done. While Nero is clearing up things toward the top side of the ship, it's TJ as well, with the automaton firing on his cylinders. As LAG finally, maybe with a moment to breathe, a chance to hop inside of the point. But once more, it's Capsidal trying to be a thorn in the side. How about this play? Excellent trigger. This one coming in from the Røkkr. It's a little bit dicey. Takes down 2. Gets some shots into aBeZy. LAG still with the capture off of the great plays from the Røkkr.
No, that was trigger discipline at its finest. You usually don't see that as such a young player in Capsidal. Tries to make the play happen, but eventually LAG, they were able to pick up the majority of those kills, and aBeZy on a 7 spree, able to pick up some kill streaks of his own. As the second tick of progression is going to come in towards the save point, you see all-out attack starting to come in towards B as well. They're basically putting breach to spawn out towards back red tower, to spawn out towards back green, as they are putting pressure on both of these points. And just keep in mind, aBeZy can help his teammates after that B point, but up 7 lives, 35 seconds. Just want to close out this A, play your lives count, and then use those streaks if you really need to.
Nice plays coming in from Cap. So that's really just bad timing, if you will, for both sides. Slasher gets taken down, which aBeZy was hoping that he'd be there. Meanwhile, it's a teammate on the Capsidal from the breach end. And aBeZy not just investing 1, he's going to go and call in his second streak as well.
That's 3 dead.
As you said, 3 down. An opportunity for LAG as Gunless applying the pressure inside of the spawns. Breach instantly met with some interesting fire off the rip. They've got to get something done. LAG continuing to be problems as aBeZy's inside of the base. It is 11 in a row for aBeZy. Finally gets cut down, but the pressure that he's able to apply out of the Boston side has got to be heartbreaking. 19-4 right now in lives. LAG, obviously you're thinking about trying to capture the B point, but your primary focus has to be on the sliver of lives that exist on the other end, as it's all going to be up to Cap and Methodz. As 1 more left. Big Cap all by himself. Not a great game so far. 9-23 through our first 3 rounds, and it's LAG now with the advantage.
That was dominant from start to finish from LAG. Like I said, the 2-2 split, it usually doesn't work out. But when you're winning a majority of those gunfights, and at least early into the round, it definitely would go in your favor, as they were able to take that A point. aBeZy works that kill streak, and at the same time, 2 of his teammates are already pushing out towards that B point. So they were just putting on a lot of pressure to both of the points, allowing only Boston to spawn out towards back red tower, makes them in the back of the mind like, hey, we got to make sure we commit to stopping this B push. And then eventually they started split pushing, which eventually costed them. But what a dominant round out of LAG to go up 2-1 now.
I think I'm learning something, Jay. aBeZy, not a fan of search destroy, but control, this is this guy's playground.
This is his mode. This is his mode so far.
Exactly right. 26-18, not prone to having the AR in his hands, but boy, does he make it look quite good. 27-19 off of, like we said, a slower search destroy performance. He basically did the exact same thing at the kickoff classic, but LAG, as we said, now in the driver's seat for this particular map. As Boston Breach look to send us to a round 5. It's Cap, Methodz, who are really doing the dirty work already toward the boat, and they'll look to force the issue inside of green. Meanwhile, it's Nero capping the objective.
So you see there's a huge gunfight going in towards ring right now, as aBeZy is going to be able to take down Capsidal at green. You see LAG, they're basically chalking A. They're not going to even attack that. They're not going to allow for any Boston players to potentially pick up some kill streaks, because that can lead them back into this one. As they take control of ring, second ticket progression does come in from Boston, as time is going to get extended by a minute 52, up by 4 lives to break this B point.
Yeah, and as you said, Jay, I mean, almost looked like a hard point rotation for LAG. It looked like we were going from P5 to P1, but like I said, LAG just not wanting to allow for anybody to push up toward the beach side. They know that, hey, that boat's not going to go their way, but let's at least clear out this player toward P1. We could even start to make spawns somewhat dicey. By the way, here comes some streaks. Fortunately, not going to do much, and at least gain some information, but at the very least, minute and 30 still left up on the clock. Boston with the overall man advantage, considering how we know this point can be, how difficult it can be to cap. You expect for LAG to at least even those out somewhat. Capsidal, as we said, not a great game, but maybe his chance to pick things up. 14-24, looking to be a thorn at the backside of LAG. Another opportunity, as that's going to now make it 3 in a row. Has some works for Slasher, as that's now going to be 4. Big Cap He loves to make these plays. He loves to be a problem in the back, and so far, he is causing LAG all kinds of headaches.
And you can never count the young man out. We saw him bounce back from an insane series versus New York. Even though he's not having a great start to this game, he's trying to close it out with a bang before he does eventually get taken out. LAG with 40 seconds are able to control the map, control top ring, and now this is going to force all of Boston to basically commit towards breaking in towards the ring side. And with 35 seconds left, they're only going to have like one push left to try to get into this.
As long as Gunless remains in this position, does give himself away. I was going to say that could be a great opportunity there for Guerrillas, but great call, Jay. That's going to be 3. Now make it 4 down. Boston Breach, they begin to focus into the point and take a look at the top side of your screen. Look how fast that's being captured. It's because of the stack of all the players. Nero, unfortunately, does get sacrificed as Hook decides to invest the streak. We'll find out if it was worth it or not, as Hook firing away, having to do anything he can. A few of his teammates rather, coming in from P1. The collapse is in, and they will successfully hold him off for the time. Boston Breach, they've got to get onto the point. 17 seconds, and they've got to invest something. They've got to try and find the early pick. LAG once more trying to stay alive. aBeZy, he gets picked apart. Meanwhile, it's Slasher doing the work from the back end. Another engagement as Cap decides to seize on forward. Says goodnight to who? Cap making the plays. Gunless, he's hanging out inside of the tank, but it's the rookies. It's the rookies going big. It's a 9v1. aBeZy doing everything he can to try and hold this one off, but you have to imagine it will be the Breach sending us to a round 5.
And that was such an insane round. I thought once LAG were able to break in at the nick of time to at least stop the initial push from Boston trying to complete that was going to be the game. But Capsidal, like I said, the young man is here to play. He's here to stay. He was able to work his way through the middle of the map, finds 2 kills, which eventually allows his other 2 teammates to pick up the other 2. Once they get that 4 down, nice and easy, they just stack that point. They get it going up so fast. They set up a nice crossfire to force us to go to this round number 5. And now Boston on the offense.
Both of these teams were in a very similar spot at kickoff. It was LAG who won the round 5. Granted, it was on Gavutu, but they were able to take it. Boston Breach on this very map versus New York, not able to secure the round 5. So something to think about when we talk about experience versus some rookies. Boston being on the non-favored side here to start things off in OT. Starting things off on attack as they did get close to that first tick. Meanwhile, Hook's trying to make some noise happen in the back of the base. He gets picked apart. But for Breach, you do have to ask yourself that question. How are they going to perform in the big moments versus a veteran team like this? As they look to try and reestablish some control now toward the boat.
And this time around, LAG said, nuh-uh, we're not going to give up A so easy. They cannot allow them to have 2 minutes to try to commit towards that B point. You see Gunless still trying to contest. The first tick of progression does come in for the Breach. Not able to win that gunfight onto Capsidal, so now this is going to allow for all of Boston to eventually stack this point, get that second tick progression, and then extend this time by a minute. As Capsidal is still picking up kills left and right on a 3-3 from top vote. You have to take this guy down before he picks up some streaks, and Slasher does so. But with 40 seconds left, LAG still putting on pressure towards his A point, not trying to allow Boston to capture it.
Yeah, just making it that much more difficult, right, for the Breach. Oftentimes you like the attacking team's chances of capturing this A objective, but at least make him work for it. LAG fully embracing that. His Methodz finally able to hop on the capture, but really waiting for a few of his teammates. Closest pushed up player is going to be Hook, trying to make some plays in from the top side of the boat. He's still up here, and Methodz can't seem to find him. He cannot seem to find Hook right now, but Capsidal's able to take him down. Slasher as well gets wiped away. The capture is nearly successful. aBeZy is traded, and we'll have another minute added to the clock unless Hook can get in here at the right time. Don't tell me this is going to happen again. LAG nearly once more stopping the Breach, who are moments away from a capture. Boston are able to do it, but all things considered, only a minute on the clock and not a lot of lives right now, Jay.
And this is where it gets scary because now Boston, they took control of Ring. They have control of Green. As you see Nero trying to work his way to the back. He is going to get taken down, but eventually they get on this point. Don't know if they have any kill streaks in their back pocket to try to work with, but the first tick of progression is going to come in. You see aBeZy trying to contest Capsidal, but at least stay alive for his teammates to watch over him.
He sees the shadow.
He sees him.
He knows he's right here, goes for the challenge, and Big Cap, he's able to take it. He's been here for so long, and because of LAG not having a ton of lives, they're actually getting picked apart off of their spawns. Breach, are they going to be able to do this?
Final few players are going to be sitting inside of green. Gunless toward the B side. TJ pulls out the pistol, but he gets dropped. A 3 versus 8. And Breach get a moment to try and reposition another big kill. Coming through from Cap, as it's all on to Hook and Gunless. A 2 versus 8. 45 seconds, one more tick to go. But Hook doing everything he can to try to hold the line the best way possible. But it's the Boston Breach coming up clutch in round number 5. They showed us they could do this at the Kickoff Classic, and now they're doing it here at opening weekend. My goodness, what a performance, what a comeback out of Methodz in the group.
And you usually do not see that. You do not see a team go out and win a Gavutu control by winning 2 offenses. You gotta tip it to Boston, man, especially Capsidal, because he didn't have a hard start to that game. I'm pretty sure he ended like 30 and 32. The guy started turning up to a whole different level, picking up streaks left and right. But the fact that they were able to get into that final point in the previous offense, we thought that LAG, once they broke in, it was gonna be over. But Boston, they knew exactly how they wanted to execute the game plan. You have to attack the middle of the map. You have to make sure that you're consistently going through green. And once you have control of top ring, you're basically setting up for that spawn trap, setting up for that crossfire to come in. And right there, Boston, they were just able to set up beautifully to close it out and walk away with that map, now up 2-1 in the series. Wow, that was insane.
That was wild. Like, that was wild. We can throw all our stats out the window, if you will. We're talking about how attack, not great KD-wise. Team's really struggling here on Gavutu. Boston Breach says, you know what? Screw the playbook. We're just going to go ahead and full send it. What a play. And like you said, man, excellent work out of Capsule throughout this. You're going to see his score. Like I said, he's starting off 8 and 21.
Yes,
triple negative. Not a great performance. And then not only picking up the pace, going on sprees, earning streaks, but Jay, his play in that round 5 to stay alive toward the tank. Incredible plays out of the rookie. Not just Cap, but Nero having a solid map as well. Wonderful work there out of the Breach to come up clutch again. And Jay, they get the revenge. They get the revenge on Gavutu control. We thought they were going to win it versus New York, but hey, it's just a few weeks later. They get the job done versus another veteran-like team here at the Guerrillas.
Yeah, and just to look at these highlights a little bit, in that previous clip, you saw that LAG, they were able to get all 4 down. There was only one player from the Boston side that was a close enough player towards that top ring. And with only 20 seconds left, somehow, some way, Boston were able to clutch up on the offense. Even though LAG, they were set up for success to close it out there, man. It shows that these young players are never going to give up. They're always going to fight until the game has ended to the very end, as they were able to clutch up towards the very end and walk away with that control. Now to take the series up 2-1, going into another hard point, which is going to be Berlin. We know the struggles for LAG. We saw them at kickoff. They were not able to have good setups or good holds in general on this map. And we saw what Capsidal was able to do, Lando. Beautiful call coming out of you. The guy's a walking highlight reel, so this is going to be insane between both of these teams.
Oh my goodness, man. Like you said, we know what Big Cap can do. And speaking of the man himself, so far throughout this series, sits at a 1.12 KD. Like you said, Jay, the most impressive thing about Big Cap and really just in general this Boston Breach team was the fact that the way that they were down, the way that Cap wasn't playing, but he was still hitting those routes. He was still making the plays. Unbelievable performance. But like you said, man, hey, I appreciate the love for the call, but it's all based off the plays. It's all based off the talent that good old Kenyon Sutton has got. It's wonderful stuff out of the rookie so far for the Boston Breach as they are coming together series by series. But Jay, we've got to talk about this guy. We talked about it at the start of the day, right? The analyst desk, Nameless, aLLeY, Miles, and Chance, they were all talking about this guy in Hook. We talked about, has LAG really built themselves around him so far at an even KD? Are you looking at him specifically for LAG or somebody else to go big in this upcoming Berlin?
No, I'm 100% looking at Hook because this is a guy who can go out there and win you games. Right now in this series, he's sitting at a 1.0 KD. He has to match the energy or the pacing of Capsidal and Nero because right now they're just putting the aggression on him. We saw it in the Search and Destroy. We even saw it in that Control. And now that you're down 2-1 in this series, you're going into a map like Berlin, where it's going to be a little bit bigger. You have to make sure your rotations are on point, but you have to make sure that your SMGs are putting themselves in the proper positions when it comes to just slaying around in the middle towards P2, running around towards middle broken, or just being a nuisance on the map. You need to make sure that you're putting yourself in the right position and winning those gunfights because a guy like Hook, He's sitting at a 1.0 KD in this series. You need him to turn up if you want to force it to that game 5.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Jay, but I feel like if you are the Guerrillas, right at this stage, I feel like if you are, you know, if you're Slasher, you're Gunless, you're like, you know what, Hoop, go and slay. Like, literally, go and slay. We're going to focus on the rotations because that has been a big problem for them. Shout out to our stats guy, Carson. He laid it out for us. LAG, not great off of holding rotations, not great off of making plays early. And Jay specifically, and that hard point that we saw them play, LAG versus Florida, the second set of rotations, they lost P2, P3, and P4 all in a chain despite holding spawns. They will have to make the proper adjustments versus a very hot, current-looking Boston Breach team. And we'll see if Capsidal can provide us with another lovely spree as we're into the mix already at P1.
And you see LAG, they are going to get those top flat spawns, so that's going to give them the initial time in towards this P1 hard point. But Boston are doing such a great job of just keeping the pressure on as Capsidal was able to find 2, Methodz with the 3rd, as they break in towards this hard point. But with 20 seconds left, you think a big picture, and that's exactly what Hook is doing. He's starting to think about that rotation. He's going to have a huge one-on-one versus Methodz. He's actually going to drop. So even though a majority of the time is going to go in favor of the Breach, they should be able to break towards at least 30 seconds. Spawns are going to be there for LAG off the rotation.
And you notice Methodz, as soon as he spawns up toward the track side, his arrow instantly focused right where the Guerrillas players are at, just primarily aware of the way that those spawns are going to work. So as you said, my friend, Breach, shockingly, a really good start over at P1 despite not having the preferred spawns, but they do allow for LAG to make that push up toward the street, and now they sit in a good position over at Library. But here comes the break, and TJ runs right on in. A story himself to try and tell. And just like that, not only does he find the kills, but his good old buddy Methodz able to shut down Hook. They run right inside of the hill, and they claim it for themselves. Still, a valuable 30 seconds left as Methodz pulls out the SMG and tries to do some damage himself. LAG a good reply, but Boston still with the seconds.
And that's where LAG need to show improvement. Right there, they were early off the rotation to that P2. They get the first 14 seconds uncontested, but as soon as that first gunfight goes down, all 4 of them drop. Now this allows for Boston to eventually set up properly, get a good chunk of time off of that P2, and now you have to start thinking about the rotation. So now if you're LAG, it just comes down to getting a good hold, getting a proper setup to win these gunfights. But as you see that in the kill feed, 2 players are going to die off the rotation. The pinch is going to be here in Boston in the 3v1. Should be able to win these gunfights, with Spawn still coming in from LAG to around the backside.
Yeah, a good start already for Breach, but we know, Jay, we know how sticky that spawn can be, folks. Top left side of your screen, despite Breach, despite all the progress they're going to make, it's going to be very difficult to stop LAG from spawning in that position continuously. So far in Berlin, this seems to be the money hill, at least at Kickoff Classic. This is where teams were grabbing a high majority of the seconds. As the Breach, now their second chance, their second opportunity to try to run on in the hill, and it's 3 down once more. Another great hold for the Guerrillas as they're closing in on taking the advantage.
And that's going to be a full 60, and now you already see big picture coming in from Hook. This is a guy who's going to do it in the lane department, but you have to make sure you're doing ortho rotations as well. 8-4 on a 3 spree. Puts himself in towards the warehouse as LAG are going to be able to take the lead. Capsidal trying to watch towards middle broken, but this play is all going to come down to Hook. What kind of information can he get to his team off this rotation?
Another big kill there coming in from Cap. So he shuts down aSim. As you said, Hook still sitting in toward the warehouse side, trying to hold down spawns and wants to be careful, waiting for his teammates off of spawn. Another great kill, though, comes in from Methodz as he continues to ruin, continues to scatter the push out of LAG. Hook, who's been back here for so long, finally gets picked apart, and now aSim, he's got the spotlights primarily set on himself. He decides to jump on in despite his teammates getting taken down. Another great hill where you can gain quite a bit of seconds. LAG have tried to make some noise. The Breach have held ultimately all of the control. As Capsidal realizing, hey, you know what? This hill is vacant. Let's go and hop on in and grab the advantage ourselves. Continuous lead changes as Hook now finds himself on the flank. It's an unfortunate nade from Slasher, who tosses it away. Quite a scrappy hill here over at Tracks.
Yeah, and if you're LAG, you're not too mad about that. Even though you couldn't get any time off that P4 hardpoint, you still did not allow Boston to get a majority of that time either. So it's just good work for both of these teams to at least set up now for that broken hardpoint. Spawns are going to be coming in from Breach towards that plat side. As they do find 2. You see Methodz trying to hold down Trains, but Gunless going to work his way around the side alley, able to take him down. So now this is going to allow for LAG to set up this pinch, but still great work coming in from the young rookies from Nero and Capsidal towards the middle of the map.
Yeah, right now, Capsidal sitting at 10-9. Nero, at least in regards to the score department, not the best, but In terms of his positioning, he has been great, especially off of these rotations. Now for the LAG side, tell you what, my friend, Hook, I mean, he has played well, at least in the first set of rotations. I know we talked about it. You know what? Maybe he shouldn't be going for the rotations. Rather, he should just be sliding. But Jay, he's doing everything right now. Oh my! 15 and 6. Now on a 3 spree is Kyler Garland. Now, not to make it 4 in a row. Hook making some plays and also trying to set his teammates up for the spawns as LAG will have preferred 4P1. Hook finally gets taken down, but the presence, without a doubt, is felt from the breach end.
So now LAG, they are going to be able to win the rotation as Capsidal trying to stay alive towards this back alley. He's eventually going to drop, and this can get scary if you're breach. You do not want a solo challenge, go 1 by 1. You need to set up a proper team push here because this can allow LAG to just run away with this hard point. You see pressure still coming in from train side. Nero's able to win a huge one-on-one, so now numbers in their advantage.
And Hook, once more, put in a position to succeed. Meanwhile, it's Cap coming in. Actually, Hook ends up losing that fight. Okay, so Hook ends up losing that fight. So that's going to be the break already in from the breach. Once more, looking great at this P1 hill. They were able to break it last time. The biggest emphasis, rather, for breach was the fact that they allowed for LAG to make themselves quite comfortable up toward the top side of your map through the streets. But this time around, it is not at all going to be the case. 10 seconds left at our prior hill, and LAG much slower off of the rotation, specifically aSimp. He gets caught out with the pistol in hand, and TJ now in a power position set up toward the docks.
And now this is going to allow Boston to set up properly all this P2, but Slasher does win that gunfight onto TJ towards lower side. Hook finds the second, and aSimp finds the third, so now it's all on Capsidal to try to play his life. He finds one, he finds the second. Just trying to stay alive, working his way through. Him and TJ are going to be able to take down all 4 players and keep the spawns on the side of the breach, as with 40 seconds left, they can continue to grow this lead.
Yeah, and great plays for Methodz as well, trying to set up the crossfire. This is looking great right now for Boston. The setup is in, and they look primed to grab all 25 seconds that are going to be left. And the problem for LAG that you're looking at is like, hey, we want to try to challenge, but we also don't want to lose spawns. For next is Cap, sitting on 5 in a row. He finally gets taken down, but still, breach, a great rotation, a solid hold. And LAG, not this time around, are going to be able to secure those spawns, but they will have the next rotation set up for fire. And we'll see what they can do with it as aSimp set up toward the top side. He gets picked apart from Nero. That's going to be 3 off the rip, and they're challenging quite heavily toward where those spawns are going to be coming in from LAG here, Jay.
Yeah, and they take down Gunless towards the backside as well. So now the spawns are going to come in from breach. This is the hard point that LAG were able to get back into the game, holding this for a full 60. And so far, they're doing it from holding the hill, as they were able to find 3 kills, even though spawns still coming in from breach from the backside. They're still putting a ton of pressure there, as Nero's able to find 3, and Boston, with about 35 seconds left, are just going to be able to set up a great hold here to just extend this lead.
And Jay, like I said, this is where it gets worrisome, right? I mean, if LAG cannot break into this hill, this is going to put Boston, at that 200-point mark. A big position already for Gunless as he's able to walk away with that fight, but they have to not just contest, they have to get some seconds, while also thinking about that rotation. Slasher's going to be at new, and you have to at least contest as well as you can, but like we said, that fire hill, it's one of the best here on Berlin. And the fact that they're not able to walk away with more seconds than that has to be somewhat worrisome. But LAG off the rotation, now here at train. We'll see if they can do it this time around, but keep in mind, player number 8 sneaking in toward the back.
Yeah, and that's going to force that number 1 player in Hook to eventually spawn out. This is going to allow Boston to push right on through the front side. Hook does find 2, but wow, eventually Boston not able to at least get the spawns for the time being, as LAG are still going to be spawning back there. But with 35 seconds left, it's all about just keeping both of these teams off of the point. TJ on a 6 spree, picks up that straight from 1, potentially working towards a glide bomb, but Hook is going to be able to take him down. Nero and Capsidal find 3, as the last player is going to be aSimp on the point. 20 seconds left. If you're Boston, you can get a good chunk of this time. You'll be happy with it, because it breaks that 200-point mark, only closer towards that finish line.
aSimp doing everything he can. He's trying to wait for a few of his teammates off the spawn, but he's got nothing really to do. Pulls out the pistol, and while that's all nice and dandy, again, Jay, it's not adding up to seconds right now for the Guerrillas. They're early at fire, not a ton of time. They're early here at trains, not a ton of time. Still down by 40 seconds. Breach trying to hold off aSimp from earning any more onto this streak, as Hook and Slasher are able to find 2 through the middle side of the map. Again, breach taken down early. We'll see what the Guerrillas can do here. Now, arguably one of the more scrappier hills in the entire game in the middle side of the map. With respawning where they are, this could be a great crossfire now. A good opportunity here for LAG as they sit right now on a 10 team spree.
And now with 30 seconds left, you just want to make sure you get someone on this point because they can tie the game up right here. I'm pretty sure aBeZy is one off of picking up that glide bomb. So those streaks can be huge off the rotation. It's LAG. They are starting to dominate, but look at those spawns. Like you said, spawns start to come in for Boston. And now if you're LAG, it's going to catch you completely off guard as a player is going to drop on hill. 180 to 196. Only being down by 10 points are going to be LAG. They have a couple streaks to work with in their back pocket, but they're not going to be used to at this P1. You had to try to set up a pinch, and this is beautiful plays coming in out of Slasher as he does find two, almost finds the third, but now LAG are going to be able to win a majority of these gunfights off the rotation and have the man advantage.
Oh, a great position. Like you said, Slasher sets themselves up so nicely. Hook, meanwhile, trying to make some gun engagements happen from the stairs as he's able to take down one onto Methodz. We have got ourselves another neck and neck game, but it cannot be understated. The plays that Slasher make allow for LAG to get all of this time, and aBeZy now on 9 in a row. He has had some up and down maps, but I tell you what, when the AR in his hands, he is absolutely frying. Now make it double digits as LAG inching ever closer toward that 250-second mark. They can be within 10 if they hold every single second left. Boston, they've got to do something specifically off of that rotation. Gunless continues to hold a big 1v1 and Cap is able to take it, but Slasher is there for the rechow. LAG gonna be within about 15 seconds between walking away with this game, but how can Boston do this? Can they come up clutch again?
We saw them, they were able to do this and force a game 5 versus NYSL. But now this is where the streak is going to get invested from aBeZy. He's going to pull that in right through side door. It's able to take down Nero. So now if you're Methodz, you just had to try to play your life. You have to allow for your teammates to eventually fill the gaps, try to get it to this point. As aBeZy's going to be able to sneak his way through. Still a lot of the kills going in favor of Boston. A lot of these pressure coming in from LAG towards that street side. Either team can close it out here, but Boston, they're doing a great job of just keeping them off the point for the time being.
Considering those streaks, it's going to make their lives that much more difficult now within 5. Cap doing everything he can to try to keep this game afloat for as long as possible. Methodz at least able to escape toward the stairs, but as Cap falls, he's at least able to issue a little bit of communication, and with 10 seconds left, look at where the next spawns are going to be. It's over at Fire, and LAG are primed and ready. They're prepared, and another streak is going to be in their way. It's going to block them from trying to get in toward Fire. It's a sandwich, it's a blender, if you will, inside of Fire, and LAG will escape with a win here on Berlin. Boy, was it dicey. Boy, was it close. But the Guerrillas stay alive after dropping what was a crazy control. They rebound in the hard point, and we have got ourselves a game 5 on our hands.
That's just insane work out of LAG. I'm pretty sure Boston, they were so close to breaking that 200-point mark when LAG were at 130 points. The reason why they were able to get back into this game is because players started to be a little bit more consistent. There was a point in the game where aBeZy was sitting at 14 and 24. The guy went on a 10 spree to eventually turn that streak right around, pick up some kill streaks off the rotation, which eventually allow his teammates to set up beautifully on that P5 hill. But then off the rotation, huge heads-up play coming in from Slasher to flank through backfire, to get that 2-piece, to get 3 off the rotation, and then eventually for LAG to get a full 60 on P1 hardpoint. Usually do not see that happen, man, and that's just great work from LAG. The veteran presence definitely showed right there towards the closing stages of that map, and now we're going to a map 5 between both of these teams. What a start. What a start between this series.
We love to see it. The first official Game 5 for the CDL season here in Major 1 qualifiers. Unbelievable stuff. But Jay, as we take a look through the highlights, I mean, it felt like a few moments, like there was almost a point where you and I were getting a little bit frustrated with the Guerrillas losing a few of those rotations. But I mean, you called it out perfectly, right? We talked about aBeZy, his ability to turn things around, and specifically, we called out Hook. We said, hey, we want the guy to fry. Not only was he frying, but he was leading in the rotations, it felt like, through a majority of these hills. 38 and 25. Jay, he also had 30 non-traded kills. You call him a guy who can take over a map, and it's fair to say he just did that.
He definitely did, man. And as an SMG on Berlin, especially off the rotation, he's winning those huge one-on-one gunfights every single time. And then possibly getting a 2-piece as well. The guy was just having himself a map now to allow his team to go towards this map 5. And they're going to be sticking on Berlin. We actually had the chance to watch Boston play this versus NYSL. and they lost it in a 6-1 dominant fashion. It just came down to a lot of these plays where they thought that a kill needed to be traded when it shouldn't have. They need to allow their SMGs to start stepping up, to start to grow, as their S&D definitely looked great in that game number 2. They're going to have to continue that going into this game number 5.
Yeah, and we talked about that a lot. That seemed to really be the story of this series between the Guerrillas and the Boston Breaches. We'll take a look at our maps and modes. I mean, as we said, it was LAG. How are the SMGs going to come out? Can Cap start off hot? And it was the Guerrillas who were able to take that first game victory on Bocage. The Tuscan Search Destroy, well controlled from the Breach. They also walk away with a crazy round 5 on Gavutu control that has every analyst in the world questioning themselves and making them think, have we thought maybe about this map a little bit differently? And then LAG able to reply back. The veterans, Hook and Asim specifically, are able to dig deep. And now we've got ourselves a game 5 primed and ready. Oh boy, Jay. I think we came into this series, talked about a number of different things, but specifically it was going to be about the consistency of both of these rosters. There's been some mistakes, there's been some great moments, but ultimately that consistency is going to be tested most in our next map.
And now we're going into a game 5, and this is where we saw Boston, like I said, played against New York, and they fell 6-1. It wasn't close. And now I'm looking at LAG with so much veteran presence. You've been in multiple situations like this before. It's all about just slowing down the game, not allowing the game to get away from you so quick, because Breach, with their early aggression, that's what set the tone. If you're LAG, you cannot allow that to happen this time.
Alrighty, folks, it is about time. Our first game 5 of the official regular season going down between the LA Guerrillas and the Boston Breach. Make sure, if you haven't already, make sure to tweet out the stream. Make sure to utilize that hashtag CDL 2022. When we come back, it is time for Berlin Search Destroy. Who's winning? We'll find out right after this. Alrighty, folks, and welcome back to CDL opening weekend. It is day number 1, and we're currently in series number 2 out of 3 in the day. And we've got ourselves a good old game number 5. I'm tossing a lot of numbers at you, but it's all good. Lano and Study here on the call. LAG and Breach going the distance. It is time for Berlin Search and Destroy. Oh boy, I'll tell you what, Jay, this has been a wild series up to this point. Both teams really showing some really overall just clutchness, right? We talked about what Boston were able to do in that control, and then LAG. Talk to me, man. The slaying numbers at the end of that last Berlin hardpoint, it was wild.
Yeah, they were insane, man. I'm pretty sure aBeZy was able to go on a 10 spree, and as a team, they went 31-12, 2.56 to close of that game 4. But now we're into the game 5, LAG versus Boston. LAG are going to be on the early attack. You see the pressure coming in towards that A bomb, and it's looking like it's going to be on Methodz. Try to play your life here, or get one and get out with your life.
What LAG learned a lot versus the Mutineers in that series of kickoff was how great these A executes can be. So already taking a page out of the Mutineers book, learning from their losses and successfully planting that bomb over at A. Nobody yet to drop his hook, having to reference back now toward the back alley, all on the breach for the retake.
And just look at number 8 in Nero. He's working his way all the way around the backside through that train side. A lot of these gunfights are going to come in towards that A bomb. TJ's able to open up at the first, but Nero does get sniffed out. The trade potentially there as Capsidal does take down Slasher, and now all left up to 1v3 is going to be aBeZy.
aBeZy gets picked apart. TJ's able to drop him, and there will be Capsidal for the defuse. I mean, what, Jay? It felt like all kinds of players were flanking around. We had LAG making flanks. We had Breach in the full flank as well. But as Boston is able to claim our first.
Yeah, that was just great work from Boston right there. You saw the early attack coming in from LAG. They were all out aggressive towards that A bomb. Methodz gives the information to his team, which eventually allows his SMG players in Nero, in Capsidal, to eventually set up on that flank. Even though Nero was taken down, Capsidal was there for the immediate trade, and that allows them to eventually set up the pinch. The setup was not great out of LAG. That's eventually why they costed that first round. But Boston Breach able to take it on the retake.
Yeah, solid retake out of the breach, as we said. LAG, get that bomb down unscathed. Normally, that A execute gonna work a high majority of the time, 75% as a matter of fact, but Breach showing us that, hey, it's not all about statistics. As much as we love numbers, it's not all about them as gunless. A solid snipe, unfortunately, just behind the back of Capsidal. And the rookie realizing, you know what, this bomb, it'd be good to go and get this bad boy down. Also destroying the doors so his teammates who sit just behind him inside of the warehouse can watch over it. With that in mind, Breach have got a solid execute set up right now, but LAG, now their turn to retake, and with 2 players falling off the rip, it's not going to make their lives that much easier as Cap is frying aBeZy, doing everything he can to try and stay alive. Breach get the bomb down, Breach slay, and Breach, they win.
Once again, Breach are just setting the tone early into these search and destroy rounds. We saw them in that very first defensive round. They set up for the Prince. There was no hesitation on the late flank. They get the job done. And then in their offensive attack, they're just full out committing towards that B bomb. Once they get that bomb down, you saw Capsidal. He was just breaking every single door, allowing the clutch to happen just in case he does drop on that site. But he made the play. They were able to find that one player going on the late flank. Capsidal finds 2 on the bomb. And they're so far just making these rounds look easy, slowly picking apart LAG.
Now LAG back to the attacking side as they'll issue gunless inside of the library, so he'll have some players to deal with. He'll have his hands full, and really, if you are gunless and Slasher who sit over here, you want to try to make some noise. I mean, you obviously need to stay alive, but unfortunately, as they drop, the players who are over at A don't decide to go for the plant, when in reality, they decide to push in toward B. It looked like the bait could have been successful, and now if you're the Breach, you're wondering, okay, hey, maybe they were at A the entire time. No, they're actually going back toward B. So a lot of craziness going down right now on the minimap, Jay.
Yeah, didn't really understand that play. As Nero's going to be able to spot both of these players come out towards the middle of the map. Able to at least hit shots on both as Capsidal's going to drop down from top 3 fire and find the 2 to close out the round. Boston go up 3-0, but off the rip of that round for LAG, you saw Slasher. He jumps on the barrel. He calls out the cross. All he spots is one player in Methodz. Once they take him down, that A-bomb is wide open. So now it just comes down to the communication for LAG. They knew that a lot of pressure was going to come in towards that B bomb, but still, once you eliminate that one player at that A site, you have to get the bomb down. You do not need to rotate it back towards B and potentially lose gunfights, and that's exactly what happened there, as Boston, once again, were just able to pick them apart, catch them basically out in the open, and now up 3-0.
Yeah, great call, my friend. LAG Unorthodox maneuver does not work out, and this search and destroy already looking like signs of our map 2, which was all out dominance off the rip from Boston. As it will be a trade to start, we say goodbye to Nero and Gunless. But it's TJ ultimately who is able to plant it down. It's brought down low in terms of HP, but the nade not able to find the pick that the Guerrillas were hoping for.
And this setup is beautiful. They have TJHaly, who's just sitting on bomb, making sure no players are going to be defusing. You have one player who's watching a late flank, and then Methodz, who's the safety net, also watching middle map, able to at least take down one. So now with 25 seconds left, if you're LAG, you have to focus on multiple things, and you still haven't even figured out the positioning of Capsidal, as TJ does find the second. aBeZy makes it into a 1v2, but with 14 seconds left, there's no way LAG win this round. This has just been a dominant game from Boston from start to finish, already up 4-0.
And you just love, too, the positioning of Breach at the end, right? Methodz just sitting over there for the top side of the warehouse, just like, yeah, aBeZy, if you even try to just touch the bomb, even if you try to just punch in one little digit, I'm going to be able to take you down. But like you said, my friend Breach, a phenomenal, phenomenal setup as now 4 rounds to 0, 4 rounds to 0. LAG, they've got to wake up.
Yeah, they got to get back into this game, man. Obviously, Boston, they have some VOD to work with when they played New York, so they have made every single adjustment possible. No one is trying to go for the over challenge. No one is getting overzealous. Everyone's just doing their job, and this has been a clean Game 5 from this Boston roster. As they go back on the defensive side, this time around, though, LAG, they're going to commit this bomb towards that B site. As Capsidal is at least going to watch the cross for the time being. Straight for run is going to get called in.
Love that call, right? Doesn't decide to bring out the sniper, but instead just has the streak. And that will take aBeZy off of the bomb. However, it does get planted. So for Breach, not as much of an advantage as you'd like. Also, you sit at a 3 versus 3. Capsidal decides to rock out that dead silence as he goes hunting for some kills. Again, the bomb planted in a position of which Gunless has a good line of sight to watch it. Cap threatening for the defuse, but Hook sits in another perspective. He's at least able to call it out. With only 8 HP, it's up to Gunless and Slasher, but the nade tossed out from Pierce, as now it's all on to Methodz and Slasher versus each other. Methodz, not a whole lot of time, and it will be a round for the Guerrillas. Again, somewhat of a similar story to what we saw on that Tuscan search and destroy. LAG, just by the narrowest of margins, able to escape with rounds, but Jay, they get it done, and now they've got one on the board.
And that was great work out of LAG. They opened up with the early first blood, Gunless onto TJ. But then once aBeZy gets taken down by that streak, that opens up the bomb site. If Gunless doesn't hit that nade and at least takes down one, it's probably a totally different round right there. But huge nade coming in from Gunless to even up the numbers, make it a 2v2. He eventually gets traded, and then Slasher finds that kill. And with only 12 seconds left, Slasher knows he's been around the scene for quite some time. You just got to play the clock and eventually get the guy off bomb as they get their first round on the board. And I don't want to say like this is looking very similar, but this is looking just like New York versus Boston. This time Boston are in command.
Yeah, that Game 5, right? New York came out swinging. Breach didn't have an answer, but now Boston, shoes on the other foot, it would appear. As now we've got a trade to start off this round number 6. So far at this A site, I was going to say Hook has made himself quite comfortable there in that small room. Cap, not going to see him. I think Hook knows there's not just one player here, but there's in fact 2. Meanwhile, Nero takes down 2, so all this work from Hook, it could be great, but he's got no teammate support, and they finally check the small room angle. Breach, it seems, can do no wrong. 5-1.
They cannot, man. They cannot, and it's all on Nero right there. Like the entire time, it's a 3v1 all the way across the map. Nero was able to take down both of those players to eventually force it to be a 1v3, all left up to Hook, who is just basically playing patient in towards that A-bomb, waiting for the push to happen. But when you're in that position like Hook, and your teammates are dropping all the way across the map, it's just truly unfortunate because right there, you have the man advantage. All you have to do is play the trades on that B site, take down Nero, and then you can eventually jump back into the play to help Hook. But that's not what happens, man. Boston, they just win their gunfights. Nero goes huge across the map with that 2-piece to now go up 5-1, 1 round away from winning this series.
And for Guerrillas, again, you've been in this spot before. Obviously, they got to 3 rounds in the Tuscan, but we'll see what they can do now. I believe we did have, for a moment, a timeout request there on the map, so we'll see exactly what's going down. I know the players are still talking to each other, so we'll continue to talk about this next round coming up, but specifically there for LAG there, Jay. As we said, it just seems as if they cannot find the right timing. Every time they set up for a play, they're instantly taken down, and It just makes me think of that one round and that search and destroy, right? Where they have the positioning set up over toward A. Slasher and Gunless are making noise at the opposite side of the map. And even at the very least, both of them get taken down. Great, but you at least made some noise. You at least distracted the opponents. It just feels like in search and destroy, up to this point and so far, through our 6 rounds in this Game 5 search and destroy, LAG just don't look connected. But maybe, who knows, this time for a brief little timeout, it could be the time that they need to regain and figure out some sort of a game plan.
Yeah, they definitely need to get back into this one, man, because Boston,
it may be
they're
a
just
little
setting
late,
the tone. Yeah, they're setting the tone with their aggression. Like, just early into the game, Boston are not hesitating on any play calls that they want to get done. Like, the fact that they're having one player consistently call out the cross, even though they had the numbers on the cross, they're still sending 2 players on that side of the map. They're playing super confident. They're playing so well as a team right now, playing for every single trade possible. And right now, if you're LAG, it's just slowly but surely starting to work these rounds as a unit. Like, nothing is working so far. Let's just 4-man hit A.
Yeah, we'll see if it can work out as Slasher gets picked apart off the rip. TJ there cuts him down off the cross. Instant 3 versus 4 situation. In fact, Methodz gets taken down, so the AR is already involved in quite a few fights. aBeZy, meanwhile, does get the plant down successfully at A. TJ tosses the nade out. He's able to take down Hook. Nero, his position is known. He turns on the aBeZy with the pistol. And now it's all going to be on the Gunless. Now make it a 1v1. Prior teammates, TJ versus Gunless. And Gunless will walk away with the 1v1. Again, narrowest of situations, but LAG now find their second.
And that's all on Gunless right there. I'm pretty sure he was able to pick the ace up on that round. So now down 2-5. Even though the early first blood does come in from TJ on the Slasher, you do not want to see that happen. But Gunless, they were committed towards that A bomb. He wins his first initial gunfight. He reads the player on the flank and then was able to clutch up the 1v2 to keep his team alive in this game. So far, Gunless, he's been their clutchest player in Search and Destroy. 1v2, 1v3. Someone just needs to help him as you see Hook sitting at 0-7. This is not the stat line we expect from such a great player.
Yeah, right. It's been the similar story for the SMG players. We know aBeZy, not a great search and destroy performance at kickoff, not a great performance in the game 2, and now Hook, an 0-7, joining the agency alongside his SMG duo. Slasher once more being a problem off the rip. As Nero gets found out as well, an early 2 there for the Guerrillas.
And that's just good work from LAG to at least set up the nade spot to get that player off bomb. They work as a team to find that player in towards P2. So now in a 4v2 situation, you know that both players had to be pushed out towards the back. They find TJ. Now Methodz in a 1v3 with 20 seconds. He's going to get sniffed out. And that's going to be 2 rounds back-to-back for LAG, slowly but surely getting back into this game. And Gunless is not dropped, so that kill streak is still alive.
Where's that been? Huh?
Yeah, where? Like, why do we do it when we're down 5-1?
Guerrillas?
This is the second time. Second search and destroy. Down 5-1. Oh, we're going to start winning some rounds now.
Oh man, at the very least, again, it's 5-3. I can't even talk as if the game is over, but still, you love what you see at times from the Guerrillas. It's those sparks of brilliance. It's just a matter of it happening continually. But again, LAG still surviving, still alive, and in the exact same situation that they were on Tuscan once more. They lost that 6 rounds to 3, and now what can they do? Will they rewrite the script? Can they get us at least to around 10? Will Capsidal spoil the show? Will he spoil the party? As Gunless looking toward the dock side is Hoop. Inside the bottom of the library, some good shots as that'll be the first blood for LAG. Also, some excess shots there onto Nero. With all the noise, all the pressure that they've made, this might be the wrap.
Yeah, and this is the heads-up play coming in from LAG. This is what makes them veterans, as Gunless was able to find 2, picks up the strafing one off of working that glide bomb. As it's all going to be left up to TJ, he's going to be able to take down Gunless. That's a huge kill. But now this free A bomb plan is going to come in. All left up to TJ in a 1v3. This is not going to be an easy task to get done. But TJ's one hell of a search and destroy player. 35 seconds left, though. It's going to be impossible, basically.
It does not look good. Also, you have one player who's sitting top 3. And yeah, he'll have the information. Slasher there to cut him down. All right. So Guerrillas showing us that, hey, they are still alive. Their pulse is still there. They're still breathing. And especially, Jay, that streak from Gunless.
Yeah.
He's now got 2 of them for the rest of the game.
Yeah, that's 3 rounds in a row for LAG. So now they go back on the defensive side. So far, Boston, their go-to has been that quick B-bomb plant, We saw the way that LAG were able to shut it down the first go around, get good teammates onto the player on site, and then eventually just full on attack towards P2. But now they're down, still into this game though. You see 2 players are going to be on a 3 spree. TJHaly trying to work his way up through middle broken. But this time they're not going to allow Boston Breach to try to get a free A bomb plan, as Gunless is going to be that player still calling out the cross.
Gunless, can he continue to be influential? And based off that slide and where the stun ends up coming in from Gunless, is going to have no awareness that this plant is going to go down. So somewhat catching LAG off guard, the early plant and Cap. He wants to try to escape, jumps on through the street, and fortunately for him, Gunless was in the middle of repositioning himself. But here comes the streak raining in from the skies. It does gain some information, so at least LAG will have that to work off of. The heads-up play coming in from the vet and Methodz. Takes down Hook from the back. Meanwhile, it's TJ, the other veteran, taking down Slasher. Gunless inside of the point, trying to stay alive. He's got the sniper. He gets picked apart as well. And now it's all on to aBeZy. Say goodnight to him as the Breach will escape with a Game 5 victory. Their first official win as a new franchise here in the CDL. Congratulations to them. As LAG, they send it the distance. They get us to a Game 5. But the S&D dominance, at least early on from the Breach, continued to be the story here, Jay.
Yeah, Boston, they just got the job done. And let's bring in aLLeY, let's bring in Nameless, so we can all discuss this, because that was an insane match, man. The way that Boston were able to make these adjustments on that game number 5, that was beautiful. Straight textbook. Like, the fact that their offensive pushes were so beautiful towards that B-bomb every single time, and LAG simply didn't have an answer for it for 3 offensive rounds. You got to tip it to them, because these young players, they've been putting in work, and it definitely showed in that Game 5.
Yeah, I mean, that was a crazy series, first of all. Boston always giving us these Game 5 just bangers, but going all the way to that. I mean, in that Search and Destroy, I liked what I saw out of Boston. Honestly, in both Search and Destroys, they would take full map control literally every single round. And even think back to that Tuscan, Capsidal was getting pushed up, picking up those first bloods at any moment when he wanted. They look good in Search and Destroy, aLLeY.
They've seriously polished their Search and Destroy since we originally saw them in Kickoff Classic. Not to mention the fact that LAG, not once, Jay said it twice, started to come back, and we're all like, oh, okay, they're getting nervous. Round 5, they only need 1 more to win, but they ended up closing it out. LAG, Gunless had both of those streaks, but one of my biggest gripes that you will continue to hear me say throughout the season is that I hate when teams play around the streaks. The streak should work with the play, not make the play around the streaks. And I feel like that's exactly what LAG did with Gunless's streaks on B Street, and that's what ended up losing them the round.
Yeah, absolutely. And without question, obviously, LAG, that has to be the primary focus, is looking at their Search and Destroy going forward, but they also should have won that control. They lost back-to-back defenses. That's unacceptable. Lando, talk to me a little bit about that control and what you saw.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, we saw this exact same story when it came down to the Kickoff Classic versus the New York Subliners. They were going to be in that round 5 situation. We had that unfortunate restart, but still, their ability to do that on attack, the dominance that they had, but specifically to me, the entire story of that control came down to Big Cap, right? It came down to Capsidal, his play to go on the spree, his ability to stay inside of the tank, to allow for his teammates to make the plays that they did. That to me was the ultimate story of that control. Because I forget, he was, we were calling it out, he was like 9-24, triple negative.
Yeah, he was playing great.
At least gets close to positive toward the end. An incredible spree from the young man to close out that control that, like you said, Nameless, did not look at all like it was going to go their way.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, watching that control, I mean, there are multiple times where I thought LAG was just throwing their lives away too much, trying to save the boat. And it's just, at some point, you have to concede that player life and just play the defense and stop them from getting over towards B. But talking a little bit about the Boston Breach and what we saw, at least on that map, on offense, looked great.
Especially TJ, this entire series, he ended up slowing down in that Game 4, but Game 5, he turned up once again to help close out this Search and Destroy. I'm going to keep repeating this. They seriously polished it since Kickoff Classic. We now see them go to the Game 5, and they close it out against a team like LAG, which is full of veterans, right? And when they're put under pressure, that's when they start to really shine. We saw that in the control, we saw that in the hardpoint, and we saw it here in our Game 5, but they just weren't able to close it out. Big ups to Cap as well. I think he loves Berlin.
Yeah, I think so.
I think I need to ask him that later, because he has that AP, that debut, and And then he goes, geez, I think it was like 7-2 in game 5.
Yeah, I mean, the guy was just popping off. He's obviously an extremely integral player on this roster. And even going up against a team in LAG who at times had 4 ARs out in some of the respawns.
Yeah.
He had a sub the entire time, and the man was popping off. Jay, talk to me a little bit about TJHaly, because he had a fantastic series. Map 1, the guy was fine despite the loss. He's the guy that, you know, in pre-match we highlighted, we need to see a little bit more consistency out of him. What'd you see?
I saw nothing but consistency. The guy started off the beginning hard point. He dropped like 35 to 40 kills and then took over in that Search and Destroy. Even though Capsidal had such a great start, pretty sure it was like 11-0, TJ still led the lobby with 12 kills. And this is the kind of player he needs to be for this roster to have success, because TJ, he's now a veteran on this team. You have to be able to teach the younger players what you used to do, and that's exactly what he did in that series. Kept it consistent in Search and Destroy, which is his bread and butter, but then also with that AR on the Gavutu, turns up right alongside Capsidal and just gets the job done.
Absolutely, and it's got to feel good to get that first W in on the season for the Boston Breach. And for you, aLLeY, looking at Boston Breach and going forward, do you think that they're going to be able to get to that top 4 status?
Top 4 is pushing it. We have such an incredible roster lineup in the CDL teams this year. I mean, in New York and in FaZe and Ultra. Maybe it's possible. I think the ceiling is really high. I see them kind of beating everybody middle of the pack right now. They're kind of in T5, T6 for me right now, but it's incredibly possible with the ceiling they have.
Okay, Landos, what's a satisfactory placing for this team at the end of Major 1 when it's all said and done? What do you think this team would be happy with?
You know, obviously for the players, it's always going to be different. You know, it's always like win or bust, or I think for them, like they'd be super happy with top 4. But to be totally honest with you, I think to be really happy with the Boston Breach, I think anywhere from 6 to 5 to 4, like anywhere in that range, I would be really happy with this team. As aLLeY mentioned, I mean, the level of talent that we've got right now in the league is unbelievable. But I will say, Boston, the way they were able to dominate in those Search and Destroys, granted versus this LAG team that really just doesn't look all that structured right now in the mode, it does impress you, because like we said, we learned a lot from Boston, from their series at kickoff to where they showed us here. They can be a team that can clutch up in the biggest moments, whether it's in the controls or dominating the Search and Destroys. I think this team really is going to be about the hard points throughout the remainder of the season. If they can be consistent in that mode, continue to be solid in control, and overall perform like they did in the Search and Destroys, I think they've got themselves a very well and complete roster. But again, I would be very happy for them to be in that upper 6 in general, but anywhere from that point on would just make me a much happier camper or a bigger Boston fan.
Well,
For
Boston,
me,
turn up so we can
I don't really
make
think
Lando
that
happy.
Boston are going to be able to do that. I don't think Boston are going to be able to consistently get top 4 as the season goes on. I feel like this is a team that's going to be around the middle of the pack all year long, but I feel like for them at the end of Major 1, they're probably going to get a top 8. It's because all these teams are going to start practicing, start polishing. Like Atlanta FaZe, there's no way they're going to look as bad as they did at kickoff going into the Major. I feel like for this team, since it's such a young roster, top 8, at least for the first Major, is where they're going to be.
Well, we've been talking about Capsidal. Let's check out some of his stats from that series. And the guy's been lighting it up. I mean, we've been expecting this guy to continue to fry, to continue to go off. And from what we've seen, I mean, non-traded kill percentage, 80%, aLLeY.
And total engagement, 211. This guy is
211.
flying across the map. Dude, 1.11 KD ratio. Again, we're talking about them going up against a team like LAG, which in conversation wasn't expected due to incredible, but in hardpoint, there's still a lot of incredible players to go up against. I mean, gun skill across the board, Gunless and Kyler especially. So for him to show up this much, I'm excited to see what he does with the rest of the year.
Well, welcome to our Game Fuel Victory Spotlight. Capsidal, congrats on the W. And I want to talk to you a little bit, man. So what's practice been like headed into the season? What was the primary focus after opening weekend?
Obviously, like, our hardpoint today, we played really sloppy. We should have closed it down. But honestly, our main focus leading up to this this match was S&D.
Yeah.
And as our S&D in the kickoff was really bad on our end, like it looked like we didn't know what we were doing, and then we just focused on that, and we played really good today in the S&D.
You did. You guys slammed it in S&D, and honestly, I have to ask this question. Is Berlin your favorite map? I mean, is that your favorite one going into? 8 piece on debut, and then that S&D you absolutely fried. Is it?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, Berlin is my map.
It's your map. I slap your name on it, dude. That's going to be vetoed from here on out. I hope you're prepared.
Yeah, you've been frying on that map, Cap. But I also have another question for you. I just asked Lando and Study where they would think you guys would place towards the end of Major 1. So as a realistic expectation, where do you see your team when Major 1 is said and done?
Done. I see us getting top 6.
Okay.
At least.
That's pretty good, man. I mean, top 6, you guys coming in, brand new roster. What's it been like playing with players like Methodz and TJ, players that have championships and learning sort of under their wing?
Yeah, Zen and Tej, they teach me a lot. They help me become a better player. So it's always good to have people like that. They encourage me every day. Honestly, they're really great teammates, and I'm glad that I could be playing with them.
Well, we're glad to have you, Capsidal. Good luck going forward with you and the rest of the guys. Everybody say goodbye to Capsidal. Wish them luck going forward. The Boston Breach getting that first W. Much love, brother.
Hey, it's in the background. We just missed it. Hi, guys.
Chef Tony was there just for a second. But anyways, guys, that's it for this match. After the break, we're going to have New York versus Seattle. It's a rematch from the Kickoff Classic. I couldn't be more excited for this one, watching the rookies versus the sophomores. Also, get some Crimsix and Clayster action in there as well. We'll see you guys after this break.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny Gaming. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Y'all think too small, I got big dreams. You just starting, I'm way ahead at the end scenes. Started reading and dodging all of the quick schemes. Money like your Spotify, boy, I got 10 streams. And I'm still looking for more. My people, they got a soar, I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, job that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the ground on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live.
Welcome back to CDL opening weekend. We are 2 matches in with one absolute banger to go. aBeZy, how you feeling?
I'm doing great. I just saw Crimsix all the money, guys, dude.
Yeah,
the CL teams have been knocking the content out of the park this year.
Well, it's not just me and aBeZy. We also have Miles and Chance. Let's bring the boys back on in. And we got a, what do you call it, Miles? A humdinger ahead of us. New York
It's going to be
versus
it's going to be a humdinger. It's going to be an absolute hoot. This is going to be dope. We're running it back, man. I mean, this was a great series to watch at Kickoff Classic. Now everyone's had a little bit of time to get some homework done. This should be about.
Absolutely. Now, talking about New York a little bit, this is a star-studded roster, Chance. If you had to pick one player to be the X Factor, though, who is it?
It's going to be Neptune, right? Like 100% the X factor for the squad. If he's popping off, everyone is going to be wheeling and dealing. At the same time, though, it might even be a map-specific thing, right? We go to Bocage, and that's where Crimsix started frying as well with the extra SMG. But I think Neptune is the key guy. When you have that extra SMG, having that success, that means you're going to be good to go.
Well, aBeZy, talk to me a little bit about the game feel keys to victory for the New York Subliners.
Well, they got to keep finding trades. 36% traded death percentage in the hardpoint ranks. They place second out of all 12 of our teams. So as long as they keep finding those trades and playing together, I feel like the chem in this team, they've been gelling really well and execute defensively in S&D. 65% of offensive win rate versus a 32% defensive win rate. So maybe a little too over-aggressive in that defense, guys. Maybe play a little bit more patient in back and wait for the kills to come to you. Study the VOD and use prior knowledge. Lost 3-1 versus Seattle at the Kickoff Classic. Now we're heading to this official map, so maybe hopefully they can win map vetoes.
Absolutely, map vetoes are certainly going to be very important. And looking at this New York roster, the 2 absolute slayer SMGs, 2 AR players, and a flex player in Crim, who honestly was lighting it up at the Kickoff Classic. Miles, when you look at Crimsix, he has been inconsistent in the last couple of years, but in this game so far, he's looked great.
Yeah, he has looked really good so far. I mean, Porter, he was tweeting about it a long while back about like, I might be the guy with the MP40, and he really did look super strong. So it's impressive to see Crim, who's been around for a long time. He is, in many players' eyes, in many fans' eyes, he is the one true GOAT. You know, he's been around the longest, he's got the most wins, he's the man. Can he bring that today, you know, against the squad? Like, this is the perfect tale of, like, old guy who's been doing it a long time, he's the GOAT, and then there's these new kids who are so hungry for that title, so hungry to prove themselves. We'll see if he can keep it up against the young'uns.
Well, absolutely. I think it's time for you guys to take it away, Miles and Chance. Enjoy yourselves and have a good match.
Oh, we will enjoy ourselves. This is going to be an absolute treat. Chance again, we run it back. Kickoff Classic 3-1 to Seattle. We have we looked at the maps most today. A very, very different look to that series overall. Tusk going to start things off. Bocage, Search and Destroy would be a lot of fun for that game too. Then we go back to the rainy shores of Kuavo for that control game. Chance, we go in the distance here today. Looking at the map bans, how do you feel?
Oh, look, the Tuscan hardpoint is a run-it back. Seattle, they beat them 250 to 200 last time they played, so pretty close game. Seattle had the edge. Gavatu control, though. It was dominant from Seattle. They've not lost a round of a single one. They are winning on offense. They are destroying people on defense. So Seattle has been on point, and the fact that it's a run-it-back series where Seattle's going against New York again, and a couple of the maps are run-it-back as well, it will be the clearest of indications of how much progress New York has made that they had with the extra time since that Kickoff Classic. So it's going to be a fun one, man, just to see like how long Seattle can keep it up.
I mean, Ultra, clearly the front runners in the control department, they managed to dethrone them, but we'll see. We'll get to that when we get to that. But first and foremost, Tuscan, the beautiful burning Italian countryside will be the home of our first match, and here we go. NYSL, Seattle Surge, playing for sweet old points here in the Call of Duty League, and we'll see just how this one plays. Chance again. OpTic Texas Major, not too far away. We cannot wait, and clearly, New York Subliners, early time goes their way.
Yeah, and nice little setup they have as well, right? Clayster chilling in the middle of the map. His teammates are responsible for the rest and handling the mid-map pressure fairly well. Pred might find the opening, and the call-out maybe just comes a little bit too late. So Seattle there just to keep them at bay. And this is perfect, man. Like, almost always the team that spawns on the left side will win that initial opening break, but Seattle doing a job making the break on the point and controlling the rest of the map. Even Simp down low, he's responsible for dealing with the guys trying to go on those flanks to break spawn. So Seattle, they cover their bases, they win all the gunfights. Admittedly, they'll be down by a bit, but they have the setup for new, the perfect rotation over towards B2.
This amount of time, he will flip soon. And for those who are wondering as well, who didn't know, maybe it was Simp's birthday yesterday. He's 20. If he can't bring those birthday vibes into today's games. Two players now trying to hit through the backside for NYSL. Here comes the hold from Pred. Gets them both, guns them down. Maybe a little bit of help from accuracy there. And a clean 4-down chance. Perfect wipe. NYSL. Try again.
And look at the setup, by the way. Pred, he's moving up the map. So now if NYSL players start to fall, they're going to end up spawning in the back. This is exactly what Seattle wants to actually have happen. Give up those back spawns. You don't want to give up control of the point, though. You got to be fair to the swarm, but you want to make sure that you're set up for the rotation. They're handling it perfectly. Mack's there for the clearance, and again, they are just trying to manipulate those spawns and make sure that they're set up for new. Seattle, it might not be as perfect as they want, but it's pretty damn good.
Yeah, it's looking all right so far. Scrap time as well. 15 seconds still to play for here. Grim's going to be the guy trying to make that one happen. Accuracy, stay alive. Here comes the flood from NYSL. Get him off that at the very least. There's a good chunk of time still to be had. Grab that, make the way across that left-hand side of the map. That's going to be P3, and already you see accuracy spawning in the perfect position for that one. Nep, though, flies right into his mouth, gets robbed easily. Take care of. Up to Clay now. Slow and steady approach. 1 kill goes his name. No one else really to pick that one up. So NYSL is going to be Crim leading the charge now, desperately trying to make their way through the front. Mate, not an easy hard point to break. Chance P3 can be a sweet one.
I mean, one good thing, though, about this, even if you're spawning P1, you can spawn up and start chucking nades on the hill, but the guy on the back heady is the biggest problem. That is Sid. He is on a 5. He will be thinking about those kill streaks. Just a few more kills away, and honestly, he's in a power position. He can wait for them to fall into his lap. There's number 1. Get the glide for the second. Easy gunfights for Sib, almost assuredly gonna get it, and Crim might be the one that feeds it to him.
He's gonna try to wait out, though. This is for full streaks. Here comes the pressure. Great timing. Hydra's going to get the kill. There's still going to be that strafing run to play with. That's going to come into effect later on. Still, we're seeing players become far more useful at finding the kills with it. But here we go. Pred trying to slow down the play. Not a lot going on here. Towards the church we go for our next hard point. Always a mixy one. Look for the MP40 players to start getting kills here. It's close range engagements. That's the name of the game. Going in the church. Early time on the subliners. Nep through the back. Can't get it done. It's all coming down to Crim now. He's trying to stay alive as the rest of the team on the hunt. This should be all good for Seattle. Chance, a nice hold so far.
This is going to get a little bit crazy, though, right? It is players hitting from every direction. Someone sets foot inside the hill, so Mack has to wrap back. Able to find the first, able to get the second as well. Mack now on a 5. Him and Sib almost taking turns, but even still, Neptune just responds, walks straight in the hill, picks up a 2-piece. Again, a very crazy hill we have sometimes over at church, but it looks like for the map spread, NYSL able to lock it down. Final 18 seconds should go their way.
It's a nice force spree from Neptune. About time we saw the man heat up. A lot of promise here, again, coming into this season as a top prospect. He's surrounded by a brilliant coaching staff and, again, star-studded players. A man of that mechanical ability should be a dominant player in the time to come. But for now, starting to get things going. You still have Surge with the lead over towards the dreaded 5th hard point. This is the blender. Check out for the nades. All about flying in those little windows. No one survives for very long. We'll see if they can get any kills here in Chance. I mean, look, it's going to be crazy. But let's go for a New York Subliners. Listen in to see how they break it.
Middle, Mack dead. Let's go.
I don't see bottom.
Bottom on me, Sid.
Yeah, bottom. There's 2 there.
2v2.
Yeah, we got, yeah. I'm working bottom.
Yeah.
We're faster.
I spawn roof. They're still spawning out.
He's making you watch out.
I'm in there. I'm in there.
Their side.
Their door.
Bottom.
Pred their door. One in their
bottom got me, bro.
Rotate.
I'm putting him in.
Yeah, we're good. Yo, Paco and Travis, calm down.
One's mid, Pred.
They're gonna probably be here.
Another one underbroken.
Lamar, watch out.
Underbroken, Mike.
Guys, we gotta rotate, man.
Yeah, rotate. Everyone fucking relax, dude. Please.
Okay. He was
like Travis and Paco, you're talking super loud. I got him.
Nice, good shit.
I'm nading. You too?
I'll get Lamar well.
Yeah, one's gonna be middle.
You two, jump.
Middle on me, Pred is already middle.
He's one shot mid. You two.
Where's he going?
YouTube. I got stunned.
Alright, go through mid, man.
Yeah, one's hitting
Top
YouTube.
first. Top first.
Yeah, slow it down.
Yeah,
Slow
slow
it
down.
down.
One is pushed on mid, guys.
Got him one mid.
There should be another one mid.
Middle on me somewhere.
Yeah, Pred
I didn't stun him.
Work mid, work mid.
I don't know where he is.
Front fire, Mack, dead.
Nice, one's flanking our mid.
Chance no one wants to disappoint their parents ever, but when your two Call of Duty dads are telling you to calm down, telling you to rotate, I mean, I would be listening to the best of my ability, but very, very interesting listening with the Subliners.
I mean, that's just the listening of what it sounds like to be in the blender. Like, they had the early rotation in P5. Seattle broke it pretty much instantly, and since then, they've just had them in the trap. This is the first bit of hill time New York has gotten in the past, like, 2.5 minutes. And even there, we're going back to P2. And keep in mind, this is where Seattle really started to get the ball rolling. They handled it perfectly. They watched the back. They turned it into flipping the spawns. But right now, it looks like Sib, he's let a couple players through. He needs to try to time out this pinch because accuracy, the pressure's going to be on him.
Yep, pressure's still on. Hold the point now. Column's not an easy point to hold, but you can get a sweet amount of time here indeed. Hydra's on a 4. He calmed down and he's turned things up. 20 and 15 overall. The kill's starting to work out again, but here comes the hit from the back. Seattle winding up for it. Hydra's up first. Mack doesn't get anyone. Great work out of Seattle. Good kills. Forward they go. Over to Clay now. He's got to try and stay alive. Here's the reposition. Pred with the shots. Sweet work out of him. As he's now on a 3, can't get any more out of that one as Hydra straight out of the respawn, straight back to the point. But you've still got Seattle in control, and chance that lead is only getting bigger.
Oh, New York, they're trying to find what decision they want to make. Either force it at the old hill or maybe rotate, and they weren't really able to do either. Hydra gets caught in the middle of the map. Sib has already found his corner in the back spawn. So New York, they didn't do either objective. And now Sib, this is the hill that he went on, what, a 5-6 spree the last go around. He's back in prime position, but Hydra there to shut him down. New York, it was a struggle to get the rotation win, but eventually they got it.
Yeah, Crim winning a big one on the backside of the hard point. Sib's here now as well. It's the old dog versus the new guns. And tell you what, the old dog's got some tricks in him. Big kills out of Crim, now hitting the wrap. These players aren't going to know what's about to hit him. You've got hardpoint still in the hands of NYSL. These times still going their way. Crim's on an absolute rampage. He goes Røkkr for a Mo. Now, accuracy through the front. It is water crashing against the rocks right now as Seattle surge. Now they've finally made their way through. Kills still going. It is non-stop here on P3. 25 remaining. Neptune finding a few more here. Back over we go to accuracy, and it's Nep again. He's still keeping the kills going, and this is typical Vanguard. It is literally non-stop.
Oh, dude, in the bludgeoning on the hill, look at that win, actually. He didn't even want to collect that time. I think if I'm Mack, I try to get those final 10 seconds, but either way, he takes that from NYSL. I mean, they're down by 80 points at the minute, and look at Seattle. They got the rotation. They got Mack up top. Yes, he gets dropped, but everyone else still inside of the point. Seattle, I mean, they've just been out-rotating, out-slaying, outclassing their opponent. New York, they got to get back in it.
It's a new year, new COD, and this team is looking fine so far. We are not done yet, though. Here comes a hit from Neptune. Neptune versus Mack. Mack reads it, guns him to pieces. It's not quite over yet, but you have to make the play now, NYSL. This is not how you want to start the series off. The clock's still ticking. Is the sort of small contest, 30 seconds on the back line. Mack's going a few more. Accuracy with a spawn control. Pred with a 2-piece on the hill. It's 20 for the win. And here comes the pressure again. You can still get the win here, chance for Seattle.
I mean, it's just, even if you're stripping away a couple times and did a contest, it seems like it's only a matter of time before Seattle gets the win. Even the trades inside the point, number 4 is there. Pred almost gets it every time. This time, Crypto is there. But back to P5 we go. In my mind from the first rotation, this is where Seattle started to run away with the game. They got control of this hill, and they never looked back. At New York, maybe one attempt, some nice movement from Clay. He just gets dropped inside the point. Seattle there, 11 seconds to go.
Sib's going to find the kills. That's a 3 spree. Almost able to get the 4. NYSL still, though, knocking on this one. The time's still ticking. Mack now from downstairs. This could be the kills to save it and seal the game. Can he find them? Crim's there. Trades are still on point. NYSL come out on top for now. Still holding it down. Neptune, great awareness, takes care of the players below. 30 seconds remaining here. And as we say, it has to be perfect from New York from here on out.
This is where they got to calm down. By the way, Hydra just spawned up looking outside the map, so he takes a tumble, but he's back in the mix. 20 seconds left. Neptune's getting all the kills. And actually, because of the nades, no, Simp picks up 2. The 1v1 inside the point, Hydra. Cannot be understated how important that is. Now the teammates, though, they got to fly in that rotation. Mack is already here.
It was great spawns from Seattle. They spawned close to P1. Now Clay flying his way forward. 1 kill at a time's all he needs. Mid-map's burst open. Here comes NYSL, but it's Simp. What a read. Simp finds a few more. 5 spree, 5 seconds to go, and Simp putting the old boys down. That's a huge opening win as Seattle takes map 1.
Oh, and 2 clean as well. I mean, you can hear the communication towards the end, both Civ and I think Accuracy that are with him on the point. They know the pressure's coming through you. They knew exactly where to look at, but there's just a couple things that Seattle was doing right. Like the moment they had over towards P5, they get the break instantly. For the next 2 minutes, they're just running the score up. But even those P2 to P3 rotations, Seattle are putting in the work both times. They're making things messy on the rotation to actually get Civ in the back and cause problems. On top of the fact that they're just manipulating the spawn so well, Seattle truly, I mean, that is a very solid Tuscan hardpoint coming out, even better than what they had at the Kickoff Classic.
Yeah, I mean, Simp, 39 and 22 overall. That is a very impressive performance, you know, starting things off big. Damage across the board for everyone, looking very good. NYSL, of course, Clay and Neptune didn't have as much damage on the board. Still not, I mean, it's so hard, man. Like, you're getting slayed so bad. The opening sort of, what, like first set of hardpoints chance, entirely Seattle in the driver's seat.
I mean, again, the opening break is always helpful just to spawn on the preferred side of the map. But, I mean, I think even just moment to moment, and this is the start of it, right? Pred picks up these kills on the P2. They give up the back spawns, and that sets themselves up on the rotation. The next time we saw the P2 to P3, it's the same thing. Seattle had control of the hill, but they're still, with control of the hill, out-rotating New York to the next hill, causing problems nonstop, always a thorn in their side. And they just had control of the game. Basically, from step 1, New York was always playing off the back foot, and were never able to take stride.
It was so hard to, you know, even make those breaks and find any sort of concerted time. The listening as well for me was so important. Just hearing, you know, the attitude from Clay and Crim, you know, the older guys in the team, the true vets. You know, are they going to help bring their team to victory? 100% of the way. When you're hearing things like, guys, calm down. Hydra, Neptune, calm down. Please rotate. Like, it's almost like going back to the fundamentals, like going back to like how we play the game. Everything we've talked about in scrims, trying to execute that now in game can prove to be harder than it looks, you know, and especially when you are down and you're being heavily outslayed by this incredibly aggressive Seattle Surge roster. I mean, practice, it kind of felt like it went out the window, and NYSL, there was times, man, where that was not pretty.
And taking the things that are not pretty, if you're a New York fan, looking down the barrel of this series, again, the Kuavo control, Seattle has not dropped a single round. They have figured out offense as well. They have a team KD of 1.46 on the map. They've been completely absurd. So in my mind, Bocage S&D, that is not a fun map where it feels like a must win, but in my mind for New York, it is absolutely a must win to bounce back in game number 2.
We're almost ready to get into the search and destroy, but first and foremost, man, we didn't talk about it to begin with. We got to do the game fuel keys to victory for Seattle. I mean, obviously, keep up the slaying. A 1.05 team KD during Kickoff Classic, no problem, baby. Chance they walk away with the first win, but hey, now we start to work on other things. Talking about control, talking about those breaks. Tell me about the keys.
Well, I mean, one interesting thing there is, right, they had the worst break percentage in the league from the Kickoff Classic. Well, what happened that game? It starts with the P5. They get the break, and then they just run away with the game. So maybe it's Seattle, actually, that in the downtime has been making more progress, which for the rest of the league potentially could be a scary sight. But again, even for that map 3, the control, they've been dominant. Haven't lost a single round on Kuavo. I will say it every time because it's an impressive stat.
Very, very impressive stat indeed. But there we go. Game fuel keys to victory for Seattle. Will they be able to execute? And what a squad it's been, man. They have been winning hearts and minds ever since Kickoff Classic. There was a lot of excitement coming in, of course, with this very diverse, exciting team. You know, again, Pred coming in from Australia, man. He's made the long journey, friends, and he's looking fine so far. Mack from the NYSL last season, again, mixed up and down performances. And of course, the Iceman, Accuracy. Who could forget the OpTic lineup? I mean, he had a great run. Civ has done everything he expected him to do coming into this one. So there you go. Seattle Surge, an exciting squad to be keeping an eye on here in the 2022 season. R&D match metrics chance coming in this one. This is Kickoff Classic alone. Again, small sample size, but hey, 90% plant rate in their games. Surge, no problem getting the bomb down.
Now, one of the biggest things about that stat, though, right, is Seattle have played a lot of Tuscan, and Tuscan is a map where you can get the bomb planted on A almost on command, so it's definitely more of a map-specific thing, and I think what we've learned from Bocage Search so far, very 50-50. Like offense, defense, it almost doesn't make a difference. A lot of rounds do play out sort of like TDM, but one interesting thing to note, is this is the first time we have seen Bocage, and this is like for anyone in the competitive scene, played with Silent Plant and Silent Diffuse. This has very much been a map, especially around that A site. You're just playing for the audio cue of when they're planning, when they're diffusing. You can sit almost anywhere in Grandma's and hear both sites. Like, now that we don't have that, the map is going to play radically different. And it should be the first time either of these teams have even played with that setting. So always a fun time in the CDL. You got to make those constant adjustments.
This is going to be really interesting. I mean, Chutz, you breaking that down, let us know. I was aggressively chef's kissing off camera there. Let's find out how Bocage Search and Destroy plays out now. And it is an aggressive opener. NYSL bomb in hand. Forward they go. Clay's got eyes on players. Mack's going to be the player inside bottom. Hey, Nep's backing up Clay. As we're hoping to find that opening kill. Again, Bocage fast and furious indeed. Trade central. It's tense. Crim. There's that first blood. Accuracy from top grandmas. Cooking up something special. 1 minute to go.
And it sort of looks like New York are potentially setting up for rotation over towards B, but this is still a ton of map control, right? Obviously accuracy in the power position. But number one, Simp is there as well, ready for the fight. Able to even up the odds at a 3 versus 3, and Simp, he's going to have another one Riverside. He's looking for Crim, and he finds him, takes him down, one legend after the other. And it's Neptune for the 1v3. He's been putting in the work, grinding out Search and Destroy, but just gets caught instantly. Seattle get the round win off the back of Sid, the kid showing up and dropping the legends to win and clutch that 3v4.
Man, he's locked in as well. Like that was one hell of a snap. We saw Capsidal snapping his way, you know, through that last series. That was something special. But Sib's bringing the same kind of energy here, and a nice round again out of Seattle Surge. Neptune unfortunately caught in the end there. The potential was there for that 1v3, but still slows everything down. And Bocage, no one's got a bomb down yet. So those kills go through, and very, very different look this time. Seattle bomb going forward towards A. The lone player Sib cut to ribbons, and here comes potentially a very fast punt.
That's a great angle from Clay, by the way, for the first blood. Like, that's almost one I want to go back and rewatch if possible. But hey, bomb planted. It's a 3v4, but there's still potential, and there's the pick that they need. Accuracy, even things up at a 3 versus 3. And while he gets taken down, it's Mack near the site, and Pred trying to make a play.
Neptune eyes on the back. Pred, number 4 on the minimap now, making his way through Grandma's, and here we go. Dead silence popped. He's going to be moving quietly. Will they manage to find it? No, Pred does get in. There's one. Back over to versus Neptune now on the bomb. Slides in, cut down once again, all on a Pred. 15 seconds. Already Neptune's on the bomb. Makes a tap, gets the kill. They've got the time. Great play from Neptune. Heads up moment there. He was diffusing for a second, leaps off, finds the kill. Crim's there just in case. But if Nep loses that fight chance, that round's done. Seattle go up again.
I mean, it definitely could have been spicy, but just a very solid round of picks coming through from New York Subliners, right? Clay has the great angle for the first blood. Pred, after he finds the kill, he gets traded eventually. And even Mack, once he's a little bit trigger happy on the guy on site, the coordination was there from the Subliner. So solid round, back-to-back defensive rounds, it looks like, for a map that normally plays 50-50.
Things are changing all the time, brother. All the time. Here we go.
You never know.
Yeah, you really do never know, especially with this league. Here we go. Clay playing quite aggressive this time round. Bombing towards A, the Subliners. Clay's about to run into the whole squad, and he does. Pred puts him down fast at that range with the MP40. Not a whole lot he could have done. With that opening pick, Seattle can basically do whatever they want now on defense. They're playing this slow, waiting for NYSL to make the move, and it's not going to be easy, chance.
Seattle might be geniuses, by the way. I think they just had every player hide behind the wall, wait for the stuns to hit, and then they double pushed it out. So that's some big brain stuff. I think that might have been what they were going for, and that is translated into a 4 versus 2. Seattle just in the driver's seat, in full control. Nobody overcommitting. Pred was loud, though. He did slide. Neptune looking for the kill, and he finds it. Ooh. But even then, the trades are still there.
A good trade still. That was Hydra. Oh, there's a lot of guns. Look at his way! Mack crushes him. And a calm pop-off from the rest of the team. But man, that was an opportunity for a few there. Doesn't quite go his way. It looks so easy from Mack's POV as well. That automaton. Ooh. Ooh.
look, Miles, I'm not even kidding. I think that might have been just like a 200 IQ play right off the opening break. Like, if you're watching on YouTube, rewind to like check my work to make sure I didn't miss it. But it really did look like every player from Seattle hiding behind the wall in the back tank. As soon as the stuns land, they made the move. So Clay stun checks it, gets nothing, and all of a sudden 2 people in his face. I bet he was confused.
Back at it again over towards A. See you, Mack. An express delivery there from Crimsix. Lands delivered. Playing slow through their fences. Destructible cover helps quite a lot here in Vanguard. 1 or 2 bullets gives you a very, very decent opening to make a cheeky play. Now the slow and steady assault towards the bomb site. Hydra. Great defensive work, 4v2.
They're playing patient. Neptune clearing out the bomb. Bang. Someone outer gets caught. The teamwork is there as well. Crimsix had help with the gunfight. All of a sudden, Pred gets 1, but finds himself in a 1 versus 4. I don't think we've had a 1v4 this year. Admittedly, not a ton of maps played, but Pred giving it the old Aussie try.
He is. He's going for it. He's going to be spotted here, surely. Oh, maybe not. He might.
Oh, definitely not. No. They're giving up the plant for free, for sure.
Well, they're holding A pretty tight. And Pred, he's got 20+ seconds now to work with. They could see something here. Forward Pred goes. It was almost there. It is all for naught. Clay, top that back tank. Good spot. NYSL secure it. And surely, mate, it was a technical 1v4. No way does NYSL let a round like that go.
No, I mean, the only way that'd be possible is if like someone overcommits or get caught out, but they had a very tight setup. They stuck to it again. They would have been very happy to give the bomb plan up over towards B because, I mean, what? Clay could lock down the back instantly. Someone's there to check the tunnel. And then as soon as you know he's not coming through one of those, like you could just cut the map off so quickly. But again, for New York, their success has just been finding the picks. In Seattle, mixing things up on defense. Last time they sort of tripled up over towards outer A. This time a little bit more pressure towards the river. And I think Sid's in an interesting spot. But Crim, he finds him for the first blood, or Sid takes it to him.
Oh,
good
Sid,
Lord.
Sid is so hard to kill. Fred's about to find out how easy it is to kill someone in this room. Tags up with a nade. Plant from Neptune. Numbers starting to dwindle on the outside. Clay's finding those kills. Now Net looking to keep the back safe, but once again, it's a pinch now, as Pred's now making his way forward. Backside cleaned up. Clay finds a few more kills, and it's another 1v4, or 1v3, or Pred. Clay finds his 3rd of the round. Holy! See you, brother. Okay. Pred just erased Clay so fast. Wow.
I mean, you know,
good round.
40 up close. It'd be like that sometimes. I will say, though, I think New York has done a very good job of just coordinating, like, stuns and nades, right? Even though Crim doesn't get the first blood, they somehow were able to sniff out that Sid was playing in that corner, I assume, based off stuns. And even though Crim dies, a nade lands right at his feet. I think every single round, New York has been very calculated with the utility that they have. And it's at least been a portion of the reason of their success. Admittedly, Clay getting 2 last round didn't hurt.
Accuracy, oh my word, they almost lined up for him. Here come the stuns and nades. As the tacticals blotted out the sun there, Accuracy bails, runs on out. Quick plant there from Seattle. Here comes the fast counterattack, and NYSL are wasting no time. Here they come through the back. They're stacked up over by the tanks. Any kills? No. Sib, Hydra finds 1. Fast trades in and about. But maybe. Jump on that bomb. It's not going to make any noise. Crim with the coverage. Hydra through front. Oh my goodness, it's getting ugly. Crim finds a team kill in there. 1v1. Accuracy versus Crim. 20 seconds. Crim's got to hunt him down. You've got to go, man. You have to find the kill. 1v1 in mid-map. Accuracy's burning time. Oh, he's playing with him. Can Crim make it? Is it enough time? Crim, is it? Half a second. Half a second is all he needed. And he would have been able to get the defuse. Oh my. Accuracy, veteran plays. Half a second purchase there. Seals the round.
Yo, what a good try from Crim, though. Good God. Sprinting at him. Just no fear. No F's given at all from Crimsix. I mean, wide out in the open, taking the gunfight on Accuracy. And obviously, the only play he had was to go and hunt him down. And honestly, just at the end, nice finesse from Accuracy just to buy that extra little bit of time. But Crim might be the fastest player in the game.
Porterhouse. Very nimble. Nice angle from Accuracy there. Tagged up by Crim. I mean, that was a great round to watch. Spicy one here on Bocage. 3-3. Sib's playing this slow. very small line of sight to work with there, just to make sure he sees the cross, and definitely saw Clay's little red diamond. Here we go. The play towards A, slowly but surely. Opening kill from Simp.
You just catch him as soon as he's throwing the nade. All of a sudden, 2 versus 4. Clayster's on the back tank, and Hydra now going to be working with them. The timing, though, not great. And now it's Clayster in a 1 versus 4. There's the first. 3 more to go. Ooh. The second almost gets handed to him. Yo, Pred lives for those gunfights against Clayster. 2 HP in a dream. That's all Pred cares about. And that was almost that was almost costly. That could have been a different round.
Yeah, that was a 4 HP. Wow. They making a good effort over though. And I don't want to say it, but it just feels like Hydra's getting averaged. He's getting wiped out in really awkward situations almost every round. Whereas Neptune getting caught cooking nades. We've seen that happen a few times now. Hydra's getting just caught running into things. Like it's happening a lot. And that seems to be costing them. He's having a tough one at the moment, a 2 and 4, but we'll see if the young Phenom can pull things around. Another round, here we go, mate. A-bomb site should be the target here for Seattle, but we'll see how the defenders work it.
Hydra's actually in a pretty good spot. He's able to get a bit of map control, and he should be able to actually spot those players going into A. The problem for Hydra, number 2 could eventually flake him, but the information's there. Neptune looking for a stun kill, or a nade kill, excuse me. Can't find it, and the bomb goes down.
Bomb goes down, slides through. Mack's there on the defense. Good shots. Once again, gets 2. Unbelievable work out of Mackenzie, the melter himself. Here comes another one. Pred wins it again. Fraser there. Crim, 1v3. Takes down accuracy. Here comes the fast trader from Seattle. They do not let those kills get away. Seattle with another great round. Mack with a ridiculous 2-piece on bomb.
And I think he might have gotten the ace as well. I'm not sure if he picks up the final kill. He does. That is 4 in a row for Mack Melts. By the way, after the kickoff classic, I don't know if I said it earlier, but he had the 3rd highest overall kills per round. So he was popping off in S&D, had like a 1.3 KD in the game mode. And even the cheeky little spot, hopping up on top of the bomb post plant and ready for the gunfights. Nice little nerd spot to put Seattle up 5-3.
Love a nerd spot. A hit fast though. Mack feeling himself, maybe a little too much, flies forward. Accuracy's got pick of the litter there. He saw many names. Will he be able to take Neptune with him? 9 HP now, tagged up heavily. Hydra, finish the job, end him. He's upstairs, you know he is. Downstairs on the bomb site, Neptune wins 1. Hydra, will he be able to help out now as the fast rotation comes through? But he's just been juked by accuracy. He's slipped on through. He's on the bomb now. A sneaky accuracy. Any more to be had? No. Oh my God. How did he get away with it that long?
I respect the effort. He was going for just the ultimate ninja defuse. I'm sure he was staring at that player's back for quite some time, but whoever it was turned just enough. But that's a good try. You know, not too shabby as far as 1v4s go, but Seattle, I think they had won 4 rounds in a row, if I remember correctly. New York finally able to kill that momentum, but maybe some nerves setting in for the team. Because again, back against the wall, this is a must-win map for them. Gavutu is not the place where you want to go against Seattle if you're down 2-0.
No, not at all. And I will say that hangnails have been the bane of many Call of Duty pros this season already, including his teammate Neptune. So I'd watch out for that one. But a nice opening blood from Crim. Takes care of Mack. Map point for Seattle still. This is a nice opening here from NYSL. Can they find any more here? Sid with the bomb recovery. Clayster's ears are ringing. Cut down there by Pred once again. The Australian assassin strikes once more. Back at it we go. Chance 3v3.
Oh, Crim gets caught as well. You got accuracy making plays. And Hydra, he's in the middle of all this action. And that bomb not committing to either site. Couple players spot each other, but again, accuracy's been back here for so long. New York, there's not a chance they have any idea. Hydra, though, able to make this a 2 versus 2.
This is what you expect. It's the newcomers on the team, Neptune and Hydra. I mean, are they listening to their dad's comms? Versus Sib and accuracy. Here comes the shots. The fast diffuse. He's straight on top of it. Neptune, this could be the play. They say Halo kids don't diffuse. And this one, with Hydra covering him. And there you go. Hops the bomb, sneaky play. I love it. Out of the Subliners, round 11. Here we go.
Plays like that win games. What a call to make that happen. And again, it was the good intel. They figured out accuracy was in the back. And as soon as they clear out that site, you know no one's going to be able to get up top and jump over. So Hydra's got the cover. And the Halo kids do defuse. Round 11, we go. Great plays from both of these teams. You got Seattle on the attack.
Here we go. Fast hit towards A. Tried and true. The island player accuracy makes his way across map. He's going to be flying solo. No, backs on up to help out. Exchange of lethals. Exchange of tacticals. Not everyone's pockets are empty, though. Here come the throws. Crim trying to find anything here. Nades up. He is taking a barrage on the backside of that tank, but lives to fight another day. Chance. We're still all good. 4v4.
New York have adjusted their setup as well, right? Hydra consistently was playing in towards HUD. Now he's playing tighter on the cross. They know that that bomb is going down. Number 6 might make a move. Neptune trying to get the guy off bomb. They're pinching together. Couple trades come through. It's a 2 versus 2. Fred. But Clayster's so far out of the fight and the bomb is down. The 1v2. Clayster needs this clutch.
Slowly. 30 seconds. He should be able to find Simp. 1v1. It's Clay versus Pred. It's Nemesis! Oh, he gets it again! Once again, Pred winning those fights. And the faces of NYSL, it tells it all. It tells it all. And Pred's got just the quietest little smirk on his face, absolutely feeling himself after that one. And Clay making a great effort there, but oh gosh, Chance. A nice round 11 indeed, but wildly frustrating there for NYSL.
I mean, yeah, Clayster, he was on the brunt end of a predator right there. That was at least 3 gunfights where it felt like he was getting first shot and just getting incinerated by the MP40. But on top of that, it really did feel like a bit of a slow game from Neptune and Hydra, especially the SMG duo, like inside around that A site, never quite able to get that advantage. And even looking at the kills, yeah, 4 and 7 from Hydra. Neptune, overall a solid performance, but the double digits from Crim was not enough.
Yeah, Pred as well. 11 and 8 from him. Beautiful stuff. I mean, like, half those kills were all just Clay, man. He just, every time, he was always there winning those fights against him. Perfect stuff. Here come the highlights. And again, an interesting tail chance. I mean, a wonderful comeback and beautiful stuff. If Crim, I'm thinking back to that round where we saw Crim almost manage to get that defuse kill. I think it might be this point. No, it's way after this, actually. He does actually go for a really unfortunate moment where he team kills Hydra. Hydra flies in front of his gun, and while Crim's picking up kills, he takes care of Hydra as well. If he doesn't kill Hydra, at that point in time, I feel like you honestly, in that 2v1 spot, you take care of accuracy much faster, and you might have that round. This would have been 1-1 in the series then.
I mean, look, a lot of nail-biting moments, right? Even the call from New York just to go for like the defuse in the round 10. A lot of it came down to the wire, but I think even one stat that stood out to me, it looked like at the end, Neptune might have been 8 and 8, but only 3 non-traded kills. So it's not like his impact is really felt. He was getting traded out consistently. And how about this one, by the way, from Mack, where he gets the ace just to run it up a little bit? I mean, I think what? New York maybe had that one round in round 10 where they made the bigger play. But outside of that, I think Seattle had the other 3. So Seattle truly just putting in the work.
Yeah, really good stuff out of them again. And we'll take it all the way to that round 11. And this was that ninja defuse. Hydra with a body block just in case, but there Neptune, sneaky, sneaky plays. Wonderful stuff to get that round 11. And here we go, the final gunfight from Clay. Full HP. Does reposition that aim. He sent us fast on the guy at the top stairs, but Pred just too strong, too fast, time and time again. Wins his ones. Australia's finest comes to play once again, and Chance Gavutu control for map number 3. You know, Tim did say he was feeling New York. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, Jesus, dude.
There are rumors about whether or not the curse exists. I think for the NFL, it absolutely does, but maybe it's been broken from Call of Duty. Whatever the case may be, New York won the very first map they played against Seattle. Haven't won a single map since. That is now 5 in a row for Surge against this squad. And again, going into Gavutu, where Seattle has not lost a single round. Apparently, they've gotten better since the kickoff.
Well, we'll find out, though, again, how much practice has New York managed to put in. We're going to throw to a very quick commercial break. When we come back, Gavutu control, map 3. You don't want to miss it.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official broadcast communication partner of the Call of Duty League.
When you compete as long as I have, you learn a thing or two. You learn success isn't something you're given, it's something earned. Visit zenny.com/CDL to get a pair of Røkkr Zennies or any of your other favorite CDL teams today.
2-0 in the series so far for Seattle Surge coming out the New York Subliners, and this man is one of the great reasons why, Chance. I mean, look at those stats from Sib so far. He is having probably way too much fun against these opponents.
And from what I can gather for the non-traded kills, by the way, obviously the more maps we get, the more accurate to be, but like low 70s seems to be about the norm. High 70s means you are doing fantastic. And obviously with the 1.66 KD to back it up, Sib is having himself a great time. And great news for him, we're going into Gavutu where him and Pred have been running the show. So he's had the hot hand. I do not expect him to slow down.
Here we go. This could be the final map in the series if you are in fact betting, folks, because let's face it, Seattle Surge are very, very good at control. This is some maps, and the map and mode that they've had so much success on. No one's really been able to take a round yet. This is going to be a huge one for NYSL to climb out of. A very, very tough spot to climb out of. Can they do it? Of course they can. Because quite frankly, I want another 3-0. Anyway, let's find out. Because here we go into Gavutu.
And again, on a map like this, opening bricks can really decide the show. It's almost like a situation on offense. If you get team wiped once, you're going to be stuck in your spawn the rest of the round. So, got to win these opening kills. Sib cannot deliver. Hydra is there, but at least enough trades come through. And Crimsix, unfortunately, I think he got the wrong end of the barrel. That means the map now is wide open for Seattle, and Pred already in their spawn.
Oh no, Pred's already on a 4. That's going to be the A-Zone's second segment taken care of. I'll tell you what,
so clean.
It's so clean, man. It's so clean. Oh no, oh no, Pred's ripping him. Thank God Clay's got some magical bullets. I don't know where he came from, maybe down low, but that's going to be the end of that spree. But man alive, a disgusting open here from Pred. That's going to be the A-Zone taken care of as well. 2 minutes 16 now to play with. That's a lot of time and a lot of lives. 26 to the 21 of the New York Subliners. Seattle back at home here in Gavutu.
I mean, look, I know it's very early days, but I still think that might be the fastest A capture we've seen on the map this year. So Seattle, again, it looks like they have improved even since the kickoff. That being said, though, they are, for the most part, kind of stuck in their spawn. The boat is as far as they're able to get pushed up on the map, and Mack is now the most aggressive member of his team. New York, they just have a stranglehold basically across the middle of the map.
And you see that kill there on Crim. He was top left-hand side of the minimap. Play immediately repositions to take on the flood now of players from Seattle making their way forward. It's been slow. Kills are good now. And YSL holding it down still. The defense stays. Snep, Hydra, Clay, all in the feed. Sib's up next. How many more can he find? If anything, nope, nothing. 5 now in a row for Clayster. As New York Subliners defense, they've certainly done their homework.
This is wonderful as well. I mean, more pressure on the guy, number 8 on the minimap, Crim, just to stay alive. But it is, as long as you are in control of these spots, you're going to have a great time. And the fact that New York was able to bounce back like they have, very impressive. But obviously, still a minute on the clock. Clayster, that is 6 in a row for him. Able to get 1 kill streak. Now looking for the glide. Just needs a single more kill. And honestly, in a spot like this, it's almost impossible to not get that next kill.
Try to play the off angle. Crim's on the other flank though. So when you have to deal with Clay, you got to deal with Crim. Slowly but surely they get it done. This kill is for the glide bomb now. 10 lives for Surge remaining, and they're going to play it slowly. There comes the stuns out. There's the glide. Fred gets it right in the teeth. That's 7 in a row now for Clayster. Yep, he's going to push it out there for the last one. But 7 lives remaining. Beautiful stuff out of the New York Subliners. Chance, you say goodbye to A. You say howdy doody to the kill feed. Still time to get on there and maybe get a test, but this has been a beautiful round out of the Subliners.
And just nice response as well, just to make sure you're cleaning up all the kills towards the end. I mean, that is best case scenario for the way this round started for New York to respond like that, especially so in dominant fashion. Right now, an 8 life lead, give or take, by the end of this round. So that is about as good as it gets. It is exactly what you want to have on the defensive end. And also highlights for the fact that Seattle, even if the opening break is that good, again, you get 4-man white a single time, you're going to be stuck in your spawn for the next minute and a half. It is not easy to get that break. Crim getting a little bit hype as well. Trying to get New York back in this. The first round loss, by the way. Seattle has had.
Even when they're winning, Clay always seems angry. He always seems like he does something to say, and that's important in a leader. Nice to be able to balance that
Intense.
with Grim,
Let's
though.
go with intense.
He's very intense. Even when he's not being intense, he's still quite intense. Go, Clay. One of the old guard here in the Call of Duty League, still keeping things going, and back at it we go. Defensive round now. We see Seattle, what they can do. How will the offensive hit go for the New York Subliners? So far, they managed to get a couple of bodies on A. The kills are working out for Seattle. Fred, slow and steady, wins the race.
Yeah, boy. Accuracy potentially causing problems, trying to be that cutoff man. Crim is actually nasty at this game. It's not a surprise, but he's the greatest Call of Duty player of all this time. But every single map, he was delivering in first bloods on Bocage. Now he's trying to open up things for the squad. Yes, he gets taken down there, but still Neptune up top of the boat. But I think Neptune's going to get caught. Yeah, Pred just has the advantage in that matchup, it feels like. And New York are struggling just to get to this boat.
Yeah, it's really hard to just make the approach. We've got that little sort of archway covered, that little rock path. Oh, it's all good for now. Pred. Oh, no! Pred, it was going so well. Is this the, it's not the slow and steady collapse of the mental from Seattle, because that seemed to what killed, that was ultimately what defeated them when it came to, you know, playing Toronto in the finals at kickoff. You got to keep an eye on that clock, though. Less than 30 seconds to go. Seattle still holding it down. NYSL, though, they're getting closer and closer, and they're picking up kill after kill. And that's it. Boat's clean. They've now got the numbers. They're now on the point. The automaton's ringing out. Here comes Simp. Trades are good. You've still got one player left up for NYSL on point. Crim trying to lock it down alone. He's brought down. Hydra, though, straight back on the point. Reinforcements there. Keep the play alive, NYSL. The clock's still ticking.
I mean, look, if nothing else, they're only down on 2 lives. Now make it 4, so that's a little bit worse, but like, all about just keeping that life count close. Just finding 1 kill for the end of this round will put them in a decent spot. And a Clayster able to get it. I think they were down by roughly 8 or 9 going into this round. So not the worst loss you could have on offense, right? That is the nature of Gavutu, or just the nature of control of this game. We don't care about the objective, apparently. We just care about the kills to decide that round 5. So right now, Subliners just with that slight edge.
Only slight. Of course, towards the end of Cold War, capturing the objectives, capturing those segments did contribute to who gets defense in the final round. Now it's just kills. If that changes throughout the year, lots changing already. 14-11 for Pred. Trying to find a few more there on the A zone. Sib, though, he and Mack now leading the charge in on towards B. Seattle attacking their way forward. Neptune, big kill. Fast trades once again, and they've got on B chance.
And they've just now figured out that the B push is actually coming through. This is just Seattle right now holding P1. They have all the crosses for accuracy, and if you're not coordinating the nades to get them off, it is not fun to try to make this cross. There's an example why, but you see eventually accuracy does fall. FMJ might have had an effect in that situation, and Seattle still, they are putting the pressure over towards this B point.
Ooh.
And they are not having a good time.
Take those kills any day of the week. Hydra the cutoff finds 1. And this is where Hydra thrives. Did he find any more? NYSL have gone super aggressive here, trying to pin him in towards the beach side, and Hydra, if you can find a few more kills here, help your boys out. He's been dropped. Act's all falling to pieces. Last up, Crim. Oh no, here comes Seattle. Kills go their way. Even Stevens at 23 lives each, and they're already capturing A and B at the same time now.
I was going to say, it's a 2-front war. You got Mack over to the B point, and Mack can watch the cross while he's actually capturing the hill.
Oh my God.
Right now, New York, they might end up in the blender. You go one direction, you got to worry about Mack. You go the other, you got to worry about the ship. And it looks like Mack still racking a time. They have a tick of progress over towards B. Neptune, though, wins a massive 1. As meanwhile, over towards A, you still have Sim up top looking for the trades. Able to connect with at least 1, but New York, they have dealt with the pressure. Only 35 seconds left in this round.
And they do a great job of not only dealing with the pressure, but keeping the life count as close as possible, despite the setup that Seattle had there. Progress now A, second segment gone. Trying to make something happen towards B, maybe on the next set of lives, but you have to contend with Hydra in your spawn. Hydra is still there, being annoying. Can his teammates win the battle over towards A? Less than 30 seconds on the clock to play with. A segment, though, all they have to do is close out half of it, and they get an additional minute. This is huge. Seattle playing this slow, playing this smart. Here comes the capture. Clay, oh my word, almost wins a big one. There's 15 seconds to work with here now. We need some reinforcements. If Sib dies, he's playing for kills. If he drops off here, it's all done. Nep on the stairwell with a pistol. 10.3 in the clock. They cap it. No, they don't. Yes, they drain it. NYSL. Oh my God, chance right at the absolute millisecond away.
They've just sealed the round. The kills from Nep and Crim. Holy dooly. What a save that was on the goal line.
And that honestly might be like the kill of the game potentially that Neptune gets on like this self-created best head glitch in the game. Crawling up the ladder with the pistol. If Simp gets that, you get streaks. And again, glide bombs actually do kill people now. They could be massive on this map. And it's not just the fact that they stopped them from getting the point. It was like 4 or 5 kills in a row from New York towards the end. Again, running up the kills column. I think they're going to be about +11 or +12. So Seattle, they need a dominant round on defense, or they're going to be saddled with offense in the next round, assuming they can even win. Pred, he's going to fall to some nades that take out the barrel. Nice little opening for New York.
Oh, great opening from New York. They have overwhelmed the Seattle defense entirely. Completely flooded through. Kills going their way now, but you do have ship control in the form of Neptune for now. Well, it was short-lived. It was very short-lived indeed. Accuracy's watch 2 on the cross. Pred should be able to pick these guys up. This could get hideous real fast. Uh-oh. Seattle now tightening the noose around the subliners. And they've got plenty of air left in those lungs, but Accuracy, 1 kill at a time. He is slowly but surely putting New York to task. Oh, my word. It's non-stop, man. The kills keep going. Chance, can they stop Accuracy? Can you find just one way out of spawn? One little moment to get yourselves back on a Gavutu. It's a big island, it's a beautiful place. Get out there, try and see the sights. No chance.
I mean, look, New York has joined the Turtle Club, right? Their only goal right now is to not get massively outslayed. They walked into this round with like a 12-life lead, and now it's already down to maybe 4 at best. Seattle, they have turned it on. This is the round they needed.
This is the one. 15 on the clock. Pred, this might be the final dagger as he flies in. Keep him there. 10 more seconds. I
think we're tied on kills, by the way. I think we're tied.
They're trying to not let anything go here. Oh, there it is. Nep gets dropped. Accuracy's trying to find the angle for one more here. Crim's got the backline covered. It is for kills. Trying to find defense. We will find out who gets it here in this final round. That was disgusting.
Look, okay, so here's a problem. The kills are going to be weird just because of like the deaths to the barrels. Like Pred had one at the start of the round. Yes. I think Crim had one before. But I think if I did the math right, and again, I might get screwed up because of the barrels, I think Seattle literally just got it by a kill.
We'll find out. That could decide who gets it here. No one quite able to win out those offensive rounds, but defense reigns supreme here on Gavutu control. And it's Seattle.
You gotta be kidding me, dude.
They've got it. We'll see if history can repeat itself once more. Will New York Subliners fall to the same tricks that just hit them? Surely, surely not. As this is there now for their life in the series. NYSL, you gotta go big, and you gotta do it now.
I mean, I feel like I'm just looking at the collapse right now. You're at Accuracy back in his home. Just a cutoff man to boat control. Pred is there. You're getting spawn trapped once again.
Oh, no.
Sim's in the boat. This is where Seattle live. This is how they run Gavutu. Even got Mack now on a 5. Looking for the 6. Honestly, the stun might be enough.
Back.
Even still, New York, I mean, that is just a collapse and a half if they don't fight back.
It's not over yet. Plays glide bomb, buys them a little bit of space just to get to that cliff front. Just to get to that defilade covers. They can actually take a fight or two, and Hydra's doing it as well. Hydra, time to spring to life, son. Your team needs you. 30 seconds on the clock. 30 seconds, and it's a 3-0. What you got, F New York? Flying on the point. Pred loses it to Neptune. Sib holding down mid-map for a moment, but you finally start to get some progress over towards A, and here come the numbers for NYSL.
And you have to win these gunfights. You have to keep someone on the point as well. Any time that ticks by, even if you capture this point, you only get the extra minute. You are going to be running out of time. Pred able to pick up 2. Everyone from Seattle that needs to win a gunfight seemingly has been able to deliver. Finally, Hydra may be able to get a little bit of pressure. They get Accuracy out of their spawn, and they have a moment to breathe. They're still down by a life. There's still only 18 seconds on the clock, and now they lose that little bit of map pressure that they had.
Second segment done. Pred cooks it. There's a peach. Sib's there to pick it up as well. Clock's now open again.
Oh, here we go.
It's all on Neptune. Hydra's now trying to provide some coverage. Neptune's still alive inside the boat. He's still there. Onto the point we go once again. Nep's trying to hold it down. He and Hydra are now finding these kills, and this is looking fine. We should see it capped. And there it is. Another minute and 15 lives each.
still, though. I mean, 1 minute and 5, that is not a ton of time to work with. You get, at best, 2 team pushes to make this break happen. The way you capture B, you basically have to get inside their spawn and spawn kill relentlessly. You had number 5, Clayster, trying it. He gets caught. You get more trades coming through. Seattle still finding these kills. And again, every single death that New York has, it takes 45 seconds, basically, to get across the map. And that's all the time that's left on the clock.
It's not a lot of time to work with. Pred is about to do something nasty. Oh, I jinxed it, thankfully. The play is still alive now. NYSL still going forward. Sib's up next. They might have slipped on through. Can Sib find the kills here? Nep, Hydra. Oh my word. Good shots. As Sib still keeping the play safe. Clayster though, the vet. Pops dead silence, manages to make it in from behind. Sib's now got to reposition. Clay living, doing the very best he can. Less than 20 seconds out of play with. Oh, here comes the strafing run. Should get at least that player off of the point. Will Mack stay alive? Here it comes, and it misses. Neptune getting closer. There's the contest. And once again, we're going back at it, baby. Sib can't quite take care of the players. They're on point. 9.2 on the clock. We stop it. Pred's on the flank. And here he goes. All the way from Australia. Finds himself a 2-piece. But the play's not quite done yet. We still have to deal with Neptune on point. Can they find the kill? Nep's dancing around, trying to find something. Sib's there for the kill. And that is going to be it. Oh, my God. It is over. Seattle Surge continue to prove to be the absolute kings of Gavutu, and that is a 3-0 complete.
I mean, hey, they might have lost a couple rounds, but still undefeated on control. And that round 4, I mean, again, rewind on YouTube, do the math hopefully better than I can, but I think it was about a 12-life lead going into round 4. Seattle needed it to be dominant, and they eviscerated them. I mean, a breakdown of a round for New York. I think they lose out on defense by a single kill, which honestly could have even been influenced just by the barrels exploding. I have no idea, but they got defense on round 5. Seattle, they're not going to let it slip.
Well, welcome back, guys. First of all, amazing cast. Me and aLLeY were watching that. We were like, man, these guys are really getting the energy lit in here. But how are they so good at Gavutu? They seem so ahead, aLLeY.
You know what? It was this one thing. I was actually talking to you about it earlier in S&D sense, but it works in control as well, where the A site, I hate that teams just happen to give that up when it comes to control. They're like, oh, it's closer to the other team. They'll get that cap way faster than we can defend it. So they kind of give it up about midway of the game. Seattle Surge doesn't do that. They send Mack past boat, and it's just free kills because nobody expects a player to be pushed up that far, because then it's always, oh, well, you left B lane open. Just leave one player there. Once he gets the information, then work on the retake for B side. So the fact that Mack is able to push past boat, which not a lot of players do when it comes to Gavutu control, is that why I think they see a lot of success in it.
Absolutely. Miles, talk to me a little bit about that search and destroy, because it was lit, man. All the way to around 11, and then we saw New York just giving up that A bomb site. What does Seattle do so well?
I mean, Seattle, like, they just don't let any kills get away, like, untraded. Their teamwork's so on point right now. Like, you know, they're playing so fast. I mean, the amount of times we called it, we're like, oh, that guy's got 1 kill. He maybe be hurt. He's going to die in a second's time, you know. I mean, we'll see the stats back that one up as well. The trades, they're so effective, man. The teamwork's on point, and they're all playing at such a high pace as well. I mean, no matter how good you are at the game, no matter how much experience you have, you can't take on 2 dudes at once in this game. It is nearly impossible.
Absolutely. Chance, I think it's safe to say Seattle is the absolute real deal at this point. That's back-to-back consistent showings we saw to them versus this New York squad. And they're coming off a second-place finish. I mean, the guys are nasty.
And I mean, they're making like consistent big plays too. Like, even think about the search and destroy, like around 11. But Seattle, anytime it was close, I think they had like 3 of the clutches out of the 5 total, like going toe to toe against some legends, just outslaying them massively. Like, they improved on the Tuscan hardpoint. Even like some of the rotations were phenomenal from Seattle, but yeah, I mean, clearly just haven't lost a step at the very least. And you just love seeing the big plays coming out consistently. It is worth pointing out, though, for New York, like, if a couple little things go right, like if the score or a kill streak from Clay toward the end actually connects on Mack inside the hill, maybe it goes a little bit different. But if you're hoping for all the little things to go right, it's never going to be enough. And a series like that from Seattle, that was just as clean as you could ask for.
Yeah, and you know, talking a little bit about New York, like, it's not all bad, right? Like, we had some great moments out of Crimsix. He had a really good series overall. I think at one point you were like, Crim is actually nasty at this game, and it's true, man. The guy was going off. I think the primary focus for them, it's got to be getting Neptune and Clay to become a little bit more consistent. Clay starting off that series a little rough. started to get into his own in maps 2 and 3, aLLeY?
Well, speaking about consistency, you know, as we were going into this, the key to victory was for Neptune to kind of really step it up. And when it came to that search and destroy, I thought I saw a shining light in Neptune when it came to the New York Subliners. And unfortunately, it was Hydra that kind of slowed down. So again, I'm wondering when it comes to this duo, if they just don't have the pacings on point for each other just yet. But again, Seattle 3-0, they proved that that wasn't just a one-off in kickoff.
Yeah, you know, looking at New York, this team is obviously a long play.
Yeah.
They still have a lot of time. Remember, Clay's coming off of COVID, so maybe didn't get as much practice. But what we saw to Hydra as well, he had a pretty good series. He was having some big moments. Miles, talk to me a little bit about what you saw to New York, what they can improve on.
I think for me, I mean, the most telling thing about like how New York's looking right now was the listening on the Tuscan hardpoint. We heard, the very first thing we heard when we got on that listening was Crim just being like, Neptune, Hydra, calm down. That was it. Simple as that. That's the biggest takeaway I have from this one. The two young guys on that team, they've got a lot to prove. They know the social media's talking. There's a lot of expectations on them as this new, very dangerous submachine gun duo. I'm not saying that's getting to them, but I'm saying that like they still don't quite have that experience. Is Hydra a disgusting player? Hell yes. Is he making mistakes that are costing his team games? At times, of course. It's on the staff, it's on the Revens, the JPs, the Crims, and the Clays to really fine-tune those moments and make sure that he can perform up to the ability that he has. Same thing can be said for Neptune as well. So man, I just think that it's going to take time with NYSL, but look how they closed the gap. Look how tight search and control was. They closed the gap slowly but surely.
It was a really close series in maps 2 and 3, and if Pred doesn't get up and behind them at P1, maybe they end up winning that map, or if the streak connects on Mack, maybe they end up winning that map as well. So it was definitely close. But Chance, I have a question for you. Who has impressed you the most so far in Seattle through what we've seen from Kickoff Classic and opening weekend?
Yeah, this is really dealer's choice, right? You could pick, I don't want to say you could pick anyone but accuracy. Accuracy is very much his thing. Had like 2 minutes in the Hilver map 1. But outside of that, again, Mack is making massive plays. He's picking up aces in the search and destroy. He's got the nerd spots. Pred is making the constant flanks. Like literally all of them, whenever like duty calls, when someone needs to step up, every single one of those players has been able to deliver. And again, accuracy, I have to imagine, is just like the, you know, the metal, the iron boots, whatever you want to call them. But for the team, the communication has to be on point. They play the maps incredibly well. It seems like they're always on the same page. So it is very much a group effort, but all three of like the younger guys have the pop-off plays when they need.
He's definitely going to love that you called him the iron boots, the metal boots, if you will.
I was trying to think of something better. I really would. It wasn't there.
Miles, biggest takeaway from day one, man. Opening weekend, it's been great so far. What's your biggest takeaway?
Biggest takeaway, I mean, because you're still lit. Like, those hard points. Oh my God. I was like, with like Lando and Study cast that one, I was sitting in the green room sweating. Like, it's so nuts. And the same could be said for Search and Destroy as well. It's small, rotations are fast, kills are dope. Like, I'm excited to see that one. I'm also thinking about Control. Like, there is a lot that can change in Control in the way teams play that one. But Seattle are still like maybe 2, maybe 3 steps ahead of most teams. That trap we saw, that defensive trap we saw in Kavutu was hideous. Like that, for me, I'm watching stuff like that and I'm like, okay, how do we get out of this without a trophy system, without, you know, like streaks? How there is nothing.
It plays weird. It's so hard to escape for our Game Fuel Victory Spotlight. Miles, sorry to cut you there. We have Sib. We're ready to talk to him. Let's bring him on in here. What's going on, man? First of all, congrats on the W. You look insane out there from Kickoff Classic till now. You've just been lighting it up, man. And I got to ask you, what's it like playing with accuracy and under him as an in-game leader? He's a veteran. I'm sure he's been teaching you a lot.
First off, shout out to all my teammates. But specifically Lamar, I think is a really good leader. He has taught me a lot of stuff since we started playing. I'm basically like just a sponge, soaking literally every single bit of info that he can give me.
Yep.
So that I'm grateful for. He basically just hammers on my bad tendencies and my bad habits, and honestly, he thinks like a step ahead of me, which is mind-blowing to me. So the fact that I have the luxury of teaming with someone like that I appreciate that a lot.
Awesome.
Yeah, and you know what, Sid, we got to talk about it. You have been talked about as probably one of the most talented players in the past 2 years, coming up from challengers and getting put on that Atlanta FaZe sub spot. It kind of felt like, you know, you were held back a little bit. So now being on this roster, being surrounded by these great players, you know, what does it feel like to really be able to showcase your talent now?
I think that me being on that sub spot for FaZe, maybe it did hold me back a little bit, but I'm glad that it worked out the way it did, because comparing me then to now is a bit different. I approach situations a lot differently. I've gotten way better. Even though I was on the bench, I was still playing COD, and I got way better. So I'm glad that it happened now rather than before. And, you know, I'm really glad that I can showcase what I'm, you know, able to do. I still got a lot to learn. I'm still improving. I know that people said, you know, talked about my attitude this, attitude that, but once I got here, you know, I just, you know, grew up a little bit and put that aside and just put my head down. And I'm working every day.
Speaking of challengers, you know, coming up from there, obviously that's the trenches, man. So you come up, now you're in the CDL Pro League. Like, what's the biggest difference in terms of competition? How's it feel?
The competition, it's a way better, obviously, since just every single team is sticking with each other since day one. Compared to challengers, I think the longest team I had was, I don't know, maybe 2 months.
Sheesh.
So it's just kind of a lot of pickup teams, you know. So there was really no set squads to really get that chem underway. But I think playing the league is a lot simpler than people may look at it as. I love it a lot. And it's the highest competition, and there's nothing better than playing the best people in the world.
Hell yeah, man. Well, you look good, you play good. Congrats to you guys on getting that first W. Good luck going forward. We're going to say goodbye to Sib, but it certainly won't be the last time we talk to him. Let's bring in Miles and Chance and talk to them a little bit about what we saw today on opening weekend. It's been a great day, aLLeY, honestly.
It has, honestly. I can't believe, I thought, you know, we possibly would go into Game 5 against New York and Seattle. So the fact that I went in a hot 3-0 fashion, it makes me really excited going into tomorrow. I mean, Sib and Pred lit it up. And Pred, of course, was that big question mark heading into Kickoff Classic as that APAC player coming up from Challengers, a bit of a wild card across the board, clearly showing why he is here. 137 damage per life, 1.18 KD, and a 62% non-traded kill rate with 73 next to him. That's going to be Sib with a 1.37 KD on the day nameless.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are just insane. Like, talk about hitting like the jackpot, picking players coming up from Challengers. Like, looking at Pred, he was in APAC. We knew virtually nothing about him other than that he was just dominating every single match that he played.
We gotta call Seattle.
20+ W's, yeah.
Where did you find these guys? Where was the idea of picking up Pred coming into this, and then Mack under them, dude? What a squad.
Yeah, and there was another crazy performance today, Miles, and it was London versus Florida. Now, London came out today, and they were on fire, my guy. What'd you like out of that?
I mean, it was just nice to see again, it's the story of the Challengers players. Like, that has been the tale of today. Like, whether it's the Macks, the Preds, you know, sorry, the Sibs and the Preds, it's also, you know, the Gizmos and the Nasties. And same can be said about Afro as well. I mean, everyone came to play today. You know, it's that thing. It's that first day back in league. It's the first day of school. You've got so many stories to tell. Everyone's excited. There's a different buzz in the air. I mean, and these guys came out today and absolutely put on a show. Massively impressed by Gizmo and Nasty's performance. Afro was just doing what he had to be done. And again, like, for the entire team, like, we saw the tweets from Zero as well. Let's face it, he had a little bit of spice, you know, to be thrown around. It was a doozy. And the same in the interviews as well. Just really impressed by the team overall. Very, very calm, well put together.
I mean, come on, how many matches are London going to win this weekend? A lot of confidence.
That was good, to be fair.
But that did not age very well, nameless, clearly. But they didn't delete it. I respect that, Florida. They kept it up, and they kept the confidence in their tweets and their content. But Afro clearly clapping back.
Yeah, he said, nah, G, that's how many maps you just won. Hey, that's spicy, man. I don't think I've seen Afro get busy on the timeline like that, Chance.
No, not at all. I also appreciate Florida a little bit later on circled Nasty instead to explain how the Ravens played in that series. But very impressive. Again, I think from like the power rankings from the coaches overall who are getting pulled by Breaking Point, they had London at like the 10th spot and Florida at like 9 or something like that. Well, I think with a performance like that, I'm starting to be more of a believer in the Ravens to see exactly how far they can go. In an interview with Zero, the thing he was saying is by the end of the year, any single time he's been able to play the full year, he's always ended on a squad that's at least top 4. So that's where I'm starting to think that the Ravens might be able to be.
Yeah, and there was another lit series today, and that was Boston versus LAG. Boston was able to take that one. I mean, Boston, they played great. And the Search and Destroys, they looked absolutely incredible, aLLeY.
Their Search and Destroy is absolutely disgusting, and that's what they needed to polish from kickoff because they lost that in Game 5, and that's when we didn't get to see anything more from them. So to come out hot and take both S&Ds in the series, I think does a lot for their confidence.
Yeah, and LAG, though, I mean, they had some big plays. aSim had the game fuel tactical play on that Game 4. The guy was going off, Chance. I know you were in the back just watching that, just getting hyped.
Yes and no. Asim definitely has those moments where it's like after a bad performance in the S&D, he just goes and pops off for like the next couple respawns. So like, obviously with these 4 players, we see the potential. There's no doubts about how good they could possibly be. But I'll be honest, watching them play, I'm a little bit fearful. Like, I'm starting to fear, like, for this squad just a little bit, or feel the pressure, because there's a lot of moments, especially in the searches, where, like, they look disconnected, or the teamwork's not quite on point, or they don't quite have the best understanding of the game. So this is a team that looks a little bit off, and obviously it is 4 players, a lot of room to grow, and I'm certain that they're going to be able to, like, accomplish that, but it's a little bit concerning for me at the moment.
I mean, if they could just have players not drop a donut and search and destroy, I think they'd be all right. That's a little bit of shade at aSim and Hook, but I expect them fully to figure that out and get better going forward, especially with Bevels and Ricky on their side of things. But also checking in on social media, aSim had a streak tweet as well, which was pretty lit. He was hyped. Looking forward to see how he can bounce back going forward. But for aSim last year, he had a great year in search and destroy. This year, not so much so far.
Yeah, it's weird to see him struggle, but he actually has been turning up. He's very hot and cold of a player for me so far. He has these maps where it's just, he's dropping a donut. He seems very slow, like he hasn't found his pace yet. And then he'll have maps where he just takes over and suddenly he's going on 10 streaks, he's going on 11 streaks. And that's when you really see what the ceiling has for him, what he can be and what he's capable of. But again, it just comes down to this team needs to start gelling together a little bit better and to find that consistency in that play style.
Absolutely. Well, let's check out the season standings so far. It's going to be 3 1-0s and 3 0-1s. But in case you missed the action, you can see right here, London Royal Ravens, Miles' squad, comes out with a victory, 3-0, 1-0 on the day. Boston Breach, 1-0. Seattle Surge, 1-0, and so on and so forth. Man, today's matches were lit. Miles, did you have a favorite?
I mean, dude, it was just nice to be back. It was just exciting to see the games again. I mean, looking at the points so far, I mean, this is great. This is the CDL points presented by Game Fuel, and Ravens on top, baby. EU on top. Whether it's Toronto with the European squad or it's the Ravens, EU on top, baby. Quote me all year long, Vanguard. It's going to be a European game, baby. I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
We'll see. I'll let you say that for now because the Ravens got their first W today, but we'll see going forward, man. That would be lit. Toronto is looking good as well.
It would be lit.
But this is only day 1. We have 4 matches tomorrow, so let's pull up the schedule and see what we got cooking for you guys. We got OpTic Texas playing at 4:30. That one's sure to be lit. They're trying to bounce back. I'm excited, man, to see some of these teams after Kickoff Classic, the improvements that they've made, because some of the big guys, they took some losses there. And right out the gates, we got Paris Legion versus the Atlanta FaZe. Both these teams coming off of a loss, trying to get a W. Followed up by OpTic Texas versus the London Royal Ravens. Toronto Ultra, our Game Fuel marquee match. Toronto Ultra, the most recent champions, versus the Seattle Surge. It's a rematch. That's going to be lit. And then we have the Los Angeles Guerrillas versus the New York Subliners. New York trying to come in, get a W today. Same with Guerrillas trying to bounce back. But hey, man, I think that's going to do it for today, guys. It was fun working with you guys today. I don't think I'll see you guys on the desk tomorrow. Gentlemen, you absolutely killed it. Thank you so much today for the cast.
It was a lot of fun. It's good to be back. I mean, it's going to be a crazy season. I've got no doubt about it. This is going to be an insane year of Call of Duty. I mean, yeah, we're through the year a little bit. You know what I'm saying.
Absolutely. Well, much love to you guys. Everybody who tuned in, thank you guys so much. This isn't it for the COD League opening weekend. We had some awesome matches, some crazy snipes, some upsets, and obviously there's a little bit of drama on the timeline. I hope you guys enjoyed it. We'll be back tomorrow with more CDL action. I won't be hosting tomorrow. Veli will be back. He made it in safe and sound, so shout out to him. We'll see you guys tomorrow for more CDL action.